Alrighty. Are we live? Wait for it. Wait for it. Where is it? Oh, there it is. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're having a wonderful day. If you're watching this and it does not say live at the bottom of the screen, unfortunately, you're watching the recap. The good news is we are live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. Make sure you're subscribed. You're on mobile. Press hot chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly watch list and main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts boot camp and real estate course. But ladies and gentlemen, you're waking up to an earnings dump. However, FRC last night, I hope you watched the watch list. We went over the 5 key takeaways from their earnings, and quite frankly, it was not a good earnings. It seems like I'm not the only one who is freaking out about no conference call and all of that. They're selling off. Even Western Alliance and a couple of others, they have earnings today. They are already dropping. So this is going to be big today. We're going to see a little bit more. I assume, I don't know if the company is just going to let it get clapped like that. They may come out with an update today. Otherwise, we got to watch the rest of the regional banks. And then for earnings, UPS did pretty bad, and then everybody else did good. Verizon surprised. Again, 3M, they were kind of in the middle, kind of good, kind of bad. They didn't move too much. McDonald's ended up beating. Who else was there? GM, they ended up doing good. And then GE, they raised their guidance as well, too. So overall, it was decent. We have Microsoft and then Google after the bell. I'm sure today's going to get a little bit weirder because we also have a data dump at 10 a.m. to 10:30. You got new home sales, Conference Board of Consumer Confidence, the Richmond Fed, and then Dallas Fed Services. So, Chad, I don't know if you could pick up on it now. Earnings is kicking off. We're already gapping down 0.5%. Oh, there's a bunch of bad news in China, too. They're freaking out. China keeps dumping as well, too. So hopefully you see it. There is a lot going on. We're going to have a wild day. I hope you're locked and loaded and just get ready. We got another 7 hours, baby. But good morning. How are ya? What's up, Blissy P? What's up, Charlie in the tree? What's up, Tibia? Sour Pouch Kid, Len Sense, good morning. Oh, J Max, Lori, Flavam, Dan Lazama, Max Capital, John Dog Candy, Upton, good morning. Oh, watch this. Wesley O'Neal, let's run it, Danny. Amen, good morning. Kate Vandy, Gunnar, These World. Oh, yay. Oh, good morning. Open Face Sandwich. What's up, baby? Tom Riddle, Jay Cortina. Good morning. Devin, B. Dizzo, Battleborn, Jay Samuels, Matt B. Hector. Good morning. El Chapato. Oh, Astro, Dylan, 50K, Josue, Natalie, Amin, Sakori, Devon. Oh, my gosh. Good morning, Chatadonia. What's up, Gene Johnson? What's up, Mr. Garlinger? What's up, Nepal? Good morning. You feel me? Good morning, Lion's Heart. Oh, my gosh. Craig came to play. Oh, Forever Tech. He's bright and early. Mr. McDonald's did good on earnings. Good morning. Mr. Jack, good morning. Hank Day. Oh, what's up, Dylan? What's up, JJ Battle? What's up, Lenala? I can't say it. Bushnell, what's up, Amy? Alaskan Assassin. Oh, good morning. What's up, JP co-member? What's up, Blue and Yellow? Good morning, Higgs Plays. Biotech Muscle Lab. I thought it said Music Lab. Oh, I finally learned how to read it today. Oh, my goodness. Good morning, Chatadonia. I hope you are up bright and early. I hope you're ready to make it a good day. It's a good day to have a good day, and we are getting a bunch of earnings after the bell, so let's see where that takes us. But Chatadonia, good morning. I hope you liked the video. I hope you are ready. Again, just watch FRC, though. Again, that whole no conference call thing, I can't believe they did you like that, man. Even they did me like that. What am I saying? Well, not even just you. We in this together. That damn CEO. So watch out, though. Regionals, and definitely regionals unwinding after FRC. That's what we're going to be looking at. We're going to keep our eyes on it to see where we go from there. But let us get into the news. Here we go again. Joe Biden formally has announced that he will seek re-election in 2024. Already the oldest person ever elected president. He would be 86 years old by the end of the second term and faces intense scrutiny about his fitness to serve another 4 years. Kamala Harris, who has come under fire from some Democrats for her performance as VP, will reprise her role as Biden's running mate. UBS is likely to report a gain of up to 51 billion Swiss francs, $57 billion in this quarter's profit related to the acquisition of Credit Suisse. The gain, which would catapult the lender to the biggest ever profit in baking, stems from an accounting term known as negative goodwill that recognizes the bargain basement price it agreed to pay for CS. UBS earlier reported the weakest quarterly profit in more than 3 years, overshadowing $28 billion in new money from rich clients. So again, that was the next set of bad news as well. UBS, they had really bad earnings there too. Futures declined following European stocks lowered. Treasuries advanced across the board, and the dollar was higher against most G10 peers. Oil slipped and gold was steady. Tech check, the EU said 19 big online platforms and search engines will be subject to extra scrutiny. Twitter, along with YouTube and Google Shopping, Facebook and Instagram, plus TikTok and Snapchat, will have to meet new content moderation rules. The very large online platforms, or VLOPs, have more than 45 million monthly active users, equivalent to about 10% of the block's population. GE raised their low end of the full-year adjusted free cash flow guidance. The healthcare business reaffirmed their outlook for profit and sales. GM beat on profit and raised their earnings and cash flow guidance after a strong quarter in North America. 3M plans to cut 6,000 jobs and incur pre-tax charges of $700 million and $900 million. It shook up their management team, naming Michael Val as group president. McDonald's comp sales topped consensus. U.S. results handily top projections. Coming later today, Alphabet plans to counter rivals' growing AI threats to Google, and that'll be in focus after the close. And Microsoft may report tepid sales growth again as cloud weakness overshadows the AI shine. First Republic tanked pre-market as deposit flow was worse than expected, and analysts warned of more operating losses. Executives confirmed they're seeking strategic options. They also laid out steps to bolster the bank, including slashing workforce by 25%, but they did not take questions on the call. Womp, womp, womp. The Fed and 5 other central banks will revert to weekly auctions for dollar funding from next month, given more relaxed conditions. They'd introduce daily provisions to offer liquidity to the global financial system in March, and so they stand ready to adjust again if needed. The decision effectively amounts to an official downgrade to the threat level of the financial stability status that we were closer to, last month. U.S. natural drilling is set to stall as the lowest prices daunt producers. Neighbors, one of the top producers of rigs to shale drillers, warned of an almost 9% slide in U.S. leases by the end of June. In Europe, the EU topped open a new tool for joint purchases to secure supplies for next winter and avoid last year's price spikes. The mechanism will create a pool of buyers and pair them with sellers. And then the stock market faces a major test this week as the big companies that are powering this S&P rally are expected to report dismal quarterly earnings. Profits are expected to fall 15% in the first quarter. That would be the biggest year-on-year contraction since 2009. So, again, still have a lot of companies to report, but everyone's expecting a 15% profit decline. That's already priced in, and we're still actually holding up, which is phenomenal. So that's word to your expectations. 9 a.m. U.S. February, FHAF price index, S&P Core Logic 20 City. 9:30, Yellen speaks on Biden's economic agenda. 10 a.m. U.S. March new home sales, April consumer confidence, and then Richmond Fed index. 1 p.m. $42 billion of 2-year notes. Earnings include Microsoft, Alphabet, Visa, and Texas Instruments. Top U.S. intelligence official Avril Haines warned China, Iran, and others are deploying digital repression more frequently to target dissent at home and abroad. China pushed back against the slander and smears. Brazil senators are expected to grill central bank boss Roberto Campos Neto over the bank's strategy to hold the key rate at 13.75. U.S. consumer confidence may have eased slightly to 104 in April. Home prices may have fallen in February for their first year-on-year decline since 2012. Oh, wow, that could actually happen. So again, remember, even though last year real estate went down, remember at the end of last year, I was still telling you real estate went up in 2022, believe it or not. So year over year, real estate was going up. This might be your first year over year decline since 2012. That's huge. That's huge. We'll see. We'll find out here at 10 a.m. Tucker Carlson's exit from Fox stunned Donald Trump and people in his orbit. The New York Times reported, here are the key allegations about Carlson from the recent lawsuit. Italy is at risk of losing investment-grade rating, according to Moody's. The number of job seekers in the city of London rose in the first quarter, even as the number of positions fell. The number of people looking for roles was 12% higher, while available jobs decreased by 31%. Eastern European governments are tapping international debt markets like never before. They borrowed $32 billion this year, triple the amount from the same period last year. Sell-off in Chinese equities deepened as economic and geopolitical risks stacked up. The MSCI China Index posted a 6th day of declines in their longest run of losing since October. Foreign investors were net sellers of onshore shares for a third session while bond yields dropped. Kazuo Ueda said tightening the Bank of Japan policy may cause inflation to weaken more than expected. In a single signal, they are unlikely to be changes at his first BOJ meeting as of governor this week. Ueda said he's sticking with policy for now. South Korea's economy grew 0.3 in the first quarter from the previous period. Hong Kong exports fell 1.5 year-on-year in March after an 8.8 decline. Thailand's most popular political party, Phai Thai, is open forming a government with like-minded groups if it fails to secure a landslide win. The gold to oil ratio suggests commodity traders are hedging against the risk of U.S. recession. The ratio surged to almost 24 compared with an average of less than 17 since 2000. Anything significantly above that average is considering a warning sign by some market participants. Historically, gold tends to outperform oil during the onset of a recession or great economic uncertainty. Copper fell to the lowest in more than a month on rising supplies on warrant holdings for the metal. For ready for delivery from LME jumped 14%, the most in 7 weeks. Other base and precious metals also retreated. Oil fell and wheat extended losses to the lowest level since July 2021. A former .72 trader is one of the biggest winners from the bidding war of the Middle East credit card processor network. Sidley helped JP Morgan close $1 billion growth equity fund. Verizon topped estimates for profit and broadband subscriber gains. PepsiCo gave guidance for organic revenue and core profit beat. Halliburton posted their strongest first quarter profit in more than a decade. UPS fell pre-market after they said annual sales will come in at the low end of guidance. JetBlue reaffirmed their outlook as operating revenue met estimates. Nestle sales growth unexpectedly slowed up. Santander slumped after a drop in earnings from Brazil and outflow deposits in Spain raised concerns. Novartis raised their sales and profit guidance after a handful of new drugs helped earnings beats. South Korea indicted Terraco founder Daniel Shin and 9 others on charges, including violations of capital market law. We got some pre-market movers. Please hold. Please hold. We'll get these up for you. There you go. In the U.S., Coinbase asked the court to compel the SEC to respond more promptly to a rulemaking petition it submitted last year. Dorsey-backed Blue Sky stirs excitement as Musk's Twitter falters. MSCI is in touch within asset managers about cuts affecting ESG ratings. J&J seeks to raise as much as $3 billion in Kenvue sell-off. Former Salesforce co-CEO Keith Block launches venture fund. JP Kalanovic warns low volatility masks the risk to stocks. 3M net sales beat estimates. Brevin Howard hires former Goldman Sachs VP Dan Vabik. Dow first quarter net sales beat estimates. And then IBM raises quarterly dividend 0.6 to $1.66 a share. And here it is. Pre-owned Rolex Daytona watches are outperforming the secondary market in some of the most in-demanded timepieces from rivals. According to an index launched by Bloomberg and trading platform Subdial, prices for the most recent Daytona model have gained 4% since March when Rolex discontinued it and unveiled a new version. Bring on more Squid Games. Netflix will invest $2 billion in creating a Korean TV series, movies, and reality shows over the next 4 years. Yonhap News reporting that's twice the amount Netflix had invested in South Korea since it started in 2016. Ride on, a 5.5% fare hike on New York subways, buses, and commuter rails will be delayed until July or August as the state's overdue budget holds up an implementation of the anticipated increase. Come fly with me. Oh, never mind. ANA canceled flight tickets that were sold at bargain basement prices last week following a conversion error in the Vietnamese website. Some pounced on the mistake, spending just a few $100s for business and first-class seats rather than the thousands they usually go for. And then on this day in history, New York became the first state to mandate license plates in 1901. Oh, this is a good one. That's it. Wow. First license plate mandated in 1901. Governor Benjamin Odell Jr. signed the bill, which was also required that the back of vehicles to bear the owner's initials in a conspicuous place in the law. Though it added a regulatory burden, many were well pleased as it simplifies rules and created a level playing field with drivers of horses, the New York Times reported. Wow. That was back then. That's what the New York Times reported back then. Wow. That's amazing. 1901, the first license plate. That's pretty exciting. But Chad, we still got a couple of pre-market movers here. So have no fear. 3M, they rise 1.4 after the company said they plan to cut 6,000 jobs and reported net sales and profit for the first quarter that beat average analyst estimate. Cadence Systems, CDNS, shares are down 4.3 after the electronic design automation software company reported first quarter results that beat expectations but gave a second quarter forecast that was below. Capri Holdings, CPRI, shares are down 2.4 after being downgraded to hold from buy at Jefferies. Chinese stocks listed in the U.S. fall pre-market as the NASDAQ Golden Dragon Index is up for its longest streak of losses in the year. Courier stocks follow UPS lower in pre-market trading after the package delivery giant warned that full-year revenue and adjusted earnings margin would come in at the low end of previous guidance. Danaher Corp, DHR, sinks 3.7 after saying that they see full-year non-GAAP base business core revenue growth up mid-single digits. DigitalOcean, DocN, shares are down 4% after Needham downgrades them. First Republic sinks 26% after the lender reported a plunge in deposits and withdrew guidance, with analysts disappointed that the bank did not take questions on their earnings call. GE jumped 1.4 after the company raised the lower end of their full-year adjusted free cash flow and adjusted EPS estimates. First quarter earnings also beat. General Motor rises 2.2 ahead of the bell as the automaker boosted their EPS shares for the full year. Guidance beat the average analyst estimate. Laser rose 5.4 as Jefferies initiated the company with a buy rating, saying they're best positioned to capture a dominant market share of the nascent LiDAR market. Morphic Therapeutics, MORF, jumps 30% after the main cohort in a mid-stage study of their therapy of inflammation bowel disease and ulcerative colitis met the main goal. Spotify rises 7.5 after the streaming company reported smaller than expected first quarter loss and added more monthly active users and subscribers. Squarespace, SQSP, rose 4% after Citi raised the recommendation to buy on improved growth outlook. Tenable Holdings, TENB, shares are down 21% on Tuesday after the security software company cut their full-year revenue forecast. UPS falls. We already ran over that one. Universal Health, UHS, is upgraded to equal weight from underweight at Barclays. Shares gain 1.6, and then Xerox, XRX, shares are up 5.2 after the company reported first quarter earnings that beat expectation and gave a forecast that says demand remains resilient despite a difficult economic backdrop. Who the fuck is still buying Xeroxes? Anyways, we'll take it. We'll take it, Chattadonia. Oh, we got a lot of time here too. So I'm going to go to the potty. I'll be right back. Good morning. I hope you're feeling good. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity, and I will be right back. Good morning, my friend. Good morning. We have time. We have time. Get ready. Get ready. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
At times of distress in the market, generally the first quarter was very challenging. We still saw clients looking at UBS as a safe haven, and the inflows were coming in from all regions and from different sources. And in that sense, we are very pleased that particularly also after the announcement of the transaction of the acquisition of Credit Suisse, we still saw inflows coming into our bank. So a sign of confidence of our clients.
That was UBS CEO Sergio Ermotti speaking to Bloomberg's Manus Cranny a little bit earlier on. The Swiss lender reporting its weakest quarterly profit in more than 3 years and a disappointing outlook for its wealth unit too. Wealthy clients are turning more risk averse. Let's head over to Manus Cranny over in Zurich. Not all bad, Manus. A crazy quarter though for this company. Let's put some numbers on it.
So when you look at the numbers, you go, wow, net income down by over 50%. Pause. 15-year-old litigation issue, mortgage-backed securities. Yes, you've talked about them. You thought you were done. Looks like they're batting that one into the ground. So that's dead. It comes to lending, a little bit weak, net interest income, pumping away on gas, but it might run out of a bit of puff. The issue here is the net new money. Suddenly we're back on that trade again. It's the whole deposit narrative of March. $28 billion came in. $7 billion came in the last 10 days of March after the deal closed. Why was the wheelbarrow not fuller in terms of bringing in net new money from Credit Suisse? Diversification. I'll nip up to Frankfurt overnight, Jonathan. We'll find out where the funds flowed into Germany. The US, you had your very own special banking liquidity, SVB, First Republic crisis, and $8 billion of net new money came from the Americas. So the flow show, Jonathan, is, I think, part of the reason why somebody panicked a little bit this morning, or there was a nervousness and a skittishness, and they hit the sell button, traded down 5%. We've scooped it all the way back up because I know the math was discomforting for Tom a little bit earlier on, and I'll make it much simpler. There's a...
Thank ya, Bachadonia. We got a little bit of time. I have the hiccups all of a sudden too, so I don't. If you get hit with a hiccup, don't be too concerned. But Chattadonia, we got some plays here. We got a couple of comments here. Again, we posted this. If you haven't checked, we post this on the YouTube channel in the the community tab. Oh man, that was a big one. But let's see the plays we got. NVIDIA, April 28th, 180 calls. Lotto ticket, bless up the Coke. God bless you. FedEx 240 sympathies. UPS pre-market 428 earnings. Amazon calls 428. SPX 18.5 call at 7 cents. Long GC above 2,000. Short under 1980. Long oil above 79.45. Shorted under 76. Long SPX above 41.58. Short below 41.10. I pray you see no evil and see millions coming in instead, baby. Amen. Can't wait to set the Jets today, baby. Let's go. Long puts, NVIDIA and Tesla. Staying long calls on Leap and Google. Spotify holding for UPS dip to add to long-term. Added BK to the long-term small position with 12 shares. Plug took it up again. Look at GLT now. Finally, 3 p.m. in Sweden. It's time for Stock Market Live, baby. Our favorite Egyptian. Amen. Like the video. Support a local Egyptian. Watching Spotify, McDonald's for earnings run-up. Artie and MNQ from yesterday. Looking for some direction given FRC's earnings. Let's get it, baby. PXD, CTRA, long-term dividend plays. There you go, Brett. Apple covered calls, puts on Fox stock, prayer hands, and then looking to be kind of aggressive. SPY calls and puts if volume comes in. Let's go, baby. I'm down. Oh, excuse me. No, FRC news is just the bad news from yesterday. So you could check yesterday's watch list, but I mean, I'll simplify it for you. They did not give an earnings presentation. So we have a little bit of time. Maybe I should go over that with you real quick. Let me show you. I put it on the video yesterday, but I just want you to see it. Again, not only the CEO, they did not do any conference call. So here's the funny part about it. This was their... You know how like most places have like an earnings presentation and they're like comments from the CFO and then they have like everybody come in. Like even Elon has an earnings presentation and they're like, we did this, and they have like little like highlights and shit like that. Yeah, they didn't. All they did was put out this. They said we continue to take steps to strengthen our business. We remain fully committed to serving our communities. And then they just gave out the numbers. And then they said we had closures of banks and then we experienced unprecedented outflows. And then they gave a recap of the recent industry events, and then that was it. And then they didn't. The CEO came on. He pretty much read everything that was here, and then then that's it. They did not take any questions. So it wasn't down that much, but like realistically, if the CEO just said anything good, it would have been around $12 or $13. But as of right now, it's not looking pretty. So, yeah, that's the reason why. But Chattadonia, we got a little bit of time. Tell me, what's your first play of the day? Post it in the chat. What do you got for me? What do you got for me? Post your first play in the chat, baby. Post your first play. Yeah, and they lost, bro. I was correct. So that 100 billion was only after the 30 billion. MNQ both ways. Calls on hiccups. Well, come on, baby. Got to brush it off. Pup FRC. Watch it FRC. KRE. NVIDIA. GM. Sell FRC. Put. Snap calls. Sell all. Microsoft shares for earning. First plays to sell. Laser calls. Tesla put. BTDR. Enphase calls. They have earnings today. Holding on Tesla puts. Puts on Josh. Bleeding money. CHD shorts. PTDR. Ionis. Padufa. Long ES. 4130. Short calls on the chat. MCRB. UUP. NVIDIA calls. SPY puts. FRC puts. Fox puts. SPY. Did you sell FRC? I'm writing it out for now. Enphase earnings. Sell FRC. NVIDIA calls. Airbnb puts on everything. TMBR. Go, go, go. Tesla puts. Long on Google. Running circles. Josh Hiccup puts. Watching Pack W. Averaging Baba. Buy the dip. Microsoft. Tesla puts. Calls on Sudan. Biohazard. Hiccup put. Calls on the ads. Long on Frizzle. WWE calls. Buy IDAI. MES longs. Still Intel 30 puts for earnings. Taking profits on SPY puts right off the rip. At least half must go immediately. /6B long. FRC puts gonna get clapped. Say bleeding money. Ionis. Padufa. 3M calls. Calls on American Deli. Snap calls. Spotify calls. New prediction. AI calls. Yum puts. FRC. GLD call. And what do we got left? Give me one more good one. Long on 3M. I'm down. Honestly, their earnings were good. I'm surprised they did not move as much. So that's what we're going to have to see. But it's a decent list. And again, we'll go over the FRC stuff here in a little bit. But I do have I have a lot of plays, actually, that I'm going to be looking at. So number one, UPS, they did bad. I would watch any of the other ones like FedEx, any of those sympathy. Spotify, I mean, not only did they have good earnings, you also had that news yesterday with everybody leaving. So Spotify was killing it. I would definitely watch them. McDonald's, they're nearing $300. Their earnings were good as well. Verizon, AT&T did bad. Oh my gosh, that one was crazy. AT&T did very, very bad. So we're gonna the fact that they did good, I like that a lot. They also did good. Then Halliburton and Oxy, again, Halliburton record earnings. I'd watch for any of the other oil plays to keep going up. Then Microsoft and Googl, and then Enphase after hours. I'd be watching all those. Then Wall, then CMG. That's another post earnings. Then Texas Instruments. I think a lot of people are ignoring Texas Instruments, but that could be a very, very big one there for the tech stocks. So we will see what happens. But Chatadonia, that is all the plays. Remember, we have a lot of data along the way. So we're going to see. We're going to see what happens. Did I already X out of it? And then let's go back to FRC. Again, they're bouncing here. But like I said, the real reason why they're down, people did not like the, what's it called? People did not like the... They did not like the results or the fact that they did not give an update. But here's what I was trying to show you guys yesterday, and I posted it in the watch list. I'm pretty sure. Again, like I said, I'm 90% sure that was including the money they got from the other banks. So where is it? Where's deposits? So right here. Do you guys see this? This is off of the statement. So the number that was reported was $104 billion in deposits, right? But take a look. They have a special segment if you exclude the money from the large banks. That's insane. So that means their deposits really dropped to $74 billion. The 104 is because you had half of that amount came from the other big banks. And then, like we said yesterday too, the amount that they have borrowed, where is it? Right here. So the amount that they have borrowed is more than they have in deposits. So their fees are higher than what they could generate on it, interest. But we'll talk about that here, I'm sure, all day. But Chatadonia, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, here at the Colt, before we do anything, before we try to chase a dollar, before we try to enrich ourselves, we must pay homage to a very special group of people who has sacrificed more than most of us ever have and ever will. And I am talking about the veterans of the United States of America, ladies and gentlemen. So on behalf of the Cult, the people here, the people not here, we want to give a huge special shout out to all the active servicemen, past servicemen, anybody who has served this country, even their families. God bless you. Thank you for your service. Thank you for your sacrifice. I hope you know you're appreciated, and I encourage all of you to show love and appreciation to all of your veterans out there and anybody else out there helping out their local communities, the doctors, nurses, teachers, firefighters, police officers, the janitors, the garbage men, anybody helping out, nonprofits who helping out the grandmas. God bless you and thank you as well. I hope you know you're appreciated. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise. Place your right hand over your heart. Say it with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, baby. Senator Jets! Oh, it's game time, baby. Or nah, let's go. Oh, Chatadonia. Let's go. It's game time. Good morning. Good morning. I hope you're ready. Again, a ton of earnings. Not too many bad ones. The ones that were good didn't go too crazy. I'd want to say that Spotify is probably your biggest mover here on the day. But again, we have a lot of big earnings after the bell today, all the way from energy to food to big tech. So just get ready. And then again, China wasn't good. The Europe had their biggest down day of the month too today. So we're going to see how it all plays out. And then again, we're going to find out if the regionals all want to tweak out or not. So let's go, baby. You got about 35 seconds to the bell. Drop that thumbs up on the video. Post any plays. You got any questions, you let me know. No, AT&T reported the other day they did very bad, and then Verizon, they reported today, and they did very good. They were, you would have expected them to do bad, so they're moving up a lot there. Oh, 580 on the likes. Come on, run up that like button. You got 10 seconds, man. You got 10 seconds remaining. Oh, man, Atlantic. Good morning, baby. So let's go. Yeah, McDonald's was very good. Spotify, I think that one was one of the best ones. Round 1. Fight. Yeah, we got to see 3M too. That was another good one. Again, Microsoft and young Google today. Oh, Microsoft. Damn, Microsoft's down another $2. Okay, so we got it yesterday at like $2.79. That's when I made the flip. Yeah, watch FRC. I'm going to actually replace bonds with FRC. The bond yields have been getting bullish. Tesla, they're flushing right now too. NASDAQ is down 0.5. Then the SPY is kind of matched up. And then Dow Jones is barely red off of that. And there's FRC down 24%. I'm going to put it in the bottom left. Okay, see if 3M ends up going up. Spotify ripping 190, or excuse me, 9%, 140. And Microsoft. There's the other one, Google. Google's only down 0.5. Halliburton, that one's still running up there. Again, GM, that was another good earnings, but GM is down now. Halliburton, they're up 0.4, so they just went green. Some of the other energy names went red. Spotify is still climbing. Again, 0.4 on the SPY. The Dow is doing the best so far. Apple running, yeah. Apple is in the green. Microsoft's trying to wake up here. Again, still below 281. This is below the price we traded it at yesterday. Oh, don't forget about TXN. Again, they report today. They're down 0.62. Meta, Nvidia, yeah, UPS was another bad one. Meta's down almost 1%. UPS is coming up here. SPY is recovered 0.1%. We'll see how long that lasts. First Solar on the low. Again, end phase is after the bell. Oof. We're at 41.20. Damn. So we are opening up pretty low. Again, we have a data dump here in a little bit. It might take another like 30 minutes to an hour. I think 30 minutes we get data, and then the next hour. Amazon, TXN still at the low. Again, UPS is still on the low. XPI is running up. Industrials, or is that biotech? News on spot. Their earnings were good, so they didn't lose as much money, and then subscribers ended up beating. Eli Lilly on the high. 3M is coming down. Oh, no, never mind. They're coming up. So again, 3M might be able to run. Their earnings were good, and they cut 6,000 jobs. FRC is 1150. They're still going into the lows. Baidu, they're trying to catch a bid. But all the China names are down a ton. Tesla's even at the high of the day, but still down 1.2. Yeah, see if 3M wakes up. That one could be a good one. Again, UPS is still down about 7%. McDonald's not really running too much. And then Spotify still holding the 9%. There's Restoration. There's Goldman. No approval on I think we should be getting it today. Microsoft puking. I keep forgetting. Watch Google too, because Google's been on fire the last couple days. Yeah, Microsoft is lower. Even then, Google at 105. SMCI on the low. Like another gap down a run. We'll see here again. I'd watch if tech. The only thing in the green right now is consumer staples and healthcare. Utilities is at like break even, but everything's red. Surprisingly, though, it's energy, materials, and industrials that are leading us the way down. MPW for the long term. The dividend, and it's a high value play. If they don't run into problems like people expect, then that's where the value comes from. And it's been a stock that's been around Wall Street for a while. We'll talk about it a little bit more, but that's the quick answer. Speaking of which, I need to log into the long term. Google is running up now, 106. And then Tesla's coming back down. Again, where's Microsoft? Microsoft's still near the low. Enphase is running up. Apple, Google's still going. I haven't checked Meta. Meta's at the low. Microsoft's at the low. Apple's up. And then even Amazon's down 1%, but they're not trading into the lows just yet. UBS, Chipotle, Tesla's coming down. Yeah, UBS had bad earnings. And then FRC's at 1160 right now. It's down FRC, again, that's the bottom left here. It's literally hanging out here. But let me check out the bonds. We're doing the opposite. Bonds are up, stocks down. It's kind of been like that the last couple of days here. That's a fat gap up in the bonds, low key, these last 2 days. Rum. Oh, I forgot about that from yesterday. Damn, Rumble's at 937. That thing's still going too. So that's nice. And then Microsoft's 279.30. Again, I think we bought it at like what, 279.11 or 278.11? Abivai, Datadog, Google's running up into the high. Yeah, Abivai's running. Again, Abivai has earnings, I think, tomorrow morning or the next day. Wednesday morning. It's either Wednesday morning or Thursday morning. Coin red. Datadog's dumping, down 3. Coinbase down 0.5%, 54. Google's hitting the high. SPY's catching a red candle. Everything's still red. Dow is the best on the day, only down 0.08. Everything else is down about 0.5% right now. Whoa. Whoa, do you guys hear me? That just froze my computer. That was weird. 41.20. That PNC on the high? Oh, now you want to go, Habibi. Oh, that was weird. Yeah, my computer just froze. MPW hitting the low ticker. Oh, 797. Man, we could say 10, 20 cents. We hear you. That's good. Is 3M moving? PNC's on the high. Again, I need to throw on FRC. Again, it looks like bonds and stocks are both up, but there is an inverse going on here. FRC still at 1160. I mean, not pretty, Habibi. Not pretty at all. Amazon's trying to work up. Microsoft was trying to go up there. And then Google is just leading. Google's up 1/4. Apple is strong too. Again, Apple was kind of muted though the other day. PNC still going. Enphase down. Yeah, PNC is about to go green. I think that'll be the first regional. Regionals are still down. ASTS, Coin Pop. SPY still holding up decent. Santander, Brazil lending appetite shouldn't change before 2024. SPY could only go grade. Citi's on the high. That's the second bank that's moving. Google keeps going. 3M is just not having its earnings breakout there. UPS still kind of sold down a little bit. TENB, Spotify selling off from the high. Let's see, GM, they're even coming down. Honestly, the post, even McDonald's, every good earnings isn't really. I think Spotify's the best, and they've already sold off 3% of their high. FRC is hitting a new low, 1135. Nvidia is flushing now. Nvidia just went green to red. FRC could fail. I mean, that's if right now, I mean, if I feel like if investors sell off another 20, 30% of FRC, I mean, it's going to be bad. I'm telling you, I think in the next couple of hours to the next couple of days, I feel like there's a good chance you're going to get an update from FRC CEO. It's just like Wall. Remember when Western Alliance came out? Was it Western Alliance? Right? Yeah, it was Western Alliance. Remember they came out, the first bank earnings, and then they didn't give that deposit number, and then they were just like, oh, well, we'll tell you it later, and they tried to like get around it. And then what happened? The stock sold off 40%, and then they came out and said, okay, here's the numbers. So that's kind of what I'm expecting here with FRC. But if they keep plummeting, I mean, it's not a good look. And then again, I mean, like based on their numbers, they don't have that much money in the sense that, or at least, you know, again, they have about $70 billion of deposits, $100 billion if you account the bank's money, but pretty much, you know, all you need is one more big rush of outflows, and they're going to be pretty clapped. Apple gassing, it's about 50% are FDIC insured. That's if you count the $30 billion. Otherwise, I think it goes up to like 60%. They're going broke, yeah. They have a lifeline, but the lifeline is just not sustainable. Again, like I'm saying, just the way that they have it going on is that legitimately, like if they have less money than liability. So they borrowed $105 billion from the Fed at 5% interest, right? But now they only have $104 billion that they can make money on. So even if they wanted to buy treasuries and get 5% on $104 billion, their interest on their loans to keep them alive will cost them more. So they only need a little bit. Pretty much it means they need like $1 billion of funding just to stay alive. But essentially, that was one of the bigger problems there that we got from that data yesterday. Pfizer is sub 30 or sub 40? No way. It is. I think we saw that one time in March. 39.88. Okay, you give me 33, 35. I like that though. I mean, again, we just bought MPW yesterday. Plenty of leeway. All right, SPY getting a couple red candles. AAN on the high. Microsoft, or UPS, excuse me, is dropping. Microsoft is starting to come back up now. I think Google already had Google's up 0.5%. Yeah, Chipotle has earnings, Enphase, even Visa. That's another one. But so far, the credit card companies have been kind of knocked. Suave is on the high. Remember, they have a potential buyout. That was a couple days ago. DX dump, Boeing. Oh, yeah, Boeing. You got a Boeing in the morning. Isn't Boeing tomorrow morning? Microsoft's hitting the high now, back to 281. So that's the same trade from yesterday. And then Tesla even came up a little bit. And then you guys said Apple. Apple's just solidly in the green. I think that's your best on the day. Apple and Google are green. Microsoft's coming up, though. And then Amazon's the one lagging behind after leading the last couple of days. 37. That's a decent, I think around there. 37 to 35. I mean, the lower the better. But it's decent. I think it's just yielding 4% at this price. Yeah, it just crossed 4%. $3M green. $3M is just fighting right there. That one could be a decent one, but then just like we've seen in the last week or so. It's like if you don't really get the pre-earnings run, though, you could easily just sit there and do nothing. Spotify sold off half of the gains from the morning. Even Netflix came down. Microsoft's going back. Microsoft's about to go green, so that's actually getting a pre-earnings run up there. You are getting a reaction. That Tesla? No, that's Tesla. Tesla's on the high, not Tesla. TGTX up on Bria movie data presentation. Spotify was good earnings. That's why they're up so much. Again, they didn't lose as much, and they increased the amount of subscribers. Yeah, we did talk about FRC a little bit. Well, it's about the just go read the reports because they didn't answer any questions. So it was really, really bad. So there was no earnings presentation. The CEO, he just read what was already there and pretty much everybody was aware of. And then they didn't answer any questions. And then if you look at their numbers, I mean, their deposits are very low. They stabilized since March, but they dropped severely. And they've dropped to the point where now they're below their borrowing costs, or they have less deposits than they do loans from the Fed. And all of that. FRC 1120. I think it's going to dump until the CEO comes out with a statement. And then it might be able to move pretty crazy. JP Morgan taps Burgelstaller as EMA Investment Banking Vice Chair. Best start LLC for my first rental, or do I leave it first under my name? It's good to have a property. When you put your properties under a company, you get more protections. So talk to your accountant or your tax professional and see what they say about it. But I prefer having a company for every house. Whoo! Yo, dude, that's a 6-point Chipotle. Holy flush, bro. That's it. You just did nothing. We were staying up there. And then boom. Right there. So 2 big candles. Tesla, Amazon just went into the low. Apple even took some candles. That's 6 points. I mean, it's not the biggest, but considering you did not move like that at all. I mean, and just like the last couple of days, I mean, this is the third time we've dumped or again, one dump. Where was the other morning dump? Morning dump, morning dump, morning dump. And now you're doing this morning dump, but you're doing it within 15 minutes. So this is the soonest we've ever dumped like this. Damn, 4113. That's 10 points now. 10-point drop. You're at the level. Again, you have like 10 more points here. See what happens. About Square, they could be decent, but again, Square, PayPal, I mean, those are more linked to consumer trends and consumer spending. That's kind of what we got from November. Last earnings, we played them. Microsoft came down. NVIDIA's dumping. They're at 268. Again, Tesla's kind of right in the middle. That was a big flush. That was 10 points in 2 minutes. FRC is dumping. Bonds are up, bro. So the last 2 days, bro, people are panicking. They're buying bonds and selling off stock as we're getting the earnings. DoorDash on the low. So see if it has an immediate bounce. Again, we have data in 12 minutes and then 30 minutes after that. So 30 minutes and 45 minutes, you're going to have 2 big data sets. Again, a lot of data today. Oh, wait. No. That was it. No, we had 9 o'clock. That was the house prices we already had. So we're waiting on new home sales at 10 still. I forgot. Damn, house prices went up year over year. That sucks. Oh, so real estate is still not gone negative. That's crazy. It came in at 2.5%. Prior was 3.79. Even month over month was green, and year 20 City was up too. So remember, I've showed you that chart, but like literally, like you look at home prices year over year, I mean, they're still positive. That's the craziest part. So here's the chart. Like this is real estate prices year over year. Like you see, it looks like a violent drop, and it is. But that's because real estate prices were up 20% year over year. So right now here, it's still a 2% increase, which is wild. So that means if you compared the price of a home in April 2022 till today, the home price would be 2% higher today. And then next set of data is new home sales in 10 minutes. Why should I have a 4.5% bond when I could do nothing and have a 4% money market account? You do that. That's what you do. So if you can't have access to that, or it's too much work to get access to an account like that, then you would use those other features. But if you can, then yeah, that's exactly what you do. So if you have a money market account, or you have like a Fidelity account paying you 4.5% on unused cash, you don't need to do anything. AMC ape deal hearing appears likely set for late June. They're up 5%. Tesla's trying to move. PTPI is on the high. That was that biotech runner from last week. FRC was sued. I'm surprised they're still holding down 28%, man. I really think it should go down even more. Until I only want that so that the CEO can respond. Because I don't know how that's a very audacious move, bro, to go from like being this big ass regional bank that everybody's focused on, everybody in the world is watching, and then you just drop your numbers and then say, all right, I'm out. That's offensive. That's like everybody was looking like, you want to hear from the CEO. You wanted to hear analyst questions. You were hoping they had a presentation. They didn't even make a presentation. You realize that, right? They didn't even want to make a presentation. They just said, here's what happened with the banking situation. We are committed to doing our best. And there you go. Yeah, he literally ghosted the market. 100%. 100%. Maybe surprise soon. Yalla. I've been saying that the whole time. If your brokerage or bank pays you, you don't need bill. Yeah, I mean, a lot of people have the same questions with it. So, but as long as, we could spread people getting a yield on your money, and that's it. That's a new play. It's a play of the year, honestly. May is bearish. Well, usually the volume just slows down a lot. I mean, the traditional adage is sell in May and go away. We're down now. I think a little bit of the earnings, but mainly, I actually think the earnings are decent in the morning. The earnings expectations are still priced to go down 15%, which is scary considering that means we're still pricing that in. Tesla getting a Chipotle right there, little green candle. But also China was really bad today, and then Europe, UBS, and then also FRC last night. I mean, it scared a lot of the regionals. Again, like I said on the video yesterday, a new fun fact is that we're legitimately watching the fear come true of interest being higher than these banks can afford. So like, again, FRC, their funding pressure is going to go up a lot because now they are paying more in interest than they have in deposits. So that's another one. But pretty much, I mean, people woke up today in a pretty sour attitude towards the regionals. FRC helped. Again, banks in Europe did bad. UBS had a very bad earnings. Europe had their biggest down day in a month. And then China is coming on its biggest down week since October. MTB I think all of them, every regional went down. It didn't matter. I think PNC is barely at the highs of the day, but I think they're still red. Yeah, so I think everybody, even if you did good, if you were a regional, you kind of paid for it. I'm surprised the big banks are kind of holding up a little decent, but it just seems like, again, it just seems like we do have another slight worry with the banking situation until we hear. Like I said, I think my personal belief is that short-term banking crisis is a lot more stable. The short-term outlook on the banking situation is fine. However, the midterm to long-term, there's just way too many questions still. And that's what the FRC earnings kind of highlights. It shows, okay, there's no immediate problems, but now we do have to ask questions of how are they going to pay back 105 billion loans from the Fed? How are they going to still make money? How long is this going to last for? What happens if they have another outflow? And pretty much we finally know the flaw to the Fed. I say that humorously because I think we already knew it, but the difference is that the new flaw is that we know the Fed could come in at any moment and save them, right? However, we're finally finding the downside is that Band-Aid does not last forever. And that's the next question we're asking. But pretty much, I mean, like I'm saying, quite simply, FRC has borrowed more money from the Fed currently, as their filing says. They have borrowed more money from the Fed than they have in deposits. That's it. So figure out whatever you want from there. But how is that going to work? And how is that going to play out now with any other bank? And what happens if that spreads to anybody else? But essentially, that is the easy way to look at it, is that there's $105 billion borrowed, and they have $104 billion of customer deposits. So, hot dog. They paid back some of the FDIC loan, but again, they still have $105 billion. I think they have even more on other ones. So like here, this is their filing. They say FHLB Fed Home Loan Board or Loan Bank totaled $105.9 billion. And then again, we go down to customer deposits. They have $104 billion. So they have more bank loans from the Fed than customer deposits, and then you take out the $30 billion that was given to them by the other guys, and now they only have $74 billion. And then here's the best part: all of the bank money from like J.P. Morgan and Goldman and all of them, it's uninsured. That's the funny part. So legitimately, if push did come to shove, like do you see here? It says insured deposits, uninsured deposits is 48%. Out of the $104 billion, 48% is uninsured. If you exclude the $30 billion, uninsured goes down to 27%. So, do you get it? If they did run into a problem, I mean, Goldman Sachs and J.P. Morgan would be paying for it. That's pretty crazy. And that part is wild to me. MCRB, again, the data is tomorrow, I believe, if tomorrow is Wednesday. Weekend bad bank news. Like I said, I think we're getting, the fear is not over yet. It's over for the big banks. It's definitely not a crisis per se, at least in the short term. I think, again, it's not like FRC, even when it first came out, then, you have to really if you deep dive into the number, you saw it. But then the real thing that set people off was when the CEO wasn't going to answer questions. And then all you could do was look at the numbers. You see what I'm saying? That's why everyone's like, wait a minute. So FRC, it shows that things have stabilized in the short term. But it brings up way too many questions for the midterm to long term. So pretty much, I mean, it does not seem unlikely that at some point by the end of the year, you're going to hear of another development with this situation. Somebody has to handle this, what's going on. VMware's on the high. And Tesla's staying pinned. Microsoft came down a little bit. Google came down. Google already moved 1% off of that. And SPY trying to work its way up. Mondelez on the high. 3M still not moving. UPS keeps selling off. Oh, 2 minutes. Yeah, here it is, Chad. Whew. So get ready. We have a lot coming out right now. So in the next 2 minutes, you're going to get new home sales, then Conference Board of Consumer Confidence, and then Richmond Fed. So in order, I would put Conference Board, then Richmond Fed, then real estate sales. Those will be your order of operations, and then we'll see. But only at Conference Board expectations are 104. Home sales are negative 1.3, and Richmond Fed is negative 8. Richmond Fed came in negative 10. Last month was negative 5. Estimate was negative 8, so that's not too bad, but still a miss. Richmond business conditions, that cratered, but not as low as last year, so that's decent. That already came out. Richmond Fed came out early. Richmond Fed not too surprising. We need the other stuff now. Richmond Fed could have been worse, but nothing to the scope or scale of the last couple beats you saw. And then conference consumer confidence dropped 101.3. Estimate was 104. Holy shit, real estate just shot up 9% month over month. Yeah, and new home sales 683. Estimate was 630. So that's really big. That means strong economy, no contracting. Conference Board, slight decline, and then they revised everything lower. And then that means we're still kind of near the lows. I think real estate is probably going to make people think we're not having all the contractionary data does not reflect in real estate. And then everything else kind of came in line. So I'd say bullish neutral on this one. Again, everything was in line. You had one set of minor contraction. Conference Board came down, but still not hitting a new low. And then real estate literally just surged to 9.86%. That's crazy, man. 9% month over month sales. This is the biggest increase since like August last year and even November 2021. That's a fat month over month sale. But then again, it makes sense. Do you guys know the hack right now with real estate? CXAI is running There's a hack with new builds, new home sales. Does anybody know what it is? No, I tell you, you got likes. I could tell you right now how to save money on a home. I could save you 50% of interest. I could save you 50% on interest right here, right now. If you got 100 likes, I could tell you. I can save you 50% in interest. Right now, right? Limited time offer. You gotta like the video. CXAI is running. I don't know if you guys want that. Oh, you guys want? Do I get 100 likes? I don't think we got 100. I'm just saying, if you want 50% less interest right now, I got something we could show you. Have bad credit. No. Docs is on the high. So here's the deal. Are you ready? The hack right now is if you want a lower interest rate, I'm gonna sound like some fucking Elizabeth Warren shit. If you want a lower interest rate, go buy a new house. It sounds weird at first, but if you go to a new home builder and you get financing from a new home builder, they will give you a discount on the interest rate. It's not adjustable. Sometimes it'll last a little longer. Sometimes it'll be from like 3 to 5 years, but some of them will give you a very, very long duration. But pretty much you could get financing from the builder, and the average builder right now, they finance at like 5.8%. So while interest rates are at like 7-8% or more, you could get 5% or less on your interest rate if you finance it through the builder. Look it up. Just go look, see any new home build, and go talk to the builder and ask them what their mortgage prices are. So yeah, just you go to a home builder. So like you ever drive by and you see all those new homes being built, you go to a brand new home development and you get a loan from the builder. Like D.H. Horton, Lennar, KB Homes, they all have a financing arm, and they will give you a loan for the new house that you're buying from them. They offered me 2 points for the life of the loan through Beezers. Yeah, there exactly. You could get them for a long amount of time. Some people think it's just like teasers, but it's not. You could legitimately like have like they'll save you 2% off for the life of the loan, anything like that. Yeah, exactly. The only catch is if you're that's why I said I'm gonna sound like Elizabeth Warren, because I'm gonna be like, you want to save money, go buy something more expensive. The new homes are traditionally more money. That's the catch. You're not buying a new home unless you're rich. That's it. The average new home costs $500,000 right now compared to a new home value of like $200,000, $250,000. So it's like they're expensive. You're paying a premium. Now in the last 2 years, if you were buying a new build, they were going for premium because everybody wanted a nice house. But you do pay for usually a new home has a premium and it has a higher average price. And then CXAI's running, Starbucks is going, SPY dancing around a little bit. What do you think about the quality of the new build? Hit or miss every single time. I bought a lot. So I think I've done over 20 new builds in the last 24 months. I've done a lot. That's what I was telling you I was doing in 2020. I did a shit ton of them. I had a lot of good deals with it, but literally I've had some with no problems to this day. I've had others where I'm literally gotten into lawsuits with the builders because of how shitty they built the house. So I had one. I sued a builder like 6 to 9 months ago. I won. He had to pay me because the guy, like the parts that they put in, it was the worst. So like a lot of the materials they use, like both the plumbing, even the heating, it was just all bad. And like they wouldn't fix it. And I said, here you go. And I found the other neighbors, they had the same issue. So it was bad. I had one with fat leaks. But then again, I had some where like to this day, bought them in 2020 and they're just like, I have had 0 repairs on them. And they're beautiful. I like every build. I've had good and bad with I've dealt with all of them. I've dealt with almost every single one. They're both good and bad. Like it just really depends on your area. Like that's the thing. And then just how back behind they are and if they have to rush it or not. And right here, CXAI is coming out. Spotify selling off, man, after 9%. All right. What time is it? 7. I need to go pee. We have data 30 minutes. Dallas Fed. That's the final one. That's a services gauge. I think that'll move us a little more. Again, I'm thinking neutral bullish off of the data we got now, the real estate being good. People may be worried about inflation, and that's why bonds could have came down, but otherwise pretty neutral. I think Richmond Fed will have a big effect, but it's been about like 5 minutes now, so usually after the data, give it a couple minutes, we start to run from there. And sure enough, and 3M's trying to work its way up. Palo Alto, Roblo on the low. A lot of tech stocks. NVIDIA selling off. NTRA. Woo! Uber. Low tickers going nuts, actually. And then Altria and a couple dividend names. Procter & Gamble on the high. But Chattadonia, I love you all. I need to go to the bathroom. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. I love you. I will be right back.
To the earnings beat, but we'll have to look at positioning of what they were positioning for, what they were dancing for into earnings.
Well, everyone has been talking about an earnings recession, but if you look at the S&P 500 and you exclude energy, because that obviously had a boost last year because of that correlation with commodity prices and inflation, S&P 500 earnings, they had been in a recession since the second quarter of last year. So when you look at those projections for the second half of this year and next year, those are going to be in double-digit growth from a year from now. So if you're an investor, you're looking 6 months out, 12 months out, that's what they're looking at. So if you're thinking about where they were standing last year, they were already seeing that negative growth. So you actually are seeing an improvement there.
Interesting.
So we passed the worst, Jess.
That's
a lot of people are trying to figure out whether this market takes another leg lower. They're predicating that on the fact that the earnings hit is still yet to come. Maybe what we're actually looking at in reality is that it's already passed.
Exactly. And to Kriti's point, when she was mentioning margins, the big thing is, as far as when you're looking at the Wall Street consensus, and this is Bloomberg intelligence data, the margin low could potentially be past us, especially when you're looking at the first quarter. So when you're thinking of companies like Procter & Gamble, those more consumer-oriented companies that analysts were expecting that they really needed to beat and see that margin low, we're starting to see that improvement. We're going to hear from more companies like Kimberly-Clark, Clorox next week as well, Church & Dwight. So that's going to be really key. Obviously, we're going to talk so much when it comes to the technology and the growth companies, but when you're looking at these more consumer-oriented companies, they are seeing those margins improving right now.
So, Kriti, is this enough to re-risk the market, or are we just not going to de-risk?
We're not going to de-risk. And I think the reason is that context is everything here. Essentially, the idea that when you look at the trading range that the S&P 500 has been on, I think there's a stat somewhere on the Bloomberg terminal, I think by the folks on Jess's team, actually, who said this is the slowest kind of trading range you've seen going all the way back to 2017. And the reason is because if you actually look at a broader S&P 500 chart, the stock market broadly has been trading sideways, and a big reason for that is simply because that earnings recession that Jess was just talking about, or even the economic recession that everyone is saying will be Fed-induced and just around the corner, whether that's July or out into 2024, 2025, was largely priced in by the equity market.
He said we did nothing. SPY is coming down. Bonds are going up. This is the weird part about the last couple of days. Again, the bonds are getting back to a panic bid. I mean, it makes sense following regional banks because now that situation does not look the best, but that is something here today. Again, we're going lower. Bonds are hitting highs. I mean, overall, not too good. So see what happens if bonds keep going. And then SPY still selling off. Robam Appliances, that's Chinese. SQQ on the high now. VIX is almost at 18. So are we at 4,100? You're at 4,109. That's a new low, Chad. So 9 points away from 4,100. You haven't been here in like 2 weeks. Again, last time you were here was Thursday, April 13th. So middle of April, this is back to 4,100. And then the lowest you went was like 40.73. MDT Wyland. Oh, that would have been nice to hold. Yeah, it is. Another dollar. Again, they're still riding off of the approval for the MG 370 or whatever, their new device. Dan Drunkenmiller comments in Norway. Response to Silicon Valley, a little unnerving. Clifford, yep, you're down 4106. Get ready, Chad. So 4100. I believe if we break 4100, it goes down to, is it like, it's 4080, I'm pretty sure. So I think 4,100, I think like 41 or 40.93, but then really like 40.88 is the big money level. The yen, 4106, you're still flushing into the lows. Yen is going up. 4106.05. Oh, man, a lot of things on the low. Even watch, energy is down 2%. Materials, 1.5. It's weird. It's not even what you think it is. Consumer staples are up. That's more defensive. But, dude, this is energy and materials are down almost 2% a pop. Discretionary's down 1. Industrials down 1. Financials down 0.8. And then tech is down 0.8 as well, too. Microsoft's coming down lower. Apple is giving up. Even Google gave up some. .3M CEO Mike Roman commenting during earnings webcast. We'll see. They might be able to run up from here. Again, they cut 6,000 jobs. I feel like the market would have been excited, but I think they announced the job cuts during earnings. Yeah, they say no major additional portfolio changes planned. Says 3M. Says that was it. Philip Morris on the high. MO. I saw Procter Gamble again. A couple of value plays still running up. Redfin dropped a lot. Redfin was just at $10. The new VIX ticker is VIX1D. It shows up on TD Ameritrade. So this is the one-day VIX. So it just shot up 20%. It's pretty much at the highs of yesterday. This is the one-day VIX. These are your zero-day options. All right, little bounce there again. 4106, I believe, is the low. And I think we've bounced. Remember, 4106 to 4109. Does that price level sound familiar to you? Because I'm pretty sure we dealt with this level on the way up and down. So this is 4106, 4109, and then like 4103 down to 4093. Apple tanking. That was a decent bounce, but just watch out if it's a reload candle or not. Tesla's trying to go up. TPIC on the high. Save is on the high. Still in Ionis, still in FRC. Dollar skyrocketing, which is weird considering the yen is getting stronger too. So pretty much people are rushing into bonds. They're rushing into the dollar and they're rushing into the yen. So again, the bond movements are right back up to fear mode. Actually, let's see. And then watch if this bounce actually lasts. Tesla is popping out of nowhere. And then SPY still, hold on though, that's wicking there. Again, bonds are hitting a new high already. Tesla's going up. Is there anything on Tesla? Lyft is on the high too. Uber's trying to move off the bottom. Dash is clapped. Not seeing something. Well, Tesla's got three big candles there. Microsoft off the bottom. 3M is still up. Google's at the low of the day. Oh, where's TXN? Baidu, Baba. It's been bad. I mean, I like it. I like Baidu a lot, but we just got murdered off of that. So now it's at the beginning of the year values, but I think up versus downside is pretty decent at this point. Dogecoin news on Tesla. Texas Roadhouse. Yeah, I still have the Baba too. That one sucks. Even the Baidu's killing me more because I went bigger on that. But again, I still think we have another like 3 to 6 months of China. It's going to be a main story at some point. It was in the beginning of the year, and then that faded. Again, this has been the worst drop for China stocks since October. Worst week in a row. Alibaba teaching its AI robots socialist values. I didn't think about that. We gonna have like communist AIs and non-communist AI. That's a trip to think about. If you think about it, that's wild. So it'll be like a war of like AIs that are just like coded to think differently. Oh man. Baidu for the long term. I've never used the Baidu in my life. I mean, I think I have technically. I've used like WeChat and shit like that too. But Baidu is very attractive, but I don't think I'll add it to the long term. Tesla's still going up. And S&P raises Tata Motors to double B from double B negative. Yeah, that's why I'm kind of disappointed. I didn't know. Like, Yang barely even went up on the China drop. I mean, it's back up to the highs of, like, earlier, but I would have wanted way more on that. McDonald's did well and sold off. That's kind of been the theme. Again, I thought McDonald's would have been up a lot more, but a lot of the names that did decent, they would gap up, but then like Spotify's still up 5, but they're not holding up their top end. I have no play on Microsoft. Microsoft is going down now. AMD, Nvidia, they're also hitting a new low. Philip Morris and Starbucks are still on the high. Tesla's at the high. OXM on the low. AMD's down 2.7. Damn. And then CMG's still up. So watch out here. You have a lot of tech names selling off. Xerox is the one that still goes up. It's like SPY's trying to get a bounce, but none of your big tech is playing along here. Again, 4109, 4106 to 4109, 410. This is going to be that stubborn. We dealt with this just 2 weeks ago. I was calling out these same levels, so hopefully you're familiar. Fraser says deposit outflows from troubled lenders have slowed. Is that Citi or Morgan Stanley? I think Morgan Stanley. Where's FRC? FRC, I'm surprised, man. Shareholders are being very lenient with FRC right now. Again, it's down 28%, but I'm surprised this thing's not at $5 right now. So keep watching there if anything happens. UWMC, I was wondering why they weren't hitting a high with bond yields. That's crazy. Wait, what? That was a 52-week high. Again, yields are going lower. Bonds are hitting another high, though. So watch out here. China names are still selling off. MPW, benefit off low yields. Zilla. Microsoft in the low. And then 3M still not getting anything. GM, they sold off. They had good earnings. Amazon's flushing now down to Eurozone government bonds extend fall. Yeah, there was ECB movements. Even Europe was bad too. Again, and then UBS kind of freaked people out in Europe. New low on that, I think. Oh, no, about to. 1 point away. Clifford's back. Watch out. GM revenue. Their guidance was good, though. So watch out right here. 4106.70. You're half a point away from the low now. Watch if this one ends up setting. Again, down 0.95 NASDAQ, 0.75 on SPY, and then 0.2 on the Dow Jones. Google's flushing here. And then watch Tesla's coming down. Again, you wicked into a low. I don't know if you set a new low. You did not. So watch how it plays out here. Yeah, power. Remember, you have big earnings. You got Microsoft, Google, Visa, Chipotle, Enphase, Western Alliance. What's the one? PacWest. So we have a lot. We have a lot still. And then 4130 on the futures. That's where this level's at. A little baby bounce. What time is it? 7:30. So it's been just about an hour. And volume's kind of active. 13 million. It's probably some of the better volume we've seen in a while. AMD robots clapped. Redfin, I know that was weird. Redfin was just at like 9, almost $10. EBS PDUFA should be today, I think, or it should have been yesterday. I would have to check my calendar. Soon, sometime this week. Kellogg's on the high. Dude, a lot of staples. Staples are at 0.5 right now. Utilities went green, and then those are the only things in the green right now. Everything else is red. Big green on Apple. A little bit. The Apple is, believe it or not, still green on the day. So everybody else was already like red. I think Google was the only one that was green. I think Apple is the only one remaining now. And then again, Procter & Gamble, Kellogg's. I don't know if Coca-Cola and Pepsi are up. They should be. Pepsi even had earnings. And then SPY working its way back down again. We are not out of the gulag. So get ready. Again, 4,100 is going to be fascinating. We're either going to do the Dancing Queen there, or we flush through it, and then that'll probably be where the finale occurs. McRib is today or tomorrow. Baba's dumping. Yeah, it's all China names. They're getting murdered right now. TT on the high. And there's Apple again. I'd watch maybe if the bonds come down. Dow Jones still down only a quarter. NASDAQ down 0.8. And then S&P is down 0.68. And then Tesla, man. That's crazy. Tesla all over. Citi executives adjourn annual shareholder meeting. Husa 52-week low. Yeah, we still have that one too. That one did not materialize with any oil hype. The negative news, there was a lot. I mean, domestically, it starts with banks. I mean, UPS even had bad earnings, but then overseas, Europe, bad bank earnings as well with UBS. That was bad. Europe had a big sell-off, and then China continued the sell-off that's been happening for a week. And then that green candle turning into red almost immediately again. China, no bueno. JetBlue sees summer delays on air traffic system congestion. They're not really reacting. UPS is still flushing. So that's a big one there too, man. UPS is down 9%. So even as part of today, I mean, that's looks pretty bad. I mean, it's their lows almost of 2022. Marcus Hanlon. Oh, Mr. Hanlon. Where's my horn? God bless you and good morning, baby. Hey, man. He'll take it into the lows. Marcus Hanlon showing love as the market's about to go to 4,100. 4106.75. Again, you're about a quarter point away from hitting a new low. Get ready. Oh, my goodness. This could be it. You could even go for a greedy flush if you really wanted to. Greedy short, but my goodness. Apple. IBM's on the high. Damn, TSX or TXN is selling off. It could be a 4,100 Dancing Queen, but we'll see. I mean, it's going to flush it at some point, though. At this point, I think we've came too close to this. I think last time you came near it, you flushed to 4,900, and then we bounced up and then retested it. But I feel like anytime we've came near it, you usually always hit it. I guess right here you stopped at 4,100. Here you stopped at 4,100, and then the next days you gave it up. So you could even argue we were holding that there. 106.23, new low. So even then, that little green can't. You wicked into a new low. It's trying to get the little green shoot off of it, but just watch out. I don't know if you'll flush it. I think you'll touch it, though. I think that's right now. I mean, if it does break, though, it could flush heavy. About 4,100. I mean, it just, the question is, you're 6 points away from it with 6 hours left. Do we hit it and go up off there or not? That's the real question. Holds today, then down tomorrow. Well, whatever happens with, again, Microsoft and Google, I mean, that should wake up a lot of people. And then again, tomorrow morning, you're going to have Boeing, Healthcare, Humana, Hilton. So Airbnb could even move off of that. ADP and payrolls, Thermo Fisher, General Dynamics. And then Meta after the bell will be the final dagger for tech. Sanders and Cassidy announced deal on prescription drug prices. Healthcare still negative. Utilities just dropped by a quarter. Utilities were the second thing that were green, and then they flipped. Oh, yeah, data is coming out right now. It should be Dallas Fed. Dallas Fed services should be cut. It's not here yet. Negative 14.4. Not bad. It came in lower than last time, and then it pretty much looks like consumer confidence. Came in negative 14.4. There was no estimate. Last time it came in negative 18. But services going down, I mean, it's good for inflation. It is contractionary, but it's not like it was as bad. So still borderline in line. We'll see. Dallas Fed was for manufacturing yesterday. This one is for services. And honestly, you're not even getting a real reaction off of that. So markets aren't really jittering there at the release. We'll see. You have no real bid support. You might go a little lower here. Again, 4105.89 now is the low. You're about a quarter away from that. Collecting premium on the China. You could. My logic is China stocks will move big, though. So eventually you could collect premium on it. Just make sure you're mindful of the swings. Maybe iron condors at a big range. Apple is break even. Tesla's still climbing. Tesla's trying to hit 0.3 negative. They're actually the closest to going green. MMM, a lot of bag holders soon. Well, it's the dog of the Dow. But their earnings wasn't bad. So they didn't really give any updates on the lawsuit. But everything else seemed to be fine. And then the job cuts. Oh, I forgot Verizon. Even Verizon's down. Wow. Spotify, a little bit. Spotify was up 9. It's still up 5. But, I mean, they were up 9 at one point. SPY moving again, though. Watch out. Again, we are hugging into the lows. You're 10th of a point away. You're about to hit a new low on this. So get ready. This could even be the greedy short. Again, greedy short last time. You flushed a little bit, then you came right back up. Bonds are catching a fat bid as well, too. There it is. New low again. 4105.30. So that's it, man. 4106 is like your last lifeline. Maybe 4103, but I wouldn't bank on it. That's it. It's green light to 4100 now. Maybe it stops, like it bounces at like 4102, air brakes, and then we test it. But yeah, you're still working your way down. And again, this was from the data. We were already dumping ahead of it. Data was even bad. And so even after every data set too, we're leading down into it and we're dumping after the data. And then bonds catching another bid. Nvidia, another low. Tesla finally gave up a little bit. Nvidia.com. SPY 402. Let's see at 4,100 first. Let's see what it does here, and that will give us an idea. Because it's either going to flush and never come back, or it's going to flush, come right back over it, and then we're going to play a game of dancing for a little bit. 4,104 again. You're breaking down now, though. Mm-mm. 4,103. Now every single one, you've been hitting a new low 5 minutes in a row. Hitting a new low, baby bounce, flush it, hit a new low, candle, wick up, flush it. So you've seen this before. Again, I'm thinking air breaks at 4,100, and then it either flushes 4,100 or it bounces at 4,100, and then we do the little dance there for a little bit. But you're getting close. And then are we negative on April? Almost. Damn, that's crazy. So we're about to enter April unchanged. And then if we flush more from 4,100, April will go negative. Apple, Microsoft, did they go any lower? No. It's only been an hour. Feels like a long day. What happened? A lot of bad bank earnings in America, bad bank earnings, UBS overseas, China, biggest down streak in a month. And then, I mean, the earnings, we had some good earnings, but the ones that did bad, I mean, they were pretty bad. All right, I grabbed 100 shares of Microsoft, 279.25. We'll see, and then flip by end of the day, hopefully. Kathy Woods posted Tesla price target to 200. Wasn't it just at 200? We recovered a lot. I don't know though. We're at 4,100. I still feel like we need to test it. That's going to be the debate all day. But 4,102, like I said, 4,102-ish, right next to the level we air brake, and then it slows it down, and then we'll make the final move. I forgot Boeing is in the morning too, and they're back to 200. Oh, she said 2,000. Oh, my bad. Googl. RVPH, we saw that one run yesterday. Okay, little bounce here. And then SPY peak or bonds peaked out a little bit, but we'll find out. Oh, even PNC came down. We still have basically full bull trend. I think we're just doing nothing. I don't know. It just all depends where you want to look at it. Whether you're looking, are you looking at it from beginning of the year, beginning of the month? Are you looking at it at the quarter? So I think you can see it however you want to see it. Apple has a big candle off the bottom. But we're not really bouncing that much. I'm seeing bigger individual names. Regionals are clapped. They're down like 1.5 right now. 2.1. They're down even worse. I think even PNC sold off. FRC. I'm shocked FRC's even holding. Tesla's coming down now. So it looks like Microsoft and Apple, they get their turn. UBS low of the day. Again, that was part of why we're down today. That was one of the European banks. People were worried after that one. Powell paused rates. I don't know about that. We will see, We will see, Habibi. We will see. I mean, the market believes that still. So I don't, I have my idea where I think it's going to take a little bit more time. But, I mean, here's something I could tell you. For the whole month of April, the market has priced in a rate cut. So for all of April so far, I mean, we do have big earnings now today and next week, but as of now, the market does believe that Powell will be pausing and cutting this year in the next, 8 months pretty much. That's what it's saying. You have 8 months till you get a rate cut, a pause and a cut is what the bond market has been saying. So I don't know if I agree with that per se, but that is priced in as of now, as we're speaking about it. Redfin down 8. No, it is. Yeah, no, that's true. Again, that's why everyone keeps debating it. That's why the data is messing us up right now, and everybody's reacting so crazy. Is because you're still pricing in rate cuts. Again, when every time, even today, anytime the bond market catches a bid like that, it's saying, again, and remember in the beginning of the year, we thought there was going to be a pivot. That's why we ran up. The bonds were doing it too, and then the bonds sold off, and then we played that whole little game. But now we're right back up here. But the way people are buying bonds, they're buying them into the future at a price that implies they do believe that the Fed will be pausing and cutting this year, even though the Fed has maintained that they will not be doing that. I don't know. Real estate's weird. Again, real estate stocks are down 0.5% right now. But then again, the bond yields have dropped considerably today. You would think that would help them out. Like UWMC's up, but then the rest of them are like kind of in a weird middle. J&J and Kenview. I don't have any plays on it, but that's been a big piece of news lately. Bro, my 2 years short. I'm almost back to break even on that just in the last 3 days. So again, last 3, the bond volatility has reemerged. I gotta love the earnings. Any plays? The latest, the first play I took today was Microsoft. So I grabbed Microsoft shares here, going for the upside. I'm still up on it a little bit. And then hopefully we sell that one by the end of the day. Again, pre-earnings move. But if we do the 4,100 flush, I don't know. And we're coming back down. So again, 4,106. This is I call this one the stubborn level, because this is where the market gets real stubborn between like 4,106 and 4,110. This is where he does not, this is like the pre-game of making a move, but it's very stubborn there. So watch out, though, because if we start coming down, this will be a nice reload, buy you time, but holding the downtrend on the day. Baidu is still flushing. More China names, Whirlpool, Peloton, MP, Sox on the low, FedEx on the low. I think UPS, my goodness, MP 52-week low, Micron. Bro, low ticker is running right now. Like, what? How are we not flushing? Meta just announced they're doing buybacks, and now they're already reporting. Yeah, remember 80 billion in buybacks, or was it 80 billion or 40 billion? Something ridiculous. CNTG was this. Centogene 200% small cap runner. CNTG. They resumed trading. JetBlue cutting New York departures by 10% this summer after FAA request. One year today, but I can't share the milestone. We still love you. It might come up tomorrow. But hey, man, how did you know it's 1 year? You just know. You know like that, baby. I'm still in my 2 year short. I didn't take profits on it. So I was talking about this being a level, and like I was kind of expecting it to come back up, but I think it's going to come right back down. I think all of the bonds are going to rocket right back down. I think people are reacting. Remember I was telling you, I was like counting up the days, 5 days down. So it's kind of doing what it's supposed to. So I would expect a couple of days up here now, and then when it flushes, this will be the big flush. If it doesn't, I'm clapped, but for now. But then again, at that point, if it doesn't, that means the economy is going to shit. If that 2 year runs down and that means the pivot, they might as well just bully Powell into it or try to. Yeah, UPS down 10 is big. That's what I noticed. That's why I was like, dude, that's huge for like a big staple name, especially for transports and something like UPS. That's huge. So if you didn't get in the short, could be a good time. Yeah, this would be a very decent spot to re-short it. Or you wait till I go negative and then hit a short on it, and I think it'll be fire. That's if you don't think they're going to cut rates this year. So that means, but then again, that'll be fueled by earnings and other data. And then we'll see. UPS drops the most since 2015 as package volume disappoints. Well, that was one piece of the news today. Bad UPS news. You even had somebody else had bad earnings too, but FRC was hideous, scared people with the bank stocks and regionals. China was really bad, the worst week in months. And then also Europe, they had bad news out of UBS, and then that one also had people a little negative there. Bad UPS equals Amazon. Look at that. Tesla was moving a little earlier, and then Microsoft's trying to move, but still down. Tesla is waking up. Yeah, Tesla's running into the highs all of a sudden. The max gain, 3 days ago, I was up $1,200. So I shorted like right above here, so barely above where it's at now. And then it went down to here. I was up $1,200. And then 3-4 days later, I'm back to break even. So 4 days to make 1,200, 4 days to go break even. Every little box is going to cost you like $1,000 probably. Or every box is like 600. You see these little boxes? So that's like pretty much every like 250 or 50 or 500 basis points. Tesla's hitting a high all of a sudden. So good morning. And we're making a decent move. So 4108. Again, 4109, 4110. That's the stubborn zone. If we get past here, we might bounce to 4113. If we reject, you're dead. So let's see. But you are moving up a little bit. Tesla is going green right now. Tesla just rocketed green onto the high and now went from negative to positive on the day. I don't know what's keeping us up. Only thing green is energy. Utilities have gone in the last like 30 to 45 minutes. I've watched utilities move like 1/4 to 0.5% back and forth. FRC is up. Heresy. That's doing decent. You have 130 names up on the S&P. 370 names are down. The biggest gainer is AutoZone and Chipotle. And then for the NASDAQ, what do we got here? NASDAQ, you have 700 names in the green, 2,000 names down. Suave and MedP are the greens. Melli and FCN NCA, again, First Republic or First fight. What's it? Fucking California. That one's down. That's your biggest contributor to the downside. Yeah, Tesla is green. I mean, $2,000 price target. Kathy, will ya? I don't know why FRC is up. Again, I think the logic could be short term, it has stabilized. But the rest of it, midterm, long term, I mean, there's just way too many questions. And I think people are getting to that point. And that's why I think the fear kind of spread beyond First Republic. But even then, even without FRC, it's the regionals were quite underwhelming. The big banks did good, but the regionals don't really scream anything that's like, yeah, woohoo, everything's fine. FRC is only 100 billion down on deposits. No worries. It's just weird. And then they got 30 billion. They would, without it, they'd only have 70 billion. And then that money's not even insured. God knows. Only God knows. Only God knows what's happening. There's a lot of weird stuff. And then, again, the fact that CEO did not make a comment, that's the cherry on top of all of it. Yeah, Rumble's at the high now, 960. There you go. NQ and ES are bouncing. No, I think it's natural. Like air brakes towards this level. I mean, we've done a lot of stupid moves already. Like I told you though, 4109, 4110, this is the stubborn zone. So if we can't get above here, we might start dancing again. Maybe make another attempt at the low. Still very, very early. I'm still holding my FRC, yeah. Because again, I think if the CEO comes out, he could help him out. And I think it's going to go back and forth a little bit, but again, I like the volatility. However, I do think the report was bad. Like I said, stable in the short term, which I could get behind, but the midterm to long term, there's just there's just a lot of questions. We don't know in the CEO. The CEO might not. I could be wrong. He may not even say anything. I'm assuming that if the stock sells off, I was assuming that investors were going to get pissed off, sell it off, and then kind of borderline force the CEO to come on. CXAI is running again. That's round number 2. 70%. Remember, this thing went as high as like $18, and then I don't know if they did an offering, but they ended up selling out after that. But now this could be round 2. Again, they've been selling off the last like 6-7 days. GIS, that General Mills, they're hitting 52-week high. And then SPY coming down a little bit. You're rejecting right at the level we told you, 41.10, 41.09. So you're still doing a little bit better here, but watch if we go back into the lows. If this could bounce from here and reload, that's a good sign. But if we just flush back into here, it's going to be bad. And this time, too, your bonds are coming down. JPM, they're still not even holding too much. And then Goldman's been the best bank. 3M even came down. Spotify, they're up but gave up some of their gains. McDonald's even in the red. Wild, GM, good earnings in the red. UPS, bad earnings, down 9.5%, worse since 2015. Who else was there? GE, they did good, and they missed on revenue, I think. 2 more months for the 2-year, baby. Mr. Ortiz, tell him. Let's go. Amen. Amen. And it's never too late to start. Never too late to start. The 3M report was good. 3M was actually really good. They cut 6,000 jobs. They had a smaller or a little bit bigger than expected restructuring fee, but then everything else came in line. Wells Fargo considers ESG proposal at annual investor meeting. Shareholders approve anti-discrimination policy. Why don't y'all approve of fucking risk management? How about that at your board meeting? How about everybody approves of risk manager today? How about we make it risk manager awareness month? How about that? You know what I'm saying? Where we go, we spread awareness to all the banks who don't have risk managers but have more than 200 billion. You know what I'm saying? We go around and we spread awareness and we like, hey, we just want to make sure it's today's risk manager day. Do you have a risk manager handling your bonds and held to maturity securities? That's good. We just want to make sure. That's it. That's happy holidays. Happy holidays. Get your money out of Wells Fargo and move it to Morgan or something not woke. You find me one bank that's not. But did you hear that funny story? Do you know you guys remember that girl who scammed JP Morgan? And it was that girl who she made like a college loan company and like made up a bunch of fake accounts and then sold it to JP Morgan for like $100 million. And then they came back and then they found out it was all bot accounts. And they were like, yo, you scammed us. You remember that girl? You heard about this. You probably heard about this not too long ago. Yeah, so you know what she did? So after JP Morgan was like, oh, you stole from us. We're suing you. She said, fuck you. And she took all of her money out of JP Morgan Bank. And she moved all of the money to Signature Bank, and then Signature went bust, and she was above the insured limit. I was like, damn, that's a karma in the world. It's funny how it works, man. It's funny how it works. So pretty much she robs $100 million from JP Morgan. JP Morgan claps her. She moves the money from JP Morgan into a bank that goes bust. Can't make this up. Can't make this up. That can't be true. I'll go look it up. I think it was a Bloomberg article on it the other day. But again, 3M killed it. So their EPS was lower than a year ago. But, dude, 3M absolutely destroyed it. Their net sales was $8 billion. estimate was 7.4. The company still sees guidance $8.50 to $9. The estimate was 8. Free cash flow, they still see 5.8 to 63 billion, and then organic sales -3 to 0%. And then I think that's pretty much it. And then adjusted EPS was $1.97 versus $1.58. And then they changed, who was it? New president or CFO or whatever. So I don't know. I like 3M. Tesla woke up. What day is it today? We have till Friday. We got a Wendy's trading ad. It's not bad. I like Wendy's. Sherwin conference call starting now. Tesla is hitting a new high, yeah, and Sunrun, and SPY getting a Chipotle though. So watch out here. MPW's coming down. Netflix, yes, I think they're on the low. Whirlpool also. That's weird. Again, tech is doing good, but SPY's kind of dancing around a little bit. PayPal's on the low. Yeah, Netflix is back down to 323. UPS had bad earnings. Package volume declined, and I think they pretty much missed on everything, and they did not guide as high. Warren and Carper urge IRS to expand access to free filing options. Oh, you like Wendy's, do you? I know what you're good. I see what you there. I see the joke. Wendy's. Are you telling me there are actually people out there that keep $250K in one bank account? Yeah, 100%. Why not? I mean, again, depending on how it gets paid out or not, convenience, your needs. I mean, if you are, that's the thing you got to realize. If you do a lot of payments, you need that much money, right? So, like, if you have a normal, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, if you have a normal, like, operation of business and you need a certain amount of capital, that's not, you know, you're going to need to have some money up front. So, like, if your operating costs are $250,000 a month, you're going to need that in your bank account. Where does Warren Buffett keep his $150 billion? He told you. He puts it into bonds because that's the safest way. If you put all your money and link it to the government, you have a way, way better chance. Let's see. And another one goes, and another one goes, and another one bites the dust. Wow. Oh, it won't let me. Okay. Yeah, I did more 3M. So we just added to both of our plays. I sold out more from Bill to get the money, not because I don't like Bill. I wanted the money. I bought 25 more shares of 3M and then 2 more shares on the small account. For the long term, yes. What price was it? 106.21. I bought more 3M, yes. Again, I think that earnings is really good. I mean, they're only up 0.8 off of it. I mean, last time their earnings was better than last quarter at the beginning of the year. They were up there. I was waiting for $100, but even after the earnings, I'll take it. And then now, that's exactly what I wanted to do. Again, I was talking about adding between both of those MPW. I bought MPW prior, and then I got more 3M. And then now let's see what it does to the divvies. So it only raised their dividend by like $20 on the year. So our 3M dividend is still pretty small. It's paying us more than JP Morgan now. So that's good, but that's 5.7. It's definitely not a, what's it called? It's definitely not 3M. The dividend's like 5.7, it says right here. But we're at 371. And then our bill is dropping. That's it. So again, 2 long-term purchases this month. And then we have a deposit coming in on Friday. So then that'll take me back to $10,000 in cash. Starbucks, I have no idea. Starbucks all day. They announced some sort of plan the other day, and bonds have dropped a decent amount. That's one thing here on the day. Again, we've been making that move since the little air brakes there. So let's see how this plays out. That could be good for the market. T-Mobile's on the high. FRC is starting to drop. Our average on 3M is still, our first purchase was like 108. We're at like 107.27. It didn't really lower our average too much. Yeah, like 107.20. So I guess that's where it was in the morning. I think it hit that high. Yeah, 107. I guess they were there even earlier this week. $8, $10. And then U.S. consumer confidence falls to a 9-month low on worries about jobs and recession. Spot trying to come back. Oh, yeah. Spot is moving. Again, they were up 9%. And then SPY's at VWAP. Maybe if some of these earnings that were good, hopefully they come back. Our Microsoft is up. We have $1 per share on Microsoft now again. If we match up with the bonds, I mean, SPY should be at like 410.28. So right here, this is where the bonds are saying. Again, bonds, Spotify's ripping. Yo, Spotify's going insane. No updates there. This is just post-earnings move once again. Yeah, watch out if spot keeps going up. 3M. I have 50 shares on the big account and then 4 shares on the small account. So you're right. We started with 25 in the beginning of the year. I waited 2 months, bought it for $2 lower, and then we grabbed another 25 here. So now I have 50 in total. Insane. Yeah. I think that's $3 on Spotify. So I don't know if you see it, but 137 to 140.77. I mean, that's about that's half of the gain. So it just did half of the total gain. It's up in about 7 minutes. And then if they start waking up, that one could be good. Elon tweet, so bizarre that people and companies don't use money management, treasury bill, checking accounts, and earning 4%. Oh, yeah. Elon tells you it's cool. I tell you 2 months ago, you just like, Josh, I hate you. Okay. Sure, Elon. Thanks, Elon. I'm actually happy that he's educating you. That's very, very good. The bonds, I mean, people are getting a little bit worried in this idea of bad bank earnings, even bank pressures adding on. I mean, people are leaning into this idea that we could still get a rate cut by the end of this year. I'm going to tweet back at Elon with our video. Any thoughts on the play? I didn't look at them yet. I saw that they said dividend ones. I haven't had the chance. Usually I go over a lot of those after hours, depending on when I see them, but it could be decent. I haven't looked, but I did add to my long term, so hate to break it to you. I might have used all of my dividend budget. So we just bought more 3M here today. I just averaged down. We still got some money in Bill. Apple provides for. Yeah, if you could get that, then do it. Again, if you don't have, the idea is if your bank or your financial provider is not offering you the yield, you have to go and find it. But that's what a lot of people don't realize is that unless you go out and try to get it, most people won't give it to you. So, but if you are already in an account where all you have to do is just, put your money in there and your bank pays you above 4%, you're good to go. You don't need anything. How long should we hold Bill? Until you find something to buy. I mean, I hope you guys are seeing it. I've been telling you, I want Bill. I want to get my yield, but my whole plan with Bill, I'm not hiding. Do you know what I'm saying? Like we're going to get rid of Bill and we're going to have to take some risk, but the whole idea is that I'm just holding it until I want to buy something. So yesterday MPW were getting ready for earnings, I wanted to buy some. I like the high yield. I took my money out of Bill a little bit, and then I bought more stock, paying me more than Bill. Then again, 3M as well, too. I wanted this stock for a while. I wanted it at $100. It hit $100. I didn't buy it. Then it bounced up, and now we had earnings. So now I have an update on how they performed, and after that earnings, I'm like, okay, it's good. I want to add more to it. That was my initial plan. I took a little bit more money out of Bill. So in the last 2 days, I've taken out maybe what we had I've taken out like 30% of Bill. I had $15,000 in here, and now I have just under $10,000. Or I think I had $12,000, $13,000, and now we're sitting on $8,000. So that's it. There's no brokerage fees at all. So Bill, it's zero commission to buy or sell any equities on TD Ameritrade. The expense ratio on Bill is like 0.0025 or less than that. It's very, very small, and that's it. So just like I'm saying, Bill, we like it, but it's nice when we have nothing else we want and while we're waiting. But that's, when plays come around, if you find any name you want, you sell out of it and go buy what you want to. My MPW dividend is like 15%. Yeah, my mature bond is gone, actually. So we've gotten all of our money back from the bond. That play is now finalized. That's crazy, though. Yeah, that's a wild. Look at the transaction. That's so weird. So look, here is buying it. So 2,990. Right, and then there's the margin, $6.99, and then I just sold out. Here's the maturity. So it just says sold 3 at 100. So I got my $3,000 back, and then we made $6 or $9.70 between there, minus the commissions, or AKA the margin. And then SPY is getting back up. Bonds went down a little bit lower. Spotify's trying to make a move. AMD reports photos have been circulating over an apparent issue with the AMD Ryzen frying themselves. Whoa. AMD's popping off of that. Yeah, Bill is a wallet. Exactly. That pays you 4 to 5% until you want to buy something. So again, I still have good money in there making yield on it, but the last 2 days I did buy stuff. So I decided to move some money out of Bill and put it into at least both of them. I hope you guys realize what I did. I might even go ham on MPW if the earnings are good, depending on what happens. But there's something also about today that I did with, or at least the 2 purchases. Can anybody tell me about the 2 stocks that I just bought in the last 48 hours? Can anybody compare them to Bill for me? Anybody? Does anybody know how they stand up next to Bill? And there it is. They both yield higher or around the same as Bill. So 3M is yielding around 5.7. So the yield on Bill is around 4.85%. So yearly, we're still going to make more money on 3M. And then MPW is triple the yield. Honestly, if we just get paid out on the next MPW, on the next month, if they don't go bust, you'll get 4% back on a month. That's what we'll make in a year of Bill. So again, high risk, high reward. But the idea is too, they are still, at least what I bought is still, it still generates more than the yield on Bill right now. So that's kind of the good part. Yeah, SPY is running its way back up. I mean, yesterday when it's doing this all very early, it's still 8:30. We're above 41.13 now. Got to get above 41.19. I mean, last time we did this yesterday, though, we didn't bounce till 11 o'clock. So just watch if we get stuffed here, but there's still a shit ton of time left. End phase. Yeah, 226. Minimizing downside. Well, I feel like I'm taking on risk because I still, again, it's good to have dividends and they pay out good, but, I'm buying equity. I'm buying stuff that could actually move. So like MPW, 3M, we could lose, we could lose 6% on 3M still, maybe more. MPW is like 20 to 30% risk. Yeah, you got a Clifford there. Again, you were just making the move up there. That was a nice move. Now, Netflix flushing. It's a pretty big candle. Spotify chilled out. End phase still running up. So I said, just kidding. 322 on Netflix. That's a big level for them, too. I asked Josh to explain it. He loves going over it. I'm just going to time you out for that comment. Damn, now the other guy got timed out because of you too, because I clicked the wrong part. Look at that. See? Mass casualty. Mass casualty. You could have probably typed out the answer for him with the same amount of characters as saying Josh loves going over it. You know what I'm saying? You could have referenced him to the video. You know what I'm saying? Like I tagged Elon in the cash video. Friendly fire. We'll get him again next time. Stock market's down. Clifford returned. Yalla, Habibi, yalla. That was a big move. We're right back. It sucks, though. That 2 minutes changed the whole dynamic. Literally, we went to 41.13. Now you're right back to the stubborn level of 41.09, 41.10. End phase is still running, though. So that one's decent. AC 130 inbound. We'll get him again next time. UAV online. Enemy earnings on the way. They guided down. Stocks up. What? $41.09. So watch out. You're back here. Oh, did even 3M flip too? 3M, why you move with market? You had earnings. You could do whatever you like today, Habibi. Whatever you like. The Snap AI, I haven't used it. It was like asking me to accept too many things. And I was like, I'm good. But I saw like people chatting with the Snapchat AI bot. They're trolling it like they did the first Chat GPT. Like they're asking it, they're like, yo, what race are you? And they're like, write a poem about Trump. And the Snap bot's like, no, I can't do that. And then write a poem about Biden, then it does. And then if you're like, I'm a man, it's like, no, that's not good. But then if you're like, I'm a woman, it's like, you're the best. It's like, it's just so, there's a whole little like article thread on it. You should see it. You're going to hold that for, I'm going to hold it for a couple of weeks here, a couple of days. I mean, just, it's just going to bounce back and forth depending on the situation. I'm not like, unless I have to hold it long term, but at that point, I'm assuming we're making zero on it and we're losing everything. Otherwise, if it's still kind of at a decent value, I mean, we're down as much as we were up practically. So I'm just going to give it a couple of days here and let's see if we actually get something about it. Yeah, exactly. Like if you ask the Snapchat bot, if you ask him to make a joke about the Bible, it will make a joke about Moses. And then if you ask it, be like, can you make a joke about the Quran? It's like, we shouldn't make fun of other religions. It's funny. It's just like all the AI stuff, though. So it's not, at this point, it's not anything new. It's like we've already seen that. End phase is ripping 1.5. And then Gap plans to lay off hundreds of corporate workers in new rounds of cuts. I've not bought any more FRC, no. Typical, yeah, but that's like the AI stuff. But like that's I told you guys that a year ago. That was what that one UFC fighter said. Even non-AI, like you haven't noticed that. That's the one thing in like modern era that just always makes me like scratch my head. Is like you can make fun of and roast the Bible in as much as you want. Everybody has a free pass. You're a crazy religious nut job. The Bible's this, you're Sky Daddy. You know what I'm saying? Like you can make fun of the Bible. If you talk about any other religion, oh no, that's off limits. So not even in AI land, in like real world land, that's how people behave. Man, we're just holding. Sky Daddy. I even call it Sky Daddy because that's what people would say to me. But I was like, you're kind of accurate in your description of said Sky Daddy because it does make sense. Now that Tesla put expired. Coming down lower. So watch out, Chad. This is the stubborn level. That sucks, man. You just did all of that to give it up in 2 minutes. So again, I was saying we compared to yesterday, that bounce was very, very early. But now, I mean, unless it does like 5 candles up in, or 5 points up in 2 minutes, I mean, you're going to have a lot of time here now. But you're hugging on to the stubborn level. I think it's like right below here. You break down, and then anything below like 409.50 is the danger zone. The red today is it's a lot of things. It's a lot of things from all around the world, even earnings. Again, bank earnings, both domestically and in Europe. Another bad day with China. And then even the data, I mean, you had really strong real estate data, which does not bode well for inflation. And then another set of contractionary data, although the data was not as contractionary as the last couple of days. But I think it's just earnings, the bank reactions, and having this sour attitude even from last week now. And then also anticipation and jitters ahead of the big dogs today. Earnings, I mean, Microsoft is what people are worried about. And then Google is sadly just all about AI in a weird way. Like, everybody is going to be looking at Google. Like, obviously, we want to see how YouTube earnings was and if that has another decline. But everybody is looking for the for AI. That's it. Just any updates to AI. Oh, wait, Microsoft flipped, man. I forgot I had those shares. Those are up $1 a share. Now I'm break even. So that was a big flip there out of nowhere. We might go low. You might get a big flush from here if this keeps going. That's unfortunate. So watch out here. That's 10 points in about 10 minutes. Pretty decent velocity, but that's it. You're back. You're below 4106 here. So this is that danger zone. If we flush here, you're going to do the 4102 again and down to 4100. That's crazy, bro. That just wiped out a lot. Earnings comes out after the bell today for Microsoft and Google, right when the market closes. But then Google's just going to be about AI. Microsoft guided down on cloud, and that's going to be the next big thing. And we're going lower. Euro close. Spy into the low. Dump into Euro close. Remember, Europe was bad today. Europe is closing right now, and we are dumping into the lows of Euro close. Wow. Chattadonia, bring it home. But ladies and gentlemen, as we're going lower, I hope you know we are live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open, okay? Drop your thumbs up on the video. Make sure you're subscribed. You're on mobile. Press hide chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. But guess what? We've been here for 2.5 hours and 4.5 hours left to go. Sitting is the new smoking. I need you to get beside your desk and do 10 push-ups. Can't do 10, you do 5. Can't do 5, you do 4. Can't do 4, you do 2. Can't do 2, you do 1. Can't do 1, get on your knees, do a push-up, plank the worm, anything. Spy into 4103, 1 point away from the previous low. All started in 15 minutes, but let's go. Get the body moving. Legs in front of you, not wrapped behind your computer chair. Stare at the object 10, 20, 30 feet away. Blink a few times. Relax those pretty little eyeballs. Go blink, 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 blink. Blink, 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 blink. Oh, feels good. You're still dumping. Habibi, you're still dumping. And relax the jaw. Go. Breathe in really deep. Go. Breathe out with the tongue out. Do the dragon breath. Go. Just like that. So little air break. Get ready, though. This will be the moment of truth. This is either going to green wick a little bit and then turn into a red, or it's just going to flush through. If they air break this, I'll be surprised. But watch out. We're coming into it. I need my resistances. Crowd down 6. So get ready. Again, this is the low right now. That was wild, man. And it's Euro close. We literally bounced up 30 minutes into Euro close, and then the 10 minutes before Euro close, you dump 10, 15 points. NVIDIA RTX 470 drops below launch price as demand falters. The yen, I'm surprised. I think the yen is just going up on safe haven demand. I mean, what the Ueda said shouldn't have made it go up. but it did. That noise is my resistance. That's how you know I'm actually working out, bro. You know, I got to stand up, get my body moving. It's good for you every day, you know? Every day. Oh, see? You hear it. It's good. That's it. Just like that. I already did like 20 different reps. Overhead, in front, all that. It's good, man. It's good. Tesla going to 90? It could. I mean, in the sense that Tesla did the same sort of movement before it had the major flush. That's the problem with Tesla. You're literally right back here. You see how you're doing this little like 3-4 points flush? That's what it did last time at these levels before it dropped. And then when it got above here, we took it home. But SPY's coming down again. Little green wick turned red. You are going into the lows. You have not hit it yet. You're a quarter away, but you're about to. Just give it a second. Oh, it's a lot of bids, but it's fighting. Republican senators urge Biden to impose sanctions on Huawei, saying it poses U.S. national security risk. Letter seen by Reuters. And then we're done with data on the day. Well, they just, again, all these orders were here. They just disappeared, and then it turned into bids. But we are trading pretty wild down here. And then bonds are trying to move up also. What happened? A lot. China, Europe, bad bank earnings, even bad UPS earnings. Have you checked the premium on silver quarters? 15 over spot. I've not. Usually there's more premium on the smaller quantities. So like you pay more over spot on 1 ounce than 100 ounces, but I haven't really looked. I know physical silver though is right now at one of its highest prices above spot. Let's see. What's it called? It's not a silver eagle, is it? I know there's a golden eagle. What the hell? Let's see. I see 1 ounce for $12.99. Yeah, it's about $30. It depends where you get it or what kind of silver. That's crazy. Dude, they're charging $33 for an individual 1 ounce coin. That's insane. That should be going for like $15. Yeah, so it's about like $30 to $40 for a silver 1 ounce coin. That's wild. I'm just looking on eBay. Airbnb flushing. Again, you have what's it called earnings tomorrow. You have Expedia, I believe, or no, Hilton. You have Hilton earnings tomorrow morning, and that could affect them. Again, did SPY wick into a new low right there? It's crazy. You actually have a little battle here, but we keep eating up these orders. Yeah, you did. You wicked into a new low. Air break into 41.02. And remember, this is Euro close. So, like, you see this dump candle right here? This is the Euro close, 41.05. But hold on, you're coming back lower. You just wicked into the low. You started to bounce a little bit. There's a lot of orders going through. It keeps getting eaten up. Like, we'll eat the order to the upside, and then it looks like we're going up, and then it'll just dump again. So you're doing the little dance here, and it's about 5 or 8 minutes since Euro close. Spot is 24. That's crazy. Dollar pump. Nope, SPY going down again. Tesla's still kind of doing its own thing. Oh my gosh, that candle even turned green. So you're doing. I know how we could solve this right here, right now, Chad. We could solve this right here, right now. Who's with me? I know how we could solve this. Chad, I need to go to the bathroom. Sorry. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. I love you. I'll be right back. And let's see where this takes us.
Person. For GSK, it's going to be quite a difficult first quarter on a year-on-year basis because we've had quite a lot of one-offs last year. And so it's not going to look particularly exciting, at least expectation-wise. We had three key things driving sales last year and earnings, and those would have, we need to back them out to see what the underlying business is. And then of course, with the, we still have the Zantac situation hanging over their head, which we don't think is going to come to any meaningful fruition until the end of the year. So that's going to probably play in the background. And then they've done some M&A recently that's been quite interesting in areas where others don't seem to be going, anti-infectives, chronic cough. So, what is the general strategy there? Are they going to keep looking at areas where others are not necessarily playing? And of course, this does fit with some of the work they're doing, but those are the kind of things we're looking for tomorrow.
Sam, good morning. It's Guy back here in Europe. We were talking to Tom Metcalf earlier on, and he was talking about how all the individual banks around Europe have got their own little issues to deal with. Can you apply that to what is happening in the healthcare sector? A lot of people say own healthcare. How nuanced actually is the story? What are the differences between a GSK, a Roche, a Novartis, which seems to come out with some very strong numbers today?
Yeah, I mean, Guy, I think the best way to put this into context is performance of AstraZeneca, which you didn't mention, versus the performance of Pfizer, which is the US. Remember, there was, quite a few years ago, Pfizer trying to buy AstraZeneca. Now AstraZeneca's market cap is higher than Pfizer.
That's interesting.
So that just tells you that, yes, you're absolutely right. Individual stocks do matter. Now, as a whole, pharma is a defensive sector. And perhaps in an environment where there are risks and that people are worried a little bit about risk, that is why it plays well. But within it, you do have very, very different stories. And Novartis was a perfect example of that today. I don't know where it's up now. It was 3 and a bit earlier, maybe hit 4 even percentage up.
But how much of this, though, is also kind of re-rating post-COVID? I'm just looking at a comp chart of, say, AstraZeneca versus Moderna versus Pfizer, right? Like, Pfizer and Moderna were like the darlings of the COVID vaccine. And now that we have the COVID hangover working its way out, how do we look at the outperformers?
Yeah, so you got to obviously have to back that out. With Pfizer, there's no, and they're not going to have another 100 billion.
Damn, that's great. That didn't work. If any, I think now we're bouncing. And then Tesla is still going. Enphase gave up that little rally. So it's only, dude, it's very, very early. Today's kind of moving slower, but we'll see how it picks up. Because yesterday flew by, but it's about 2 hours in right now. Europe just closed. We flushed into the Euro close. I mean, but right now we're down just under 1% on the NASDAQ. 0.98, down 0.82 on the S&P, and then down 0.4 on the Dow Jones, and then consumer staples and utilities. Those are the only things in the green. Energy, materials, industrial, all red, over 1%, and then tech is down 1.1. Discretionaries are down 1%, and then financials are down 0.8. There's your flush. There it is, 4101. Yeah, that's it. You're 2 points away from 4,100, man. That's like we've been talking about. Do you hit it? You're already there. You're already there. So watch if this picks up again on the flush days. If it runs down into this is usually where it gets crazy. And again, it's very early, man. It's super early. Like, we have a solid 4.5 hours left. 4 hours, 15 minutes. So you just air braked again or wicked into 41,094. You're kind of going up from there. Let's take a look at the one-day VIX, huh? Who's with me? That just hit a high and then dropped. So that means, does that mean more put to call ratio? That means you have more puts than calls right now. a little bit more than yesterday. You have more 0-day puts. I'm assuming. I don't know. This is a new instrument, so I don't know how to read it yet, but this one is quite fascinating. I think this was the first peak. What time was that? 7:15. Interesting. I guess we're not that much lower than 7:15. If you think about it, you're half a quarter point. Google trying to bounce green. Tesla's the one, man. Tesla's the one who really wants it today out of any of the earnings one. Microsoft not looking too hot now, so we're losing more on that. Microsoft's flushing into the lows. I don't think this one's over yet. Even Apple's flushing into the lows. They're not playing along. We have more time to sell. Devil face, devil face, devil face. Ah! MDT. Like, I don't know how to communicate with the devil face emoji. Because, like, it just makes me feel, like, awkward. Not because, like, I'm a Jesus freak, but because, like, I don't know, like, how you could use the devil. Like, it just seemed like a little too mischievous. You know, I'm like, anytime anybody send me, like, a devil face, I think they're hitting on me. And I'm like, you're nasty. Stop. Like, you know what I'm saying? Some people are like, yeah, let's get this money, devil face. I'm like, wait a minute. Why? Like, does that mean something? I don't know what it means. Like, what are you implying? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, like, it's gross. It is. Like, we have more time to sell devil face. Like, what does that mean? Like, I think I know what it means, but I don't. But I'm like, like that demon time shit. Yeah, I'm not with that, man. I'm not with that. So that's the only thing that freaks me out about that emoji. I don't know how to interpret it. Iron Condor was great. I feel like if you did enough time and you make your Iron Condor range big enough, you'll make money. I don't know how it plays out on the short terms, but I mean, I feel like if your range is like 200 points wide, you should be good. Like 4,000 on 400 to 420 on the SPY. Call that a day, and I think it'll hold on. First Republic survival plan may curb jumbo mortgages that they prized. MPW earnings is on Thursday. Yeah, same story as yesterday. We have big earnings. Don't expect the bottom to fall before that. Careful with the greedy shorts. I could agree. I mean, people might react, though, a little bit. I mean, the thing is, today, I don't want to say today's weird, but today's definitely a culmination of all the other days in the sense that, just think about it. Ever since, like, Thursday of last week, you guys remember the sentiment started getting sour, right? That's where, like, people were starting to calm down. We got a lot of the bank earnings. The big banks did good. The regionals were meh. And it's like it's kind of been developing along the way. But you're right. We do have these big earnings, and that could kind of give us a floor a little bit, which I could agree when it comes down to earnings season. But we also have to be mindful of, there's some big reactions in the last couple of days, big reactions overseas, big things going on Europe and China. But then also, like, even here domestically, there's names like UPS that are down 9.5% right now. So that's big, and that kind of lets the floor go out a little bit. But I do agree there is some level of floor ahead of earnings. But we will shortly find out very soon, actually. Okay, that's here. You wicked into 4201 or 4102. 1 day VIX is dropping, so that means people taking the puts or buying more calls. 707 to 701. That was that. FRC, I think it was really bad. I mean, I think I'm still playing it. I have 100 shares to the upside, and I'm down to, like, ride it out over the next couple of days or weeks. But, I mean, that earnings was kind of it was not good. If anything, I'm actually surprised. Like, I'm looking around. I'm like, do you see this? Like, have you ever watched a crime happen in public? Like, have you ever watched somebody, like, rob a car? Or, like, you ever been driving and just see, like, a crime taking place? That's what I feel like with MPW, because like I feel like there's a crime going on, and I'm like looking around at like other people, and I'm like, do y'all see this? And like, you know what I'm saying? Like everybody sees it, but nobody's really doing anything. So we're kind of just waiting for the police to show up with FRC. Is kind of my it's kind of how I'm viewing it, to be honest with you. And in the meantime, I think it'll be volatile, but that it was definitely did not inspire confidence. Again, they chose to not do an earnings presentation. They chose to not answer questions on the call. And again, deposits are below what they borrowed from the Fed. It's just like it's a wild earnings. But you know, even though the stock's down 30%, it's dumping as I'm talking about it now. But even then, I'm very surprised it's at this price right now. Granted, I will tell you though, I mean, that's like, I think I still have the filing up here. Yeah. You guys know their book value is like $60, right? Where is that shit? Where was it? Yeah. Yeah. So like even after this quarter, like their book value is $76. Again, they go into D. You can see everything. You can see what that's based off of, their assets, all of that. They have assets. The value at certain, assuming stability in the valuation, it makes sense. I mean, again, they have loans that are out at full collateral. If the Fed is willing to give you full collateral for your bonds, you have assets. They own a lot of assets. They were just underwater because the bond values lost so much. So if the Fed is willing to give it to them, then there you go. But it's interesting how it plays into factor with all the debt that they have. But yeah, they do have they still have a lot of assets. Again, they have like a $3 billion or $5 billion mortgage book. It's a big company still, but is that a new low? The 1 day VIX is not reaching a new high off of that. I wonder why. There you go. It's moving up. That's a new low. Interesting. So why does this shit suck too? The VIX 1 day is trash also. So we hit a new low. The VIX 1 day is not hitting a new low on that. And that was within 10, 15 minutes. NQ dumping. Why do people say greedy shorts? Are they any more? We say greedy long too. That's just kind of our terminology. It's meant to say you're just playing the breakout. So it's like if you're pretty much top ticking, that's a greedy long. And if you're trying to bottom tick the short and get in through there, you're pretty much, it's a greedy short. So just the terminology. It's not a morality term. Apple new low. I mean, Microsoft, even FRC came down. Yeah, bro, Microsoft, I went up $1 to now down $1. Scammers. You see the VIX 1 day? I typed that in on the TD Ameritrade and it loaded up. Yeah, Microsoft's dumping. Now Tesla, weak candle from the top. Google actually looks the best. It's only down 0.6. Microsoft's down 1.3. Tesla red. Apple's down a quarter. They're not doing too bad, I think. Amazon and Microsoft now, those are the ones getting mollywopped. And then even NVIDIA a little bit. NVIDIA 2%. NASDAQ falls 1%. Session lows. S&P down 0.8. NVIDIA, I mean, we haven't seen it get this week. I feel like the headlines have been getting bad. Again, and then today you will get Texas Instruments, so you might get some reaction. Dish and Lemonade on the load. Microsoft flushing now. That's not the low ticker. SPY is right near the lows. So see what we do here. Again, NASDAQ 1%, SPY 0.8, Dow 0.4. Utilities are back green and staples are still in the green. Everything else is still red. You got 5 industries all over 1% down. This might be your biggest day if we keep going. I think if we go a little bit lower and actually hold, this will be your biggest down day in the month. And again, the Market's about to close. It's about to go red on April. VIX 1D. Just type it in and press enter. It won't show up as like a ticker. Just type VIX 1D and then press enter, and it should show up. And it's SPX 4104. You're right at the low again, Chad. So here it is. That book map looks like a sea of nothing. And 4101.39. There it is. You have now hit a new low. We are only 15 points off open. But you're down, I mean, pretty big from, we just gapped down a lot. So intraday, it's not that big of a move, but the gap down was pretty sizable. And then volume's a little bit better than the last couple of days. We got what? It's 8:50, only 2 hours. Yeah, 2 hours in. 20, you're doing like a little bit over 10 million an hour, 13 million an hour now, which is slowing down from the morning, but still actually not bad comparatively to what we've seen. There's NVIDIA again. It's air breaking to 4,100. We might bounce from here. Who knows? We might, or it's going to hit 4,100 briefly and then rip from there. But you are like legitimately, you're air breaking. So this is like 4,103 right here. We've spent about 30 minutes to go down another 1.5. And then it has not flushed and tested 4,100 or below yet. Microsoft. Kohl's is on the low. Kohl's is dumping right now, actually. Why does Kohl's look like it's getting attacked? I don't see anything on Kohl's, but watch Kohl's. They're down 3.5, flushing into the low. SPY even coming back down. So he's doing the wick dance. MO's on the high, 47. 4101.39 is the low. You're at 4101.6. Nope, you're at 16 now. You just hit a new low on that. VIX is hitting a high. SPY hitting a new low. Let's check our VIX 1 day again. He's barely hitting a high. That's actually quite interesting. So I don't know if people are either buying less, they're holding their puts, or people are buying calls into that on the 0 day. 4101, so 1 point. That's it. One more point, we hit 4100. White House, if Speaker McCarthy debt bill is presented to Biden, he will veto it. And again, Kohl's is really dumping. Volume is picking up there. Microsoft's already at the low. Apple's hitting into a new low. Tesla's been holding up a lot better. Macy's just hit the low. So now clothing names are dumping out of nowhere. White House, Republicans must take default off of the table. Yeah, Biden would veto McCarthy. So 2 weeks. In 2 weeks, the Treasury, they're going to give an update on the X date. And that's going to give us an update on when the newest update to when they think we're going to run out of money. But low key, the debt ceiling stuff is starting to heat up. I know we've been talking about it a little bit. I know we've brought it up a couple times this week, but be on the lookout. Some of those headlines, I don't know if they're going to start moving us just yet, but I mean, a little bit of that worry is starting to spread. They kind of are playing chicken. We might find out if they start playing out like that, then if they kind of are showing signs they want to play the game, we'll find out. That's why this little vote here is important. McCarthy's bill, because we're going to see, because I think the last debt ceiling issue, right when a plan was put forward, they got it hashed out pretty quickly. So this will be kind of the first attempt, and it'll let us know how much talk there really is. But the point is, we're getting closer now. Just like I said, beginning of the year, I wouldn't have worried about it. Now, I still, again, the base case is that they do resolve it. However, we're getting closer into the calendar now. And then even then in 2 weeks, you will get another update because there was a change. Tax receipts did drop to a lower level. BAT to pay 360 or 635 million in DOJ deal with North Korea activities. What? They were selling cigarettes in North Korea? The demands, Republicans want to pass it if they tie it to spending cuts, and then the Democrats are saying, no, just fucking raise it, clean, nothing attached to it, because if not, the vibes. So that's it. Republicans just want to try to force a spending cut. Democrats say no, and that's it. Oh, Microsoft, a big candle. Telia has entered into a binding agreement on Key. What's Telia? South Korea. FRC could be doomed. They just want to tie it to spending cuts. So on different things, they're going to say, we'll raise the debt limit, but then you have to lower budgets by $10 billion or whatever it is. I believe I forgot the specifics that they're advocating for, but I know the thing is all on, it's all on spending cuts, and then pretty much just Democrats want a clean raise, and then that's it. Microsoft earnings growth likely slowed last quarter amid economic concerns. Great update, Wall Street Journal. Great timing. NTWK Network, NetSol Technologies, small cap. And then Tesla's finally going down. Amazon's holding the low. Apple's flushing into a low. Microsoft even just got that article there by Wall Street Journal. So there it is. You're flushing a little bit more. There's a little bit of velocity on the high ticker, but it's all the low ticker. Surprisingly, the candle's green, though, or it's trying to hold this green. And then bonds are going lower, which is, again, bonds have recovered all the way now. So I don't know if they're going to inverse. Market could go up a decent amount, but we'll see. But market could also stay here, and then bonds and market would be fairly matched inversely. Rum is up again. They've been killing it since the Lemon and what's his name? Don Lemon and the other guy, Tucker. All right. You're kind of wicking up there, but let's see. 4,108. So technically on that low you just hit, you finally tested 4,100. You did not break it. You did not hit it flat, but very interesting reaction. 3M is done. 3M's about to go red. Oh, even the SPY just took that candle red, surprisingly. Jeez. So hold on. Hold on. Here, coming back into the low. Again, this is 4,100 flat. UMP could be down because of UPS. I think all the transports are down because of it. Switch gears. And then 4,122, it's going down. SPY's even on the low ticker. You just saw the SPY on the low ticker. 4,112, 10th of a point left. Let's see if we break it or not. This is 4,120 on the futures, but this is You've like fully gone into 4,100 now. So now the question is, do we break below it? But this is, I mean, it's 9 o'clock. It's still very early, and this is a very, very key level of support right here. So let's see what happens. If this doesn't hold, I mean, that's going to bring the jitters. If it does hold, then might be a boring day, and then we kind of work our way back up, and maybe we do that 433 dance again. Okay, still coming down there. Damn. Bro, every single green wick. So 41.20 on the futures. This is 4,100 flat, though, but it is kind of looking a little slippery here. It's crazy because you don't have, what's it called, playing along with it. You do not have the bonds are not playing along. So now it's bonds selling off and stocks. So, like, was that since Euro close? I think it was right before Euro close. We went from inverse up until here, and then they started moving in tandem. TGTX and Biogen takeover bid circulating. Oh, TGTX already moved up a lot too today. They got a price target raise today. I don't see that news coming across yet, but it is moving. TGTX. Mark Lehman. Cantor just put out a note going over the potential acquirers for TGTX. Biogen is specific name as the potential buyer. So just talking, pretty much an analyst said they could be acquired by Biogen, but it's not like a development there. Could be big though. Let's see how the market has those vibes to it today. Apple flush. Yeah, the Qs are on the high. Nvidia's flushing too. Nvidia's painting the low. Baidu is painting the low ticker as well. And then Tesla's going up. And then Wells Fargo's on the high. Microsoft's flushing. Wells Fargo's still down 1%. Allies, are these banks? What is happening with these? FRC just hit a new low too. So I feel like they should still be dying a little bit more. Again, Nvidia is 2% now too. Amazon is 2%. Microsoft is about to be 2%. Microsoft's 1.5%. And then Apple's like 0.5 or 0.3. All right, there it is. It's going a little lower. This is still 4,100. You're right at the level, man. So 40.99, you have now broken it. That's weird. The futures didn't go down. SPX dumped ahead of that. What the hell? Is this real? Whoa. What's happening? Is this... Bro, the futures just dumped. I guess it's like a 0.5 point, though. Or the SPX was dumping. The futures didn't even move on that. I guess you had one little print there. But you just broke 4,100. That was weird, though. It's 4,100 on the SPX, but the futures didn't really flush at all. Now they're starting to go down. So there it is. Now they've matched up a little bit. But I'm waiting for one more point here. 40.99.92. ISRG on the low, VKTX, Costco, Kohl's, Apple. Again, TGTX, we just got that rumor there. And even Biogen's down 3. I think they had earnings today. Teslanian, Microsonian. Oh, where's Roku? CXAI. That one's running. Then NVIDIA, but mean, we're doing air brakes on all of this though. So I'm scared if it like just flushes and does one of these at the lows. That's what we don't want. So otherwise though, because it's like if you're air braking into a big level, we might get a stupid pop soon. So I just be worried if you get like real momentum that flushes you out here. Mm-hmm. 4090 is possible again. 4088 is the level. Now that we broke it, I mean 4100, man. It's been 2 weeks since we've been here. This was a pretty big level, like low key. Well, Powell and the debt ceiling, I mean, it would cause it would shut down the economy, and it would mess up the bonds and stuff. So it would not be good for economic health in general. So that would make Powell's job more challenging. I mean, it would cause a financial situation. It would cause the like if we had a real government shutdown, like a real government default, missed payments, or even a downgrade, then that's what I'm talking about. But again, it's a long shot. That's what we're going to see here, because for the most part, none of this stuff should happen. They're going to talk about it. They scare everybody, and then nothing really happens. But if it did, it could play out like 2010, 2011, where we had a credit downgrade and the stock market dropped 15%. So we'll see. But the point is we're getting closer to it now. And bonds are responding. The bond curve is responding to potential issues with it now. People are talking about it. It's not like we're, even though it shouldn't become a problem, it's not like we're like 1,000% safe. There's little signs showing up. Docu did pop. DocuSign. Oh, Doximity had something today. I don't see anything on DocuSign. That's FRC. Not seeing anything. Could be an event. What's today? Tuesday? It's only Tuesday. Nope, I don't see anything on Docu. Bro, every little sign of green just turns red. You're just air braking, hugging this level. It's been about, I guess, 10 minutes. Maybe I'm impatient, but then realistically, it's been about 20 minutes between one point just going up and down, up and down, up and down. Then you kind of did that here. This was your biggest bounce at 845. But you're still at 4,100. You're barely above the level on the SPX. Futures have yet to hit a new low off of it. Again, 40.99.80 is the low. PH on the low. NVIDIA is going down again. Microsoft's hitting another low. 30 million in volume. VIX one day is stalled. I could only imagine what this is doing to it. You can't even, can you make a play on the VIX one day or no? No, it's breaking out. So VIX one day is going crazy. So more people are buying puts right now. Microsoft's flushing even more. Yeah, every single time. So you might get a little pop. I feel like every time it peaks out, you get a reversal. But then last time it came right back up. We're seeing the market breadth, advancers, decliners, same level when the SPY was at 370 to 375. Shows how top heavy the market is. Well, yeah, I think again, Apple, Microsoft, and like Tesla and Nvidia, they're making up a good amount of the market. I mean, as of late. So that's why these earnings will be very key. Redfin 750. So at least that makes sense to me. Remember, I was just saying, I was like, Chad, how is this thing back at $10 again? And they say, you right, Josh. You right. We'll take it down to pre-earnings level. When do they report? Yeah, CXI is going crazy. You do have PacWest after the bell, but all eyes are on banks. All eyes are on Google and Microsoft. You're going down again, man. Every little candle. VIX one day at the high. 409.991. 0.8 is the low. We have yet now you're going to hit it. Hold on. Wait for it. Wait for it. That'll be futures below 4120. So again, SPX is below 4100. Futures still got 20 more points, which would pretty much be like 4080 flat. I don't know how to read the VIX one day. It's new, but I'm assuming it's like the normal VIX, right? If it goes up, that means more fear. If it goes down, less fear. Going up means the put to call ratio. More people are buying or holding puts rather than calls on one day time frames. Did you just hit a 1/10 of a point lower on that? Oh my goodness. That right there was your new low. You see this little dot? Where'd he go? Right there. You see him? He's trying to hide. It's that little thing right there. And now we're moving up a little bit more, but you haven't gone past 41.22 on the futures, aka 41.0150. We need to, again, 41. You need to get above 41.03, which I don't even know how I feel about that level, but then 41.06 to 41.11 or 10. That's a pretty vertical bar, though. Biggest one in like 15 minutes. Let's see. Vertical bar, if it holds, let's see, man. Let's see. I'm very distrusting as of late. You know what I'm saying? Any more biotechs? Just the ones that we have this month. Still holding the FRC, yeah. I mean, I think lowest it went was like $12 a couple days ago. So you're like $1 lower than where we started last week, pretty much last Monday. So it's not too bad. If it didn't go up to 10% yesterday, but I think we're gonna get a lot of back and forth. I'm still surprised it's not down more. ECB headlines coming in. Wouldn't be surprised if we raise rates by 25, but I wouldn't rule out other possibilities. Egypt has formally asked to join the BRICS. Oh, ya ragil. Masri, BRICS, dollar. War on the dollar. Raising rates destroy bank stocks. They shouldn't unless they all bought bonds at the lows. You know, there was a time where bank stocks benefited off of it. It's actually wild. The BRICS, I don't really like go too crazy. Let's see. Puts on Egypt, maybe. I'll have to ask. My mom will probably have better updates. ASML, yo, why are they doing a double dump? 5-year credit default swaps on the U.S. rise to 60, highest since 2011. Hit the like on the hourly is good for you. I'm seeing this somebody sent me this for MPW. There was like a CBS investigation about hospitals in peril. So people are like, there's bad news on MPW. There's like this big investigation.
CBS News investigation into why essential facilities are being shut down at such an alarming rate. And what we found is investors making millions of dollars while communities are left without a crucial health care provider.
But yeah, I'm going to watch that one. I don't know. Should we watch it? I'd be down to watch it, but it seems like it's kind of a hit piece in the sense that it's like what we were saying yesterday. Like there was like one report said like 15 of these hospitals that are owned by MPW or that were rented by MPW tenants had like supply issues and like, but it's like, again, they just own the real estate. But I'm seeing somebody tag me in this, but a lot of bad vibes going around MPW. I just searched MPW on Twitter. Don't read it if you don't want to feel scared. I'm not scared. I'm just saying though, there's a lot of going in on it. Everyone's bringing up this CBC thing. We could watch it then. I think, am I allowed to watch it? I don't think I'll get in trouble. Here, I'm gonna go P2. It's 9:30. Maybe we get an early carbo. Let's see what we have.
Provider. Our chief medical correspondent, Dr. John LaPook, is here with the latest. John, good morning.
Good morning, Tony. Last November, our cameras were there the day 95-year-old Delaware County Memorial Hospital in Pennsylvania closed its emergency room doors for good. With the hospital still shuttered, we returned to Delaware County to see the impact.
Chief 108, I'll be en route to Garfield.
For the past 43 years, this corner of Delaware County, Pennsylvania, has relied on the familiar face of veteran paramedic Jim McCants.
All right, Jimmy. Good to see you.
So when one of the area's largest hospitals, Delaware County Memorial, shut its doors for good, McCann's took it personally.
A lot of nurses I know, PAs, physicians, it's their life calling. It's really what they wanted to do. And then just to be betrayed like this.
You feel betrayed?
Yeah, absolutely I do. And so does, I'm sure, everybody else in this line of work feels that way over what they did.
They are Prospect Medical Holdings, the Los Angeles-based company that purchased Delaware County Memorial in 2016 with the help of private equity investors and a promise to dramatically expand service to the community. But last November, the hospital shut down. We were there the morning 28-year-old Cecilia Vizuete was turned away from the ER. She was having trouble feeding her 1-year-old daughter because of a breast infection. They said I should look on Google Maps for another hospital. Inside Delaware County Memorial, the hallways and patient rooms, normally bustling, were empty except for a few nurses charged with cleaning the place out. Angela Napolitano worked there for 41 years until the day it closed.
It was a sad day. Sorry. It was a very sad day.
When we recently returned to Delaware County, Jim McCann's told us the impact had rippled beyond the nearly 85,000 residents the hospital once served.
It's put pressure on the entire healthcare system, the EMS system. Everybody's feeling this. This really hit hard.
Now, cars start to the ER 501 Lansdowne for a walk-up shooting.
In January, 2 shooting victims arrived at the closed ER.
Leave room for the ambulance.
911 audio obtained by CBS News revealed they had to be taken by ambulance to Lankenau Medical Center, nearly 5 miles away.
On the way to Lanka.
McCann said nearby ERs are slammed, and his call volume is up about 25% because he is covering more territory. His team of 16 medics now needs to spend more time taking patients to hospitals farther away.
Where does this end up leaving the people of this community?
They're stranded for healthcare. It did hurt them. It's going to continue to hurt them. It's going to cost some of them their lives.
The closure hasn't hurt everyone. A CBS News investigation has learned of a series of financial moves that enriched Prospect Medical Management and its private equity backers. In 2018, Prospect Medical's owners took out a $1.12 billion loan and paid themselves a $457 million dividend. Sam Lee, the CEO of Prospect Medical, took home about $90 million.
You found a way to navigate you making money and leaving those people in the lurch.
So this is the client that's renting from MPW.
Morally,
this is their biggest tenant.
It should be legally.
But it is legal. And Prospect Medical then paid off the loan by selling off the land and buildings of most of their hospitals to a Birmingham, Alabama firm called Medical Properties Trust.
Just put simply, they bought the real estate out of Prospect and leased it back to Prospect.
Rob Simone, an analyst at a Connecticut-based investment research firm, says Medical Properties Trust is where private equity investors turn their hospital real estate holdings into cash. The publicly traded company has built a portfolio of nearly 200 U.S. hospitals, often in low-income communities.
These are hospitals where care is needed, care is required, and there may be only one option.
Simone has advised clients to bet against Medical Properties Trust, but told us he doesn't trade on the company himself. On its website, Medical Properties Trust says it's at the very heart of healthcare. But Simone says the firm has saddled several of its hospitals with unsustainable rents.
Hospital systems are struggling and individual hospitals are closing in some cases, which is very problematic.
That's what he says happened in Pennsylvania, where Prospect Medical must pay $35 million a year in rent, money that comes out of hospital operations, to Medical Properties Trust.
Here's the hospital we're talking about.
During our return visit, we drove by Delaware County Memorial.
Place used to be packed. It was bustling. Where did they all go?
Prospect Medical says it plans to turn the hospital into a behavioral health facility. It says its rent obligation here in Pennsylvania to Medical Properties Trust was not a factor in that decision. The doors remain closed.
What would you say to the people who are trying to keep the hospital closed?
Where's the responsibility? You took the responsibility for a healthcare system. You can't just drop that.
They said it was because of...
In a statement, Prospect Medical said it hadn't been notified of a significant increase in EMS response times.
It's very interesting to hear about Prospect,
other hospitals have been significantly impacted due to the closure. CEO Sam Lee declined an interview and to answer our detailed questions, as did Medical Properties Trust, the firm that bought the hospital real estate. In a statement, it said it has no involvement in operational decisions at the facility it owns and denied its lease agreements have caused any of them to cut services or fail. Tomorrow, we'll show what happened at Delaware County Memorial raises questions about closures elsewhere.
Okay. What do you think, Chad? I'll tell you what I think. I'll tell you what I think. But what do you think, Chad? Tell me what you got. Tell me what you have. Let's read the room a little bit. Let's read the room. I have my opinion there on what was there. You've been shorting since April 22. Puts are expensive now. When healthcare is in the private, it used to be stunting, not related. Hit piece, sounds scamish. A victim. Thieves. Multiple streams of income. Selling my MPW. Seems like FUD. Interesting, mixed, moral hazard. Savages. Scam going on. A Prospect, I want to look into Prospect. Prospect looks interesting. However, this is where y'all are gonna get, if you were really like listening to that, I mean, it is very, very sad that they are, closing down the hospitals, but this is kind of like a Freakonomics type thing. So the first thing the guy was saying just at the end, he was like, I can't believe they're closing down. But what we read about, I believe in that situation with Prospect, I believe there is a public, ad. Please hold while we connect your call. I got a Carbo. I took a Carbo a little earlier, so I'll give you a little, like the video in the meantime. But they said they closed because of competition. So they said there was another hospital close by that was doing it. But sadly, all I got out of that little document or that little, investigational thing is that it confirms that Prospect is still paying the rent. That's it. I'd just be worried about Prospect. If Prospect is a scam and goes bust, then they can't pay the rent. But by the sound of even that video, as long as they're making the rent payment, even you guys get that, right? The hospital is closed, but they're still paying MPW. And that's kind of what we were talking about yesterday, where it's the same logic where even though the health provider may not do well, it doesn't change the fact that they own the real estate and that there's a rent in place. So as long as they keep paying the rent, I mean, there's your dividend right there. So that's I want to see. We should try to contact Prospect. What is it? Prospect Medical. We're talking about MPW. So there was literally, MPW was just on, I didn't know that. MPW was literally on CBS. They did an investigation. They mentioned MPW, but it was really about Prospect. But they were saying there's this company that bought all of their real estate, and now they pay them a lot of money. That's all I heard from it in a different way, but it was sad to hear. Again, that's been the issue. Where is it? Yeah, Samuel Lee. I don't think the CEO. They're based out of LA. Yeah, bro, they've hated this guy forever. I think this guy just sucks. I think Prospect is like I feel like they're the Monsanto. There's like one article from like 2020. It's like PE-owned hospitals paid owners millions and got low care ratings. Says they've invested in hospitals. Leonard Green borrowed for dividends of more than $500 million. Oh, we are flushing right now. Again, 499 and a quarter. So that was actually the first new low there. Since doing that, we had that little pop, and then we came back down. The market did not like that MPW thing that we listened to. McRib should have an update, I believe, Wednesday, tomorrow. But there's articles on them from like 2021, 2022. Like there's an article in 2021. It says rich investors stripped millions from hospital chain and want to leave it behind. A tiny state stands in their way. This was before any of this shit. And then SPY is flushing right now. New low, Chad, 40.98. So Again, you could go to like 40.93, but really 40.88, 10 more points lower from here. That would be the next level. So 40.88, again, it's like 40.92, 40.93. This was the close of April 5th and April 13th or April 12th. So you're right back to the middle of the week again. Where is this April 1st? So you're negative on, actually you are now negative on the year, or on the, on the month. No, you're going into the lows, 40.90. That was big from here. So from the low, you're about 2 points, but this was that flush I was talking about, because now from here, I mean, that's almost 10 points from 41.03 to 40.97. I mean, that's 3 points shy. So, but you're dropping a little faster now. This is a big move. And then again, 40.93 to 40.88 now. So we broke it though, but if we can't really get above 4,100, that will be a very big break of momentum. And keep in mind, you're selling off a support level ahead of a big earnings too. He's still going. This is the momentum, though. Shit. Remember I was telling you, like the air brakes, you don't want to see it speed up. They use this reload candle to give it 10 points of fuel almost. About 6 or 7 points. $40.88. CXAI still going. I have Boeing shares short from like a quarter ago, almost 2 quarters ago now. That's going to be my Boeing play. Microsoft selling off now. NASDAQ's down 1.3. SPY is about to go 1%. Dow Jones is now down 0.5%. CXA, all right. There's your green wick. We'll see what happens. Vivid, see what happens, Habibi. My goodness. GE, they had good earnings. Again, I don't think GE should be that high. I shorted them in the beginning of the year, and then I took a small loss, and then I closed it out. They did really good because their last earnings to start the year was bad, but I mean the expectations were low, and people just kept bidding them up. Probably be green. Well, it's 9:30. It's still very early, actually, and we have a lot of time left. So especially on a big earnings day. But you have a lot of 2% movers in tech land. All of your big tech names are down 2%, except for like Apple. Even Netflix down 2%. Tesla as well. That one's done really good. Again, Google and Microsoft after the bell. Also Visa. A little balance. What else do we have? Yeah, Microsoft, Alphabet, Enphase, Visa, Chipotle, PacWest, Texas Instruments, Juniper, Boyd, and Stride. Enphase even came down after CXAI. That thing's up over 100%. Enphase, they're back to green, but they were up $6 more or $4 more earlier. Boring day. Today, I think today's exciting. It's been a bigger sell-off. At least we had some movement that was straight in a direction. I mean, without much choppiness, even though it's been down. But great anticipation leading ahead of the earnings. My dude killing the portfolio, you and me both. That one did hurt. I'm going to give it like the end of the week, maybe before or after, and then maybe average again. But that one averaged into and then just got washed. But I still do like the China both ways. Short squeeze coming. Well, There's a lot of people with one-day puts. The one-day VIX is at highs. That means people are either selling their calls or they're buying more puts. So even right here, SPY's not even at a low. That means more people are buying one-day options right now. This is cool to watch. Your one-day VIX is up 17%. So I guess you could say that kind of works. Right? Comparing it to the normal VIX, I guess that's 9. At least you're getting some sort of move. Yeah, you can't buy it. So look at it. We're not hitting a new low, but the one-day VIX is hitting a new high right now. Uh-oh. Hello? Can you hear me? Hello? Hello, sir? Can you hear me? Hello? Hello? Can you hear me? Okay, we're back. Okay. Good. Good. That was close. Slow clap. I used to be obsessed with slow claps. You know that? I used to think a slow clap was the coolest thing ever. Like, I used to try to start slow claps. Did anybody else have a phase of trying to start slow claps, or was that just me? Am I just weird like that? Like, you know, just like... Like, it's... Yeah, right? No? Well, SPY just rocketed up off of that. First Republic said way to up to 100 billion. What the fuck? What do you mean 100 billion in asset sales? Is this the 100 billion of the loan you took? What do you mean? That's their update? Hold on. Yeah, so right, stock had a little pop and drop, but remember we were saying expect some level of news from them today, but I didn't think it would be that. That could be bad because then wait, because if they sell the assets, does that mean they realize the loss? That's all of their deposits, but what you should be thinking about is if they sell off, they have bonds. So, but then again, if you sell your assets, that's what SVB did, and then they had to take the loss, but they got cash. So it's kind of a catch-22. It went up. It's both good and bad. It's kind of how I'm interpreting that. I put that in the stream alert because it's like it gives them liquidity, but then it makes them take a loss on the asset. Microsoft's dumping too, even as we are going up. So Microsoft is probably going to join the 2% club on the day. Bonds are flushing here too. What happened with Jamie Dimon? They are helping them, but FRC, they said it. I mean, even after looking at what they reported yesterday, there's no way any bank can help them out beyond, you know, what they have now, like giving them deposits, because it's just you need the government to absorb the debt, or you have to get rid of a big portion of this debt that's not really worth anything. Maybe them selling assets could fix that problem. So FRC's reacting a little bit. Microsoft's in the low. SPY is just bounced again back to right before we flush. VIX one day topped out. Yeah, we're back to 4,100 flat. So this is like your little area below 4,100 for the first time. Just refresh if you are cutting out. Stream choppy, you'll make it, chop it up, refresh, you'll be good. Google pricing in 5. That's not that bad. 5%. FRC's tweaking out. That's what we're waiting for. Again, you might get another update off of that. So just get ready. I'd keep FRC on watch. Because I don't think they're going to drop that news without anything. But like I was saying, the stock was... I feel like if it dropped a little bit more, the CEO would have said more. But we're already getting some reaction. Is Josh dead? What? That's crazy, bro. What did I do to make you think I died? That's amazing. So First Financial announces board election and increased dividend. Oh, First Financial, FFIN. Hold on. That's a shitty timing there. Very shitty timing for that headline. I wonder if it'll confuse the algos or people. But this company, they just raised their dividend. So not FRC. I was like, what does that mean? Potty mouth. I think you come in here every day to tell me that. I'm sorry. I'm working on it. I've said that many times, but I don't know if I've made any improvements. But, good reminder. Good reminder, Nana. Nah, 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 nah. Nah, 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 nah. Hey, hey, hey. Spot puts. Nah, 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 nah. Nah, 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 nah. Hey, hey, hey. Spot calls. Da, 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 da. Na 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 na. It's a good song. Pirates of the Caribbean. I'm not gonna lie to you. I've never really watched Pirates of the Caribbean in full. I don't know the plot. All I know is a pirate. That's it. And they're in the Caribbean. I'm being honest with you. There's another Josh admission. So don't judge me too hard. Only watch the first one. All right, Microsoft up, SPY down, FRC. That's not the thing I see. UPS is on the low. Dude, they're going down even more. Thank you for the work you put in. Horn for the haters, baby. LV. I'm with it. I got it on deck, bro. I got it on deck. God bless you, my friend. Do I remember the 21st of September? Is this a Pirates of the Caribbean reference? FRC canceled their dividend a while ago. I think UPS dropping right now. That could get a little bit uglier here. Oh, it's a song? I don't know. Do you remember? Otherwise, I don't know that song. Honestly, the amount of stuff that I don't know would make you disgusted. You guys would be freaked. My girlfriend gets mad at me because I don't know, like I don't know songs. Like, she'll play like a song by the Beatles and she'll be like, do you know who this is? And I'll be like, no. She's like, you don't know what this song is called? And I'm like, nope. Sorry. And she'll play like classic rock and expect me to know it. And I'm like, nope. Sorry. I'm like, it sounds familiar. So FRC is trying to sell 100 billion in loans, but their entire book is a blended 3.7. So they won't even go close to selling those for par. Getting 90 cents on the dollar for that would wipe out 70% of their book value. Hot dog. Well, it's either they sell it off to get capital or they keep losing money off of borrowing 1% higher than what they have. Okay, watch out. Again, I don't like UPS on the low. Microsoft surprisingly going up after being weak. Apple's not flushing, but I think UPS could be dropping down the SPY, but then FRC is starting to flush. FRC could get clapped off of that. We're gonna find Win is even dropping 111. Win has moved like $6. I feel like in the last couple of days, just from top to bottom. But watch out, FRC is now going lower. UPS is on the low. The big tech, they're not fully dumping. Damn, even 3M came down here. What was it? Where's Google? Let's see if we flush any harder. UPS did, I think we did get a UPS FedEx clap at the start of last year, huh? Let's see, I think it was FedEx, I want to say. They dropped September. Yeah, I was here in March. FedEx had that drop. I think it was UPS also too, though. Hold on, I think the same exact thing in April too. UPS gapped down heavy last year, but then their first quarter was good. PTPI's on the high again. What time is it? 9:50. So at least we're burning a little bit more time. Again, today was moved a little bit slower here, and you've actually went one direction. This has been just a beautiful downtrend. Like you didn't really play that many games. Like yesterday, you were a lot more neutral. Granted, if we do start to bounce around here, I mean, we're at like what, 9:45, 9:50. So yesterday you already started to bounce by now, but for the most part, been just a constant move down. Oh, little baby Clifford here at the low. 40.97, bro. 40.97.80. The low is 40.97 flat. Again, there is a baby level at 40.92, 40.93. Otherwise, 40.88. And SPY is surprisingly still not hit 1% down. There it is. There's FRC. They're down over 30% now. So said the way, the 100 billion, that's it. And it's still short by 32%. So what Credit Suisse did. I mean, Credit Suisse was just a slow death over the years, and then the bad news kind of culminated into that 1-2 punch. Actually, we haven't even had FRC, the big investors were the banks, but they didn't even really invest. That's going to be the next part of it, but it's good. They should go down more. I mean, I'm telling you, FRC, like, none of this is okay. Like, again, even though we're in the play, that's why I kept it small. And, like, obviously, I own the shares. I would love it to go up here. That, we were going for a earnings gamble, but as like a data release and like how this story is playing out, like, FRC was bad. Like, it was like, this is kind of unacceptable if you think about it. Like, they should be a lot lower after this report, especially even after this update, because now they're even saying they're going to sell these assets, and you don't have anybody from the management giving you clarity, a plan, guidance. Like, do you know what I'm saying? So 40.96, that's another 1 point low. So you've gone 1 more point lower. The volume has picked up a little bit on the futures. Overall on the SPY, we're at 34 million, so it's slowed down, but should be around the same volume as yesterday. And now, again, you're getting to the lower end of the range, and you are now negative on the month, though. So this is where we started April. So you're like 2-3 points away from that. Should we book our losses? If you don't want to play the FRC anymore, yeah, you could take it whenever you want. The catalyst came through. It's down 30%. You could walk away if you want. If you think there's going to be more volatility, you could hang on to it. That's pretty much all there is left to it. Again, this is the story is one thing. The play is a completely that's just a volatile vehicle, straight using it for up and down moves. So if you're done with it, you want to try to reposition, you get out, do your thing. If you still want to play for the moves, you go from there. Again, my position is like $1,400. I think I'm down $380 right now. So not too bad, but I mean, relatively speaking, it's not the worst. So I'm gonna keep letting it do this swing back and forth. Me personally, I don't understand the thesis. The bank gives any sort of updates, any sort of stupid volatility. There is a lot of upside if they end up getting a buyout, if they sell the assets for more money than they need to, if they don't need to take tremendous losses, the intrinsic value is a lot higher. There's a lot more upside than there is the downside, and quite frankly, I just wouldn't want to short it. Do I think they should go lower? Yes, but would I want to short it just to get $10 a share at this point? I wouldn't. No, because it's only worth $10 to the downside. Microsoft and Google, I think Google is pricing in 5%, and Microsoft might be around then. Actually, I have earnings previews. It's going to get bought out for pennies on the dollar. It probably will be. But then again, the only way that happened was with the government bailout. But again, that's the story we said with all these banking stocks. Is that, remember, the shareholders are not protected. So I said this yesterday, even before the earnings. Like I said, if you're playing FRC, be prepared for it to go to zero. That's all. You just remember, if you're playing any regional bank right now, there's no safety. That's the assumption I'm taking. So it's the same thing here. Japan space lander unknown after moon landing attempt. Yeah, that's how capitalism works, punk. How are you okay? Holding it is beyond me. You're losing the entire position. It's because my position is small. So I'm down double the amount by holding Baidu for 5 days than I would lose if FRC went to zero. That's it. That's the only way people don't understand what I'm doing is, again, relative value you could go for a play that could move big with a small amount and vice versa. I was hoping Baidu wouldn't move that much, but that's a bigger play that doesn't move the same amount. So FRC, I am not throwing money at it in that sense. So that's why I think there's a lot more upside than downside, and that's how I'm okay losing on it in that sense, is that the position is way, way smaller for these aggressive moves. So like top to bottom yesterday, I was never up more than $250, and I was never down more than 350 or now 380 at this point after that move. McRib flip big. Was it up in the morning? I feel like McRib flips big every day. 2-year bond auction. I think that is coming in now. Yeah, I just saw when issued. Where did it go? 2-year yield 3.966. So remember that number. McDonald's did good, but we didn't play it yet. I would just be on the lookout for that export ban on Russians. But if the EU does the like all out Russian ban, I think wheat will go crazy again. IMAX and Cinemax in pack for 6 new IMAX locations in Mexico. There's still more downside risk to the First Republic rating until some clarity emerges on what their strategic options can or will be. Damn, is FRC getting another downgrade? Are they getting an update on their downgrade? I don't know. Is that recent? But there you go. It's down to 1050 now. Mm. Two-year notes 3969, so slightly higher, practically unchanged. A lot higher than the last auction. Damn, the last auction was 2.4. That was in the middle of it all. So I think 3.9. I think it was at 3.966 and it came in at 3.969. Not bad. 10 years kind of move in. Why are there no auctions? Isn't the rate changing? Well, that's how they get their money. Remember, the government auctions this off for funding, so they have a schedule, and then they set the rate, and then based on the demand, the rates are constantly changing, but rates are set based on demand and supply as well. But in that case, they do an auction every week, every 2 weeks, I believe. And that's how they get the money out there, and they offer the supply, and then based on that demand, the rates move off of other factors, and then based off of the auctions as well. And then bonds start at the auction, goes from the auctions to the big banks and anybody else who bids, and then just spreads through the bond market through there. Decent bounce, but every little mini bounce has been a bouncy ball up to just dribble all the way down. Again, it's 10 o'clock already, so decent amount of timing. But do you guys want the previews? Huh? Maybe I could give you previews till we start going back down. Anybody? Mm-hmm. You guys want some earnings previews? Because yesterday was all about FRC on the watch list. Do you guys got likes? We're almost at 2,000 likes. I would appreciate 2,000 likes. I could give you Google earnings preview. I could give you a Microsoft earnings preview. I might throw in a Chipotle. I might throw in the guacamole. FRC is getting smashed right now. 1030, down 36%. 10 years moving. Just got the bond auction. Just bounced up to 4,100. McRib, that's a biotech preview too. Well, that's it just this week for biotechs. I don't know. It's just today, tomorrow, all the days. I think we could do it. Come on. We need like 100 more likes. 100 more likes. You could change the life of an Egyptian boy. You could support your local Egyptian boy by liking the video now, bro. Even though the Egyptians just wanted to join the BRICS. I don't know how you feel about dollar supremacy, but maybe you've just been reading the news too much. But we just need a like on that video. Do it for the Egyptians. Come on, baby. Okay, I'm getting desperate. I'll do it for 10 likes, 5 likes, 2 likes, 1 like. Give me 1 like. I'll do it for 1 like, bro. 1 like, I'll do it. I'll pay for the extra guac. You literally $5. Man, is that how much guac costs now? Inflation. Okay, I'm getting desperate. I did it for a like. I did it. Okay, I'll take it. Thank you, guys. I appreciate you as always. God bless you. Honestly, I hope you take this time to smile. You know, in the meantime, before I give you, let me just throw in a mini PHILO for you, okay? If you saw it on the thing, man, I hope you know there's a difference between a check and a wire. Ooh, FRC is flushing now. There you go. You are down 37%. Yeah, under 10 is huge. So then now we're starting to get the big moves. You might even be able to trade this, but is that an update on the thing? I don't know if they got an update on the credit rating. Oh, they're getting clapped. But SPY's kind of holding, but watch any of the other regionals. Oh, regionals are dumping along with it. KRE's down 3%. Government may, I don't know. Just wait. The government's not going to do anything until the CEO opens his mouth. Their FRC halted. Double kill. Triple kill. Regional banks clapped. On the next episode of The Stock Market Hates You. As every other earnings was good, a small regional bank was bad, and now everybody is worried about banking crisis once again. Why the fuck are you holding it, Josh? I don't get why are you holding... They wanted to short it for $2. Find out on the next episode of The Stock Market Hates You. Traders question, is Bill really Bill, and who is William? They also ask, is Jerome Powell ready to cut? FRC puts 100 to 300%. That's awful. I would be, back in my day, we would be offended by that. You know that? I'm a boomer, though. You know what? I was trading options before y'all. Y'all had no idea I don't even know what y'all were doing when I was trading options. But back in my day, if stock went down 37% in 24 hours, you were a millionaire. That's just, I don't know. I grew up at a different time. You weren't a millionaire, but you felt like a millionaire. Okay, but like that's all I'm saying is so. But I feel you. 100 good. Congrats though. I'm not trying to. Don't let me fucking ruin your moment. You know what I'm saying? GG to anybody who made money on that. I'm definitely my story. My old man story was not meant to detract from the gains. I'm just reminiscing. This is a why. Again, the stock is halted right now. But anyways, stop letting me rant. I love you all. God bless you. Thank you for supporting your little Egyptian boy. I thought we would have time to go over the earnings preview, but you are dumping into the lows, and now the bonds are moving. But should we get into it? Let's get into again. Just watch out for 40. It may be slow. 40.92, 40.93, and then 40.88. Am I going to share the orders you've been saying for the past 3 weeks? LOL. I was saying I want to see, but like everyone's annoying with like the plays. So like even that little side eye, you being annoying with it too. So just take the answer as no. If you're going to be, if it's going to trouble your heart, don't expect the positions to show back up. I'll put them up whenever I'm comfortable and when I feel that it's a right time to do so. So in the meantime, here's your earnings preview on Google. Alphabet investors We'll be watching first quarter results closely on Tuesday for insights into the company's plan to counter the growing threat from Microsoft and startup OpenAI and artificial intelligence. Google is in the process of adding generative AI to most of their products, including the flagship search engine. SPY is about to hit a new low. Including the flagship search. Search advertising remains the company's lifeblood, so any ground on Microsoft's Bing would also concern investors. They're expected to do $68 billion in revenue. Oh my goodness. EPS estimate $1.08, operating income $16 billion. Where's YouTube numbers? Google advertising. It doesn't say YouTube. I think ad revenue is expected to be $53 billion. And then SPY is still at the low. So analyst commentary, they say Alphabet's slowdown in core search and business amid muted ad spending environment will keep weighing on their profitability through the first half, said Bloomberg. They have 49 buy targets, 4 holds, 0 sells. Average price target, $125.37. 18% upside from the current price. Implied one-day move following earnings is 4.6%. GAAP EPS has beaten 8 of the last 12 quarters, and shares are down 11% in the last year, while the SPX is down 3.4%. I thought there would be more analyst commentary. Honestly, that was a pretty light preview, but like I told you, it is going to be all about AI. So with Google's earnings, just don't forget, last quarter, YouTube did go down 2 quarters in a row, and people are worried about that. But pretty much people want updates in AI, and then they're going to compare AI to search revenue and search ads, because if they are not making progress with AI and then they are watching the search lose money in ads again for like 3 quarters in a row or 2 quarters, people are going to freak out, and then there's going to be a real big emphasis on there's going to be a real big emphasis on the AI factor with it. Biogen Qualis Qalsody gets FD-OK for some patients with ALS. Is that supposed to be Ionis? That could be related to Ionis. Yeah, hold on. Ionis is moving. I think Ionis is ALS. So I don't think they partnered with Biogen. And then Japan's iSpace can't conform. They landed. FRC unhalted. Gap to 940. Again, down 41%. So again, banking crisis is back for some regionals, it looks like. So again, Biogen, watch out for Ionis. I don't know if it's the same. No, they're lower. They're going to get halted again. That thing's dumping. Even the SPY's coming down again. I think the rest of the financials might get clapped too. $40.90, $5.82 is the low. And then 4115, you're below the 4120. So now again, if we go to 4080, that means futures at 410. They have to have halted it again, right? Yeah. FRC halted again, I think. Is it? Yeah. So there you go. SPY even flushing now. So really, honestly, this is like late day. It's starting to get into late day, but this whole banking thing, you're getting a negative development here ever since that whole asset thing. JPM flush. Again, watch Ionis. There was some Biogen thing. Yeah, JPM is getting worked right now. So is all the all the big... Oh, shit. It makes sense, though. Duh. It makes a lot of sense. Why are they getting clapped? Never mind. I told you in the morning. It makes a lot of sense now. Big banks will go down if FRC goes down. It makes a lot of sense. Does anybody know why? It rhymes with Schmurdy $1 million. No? Anybody? I forgot the deposits. They have $30 billion with FRC. So you guys are like, FRC goes under, but if FRC owes them $30 billion. I said it rhymes with Smarty million. 30 billion rhymes with Smarty million. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, they got $30 billion of all of their money. I think Goldman and J.P. Morgan with the biggest amounts. I know, but not to mention $105 billion from the Fed. Is nobody, like, how come are we offended by that? Like, what happens if they go bust and they can't pay the Fed back? They literally borrowed $105 billion from the Fed. 4093. Oh, shit. So here it is, Chad. You're flushing, bro. This is big here again. You're doing, bro, both of these reloads. Oh, my gosh. Look how fast that red line showed up. You're starting to drop here a little bit more. 4091. Oh, you flushed. Okay, I'm putting out the stream alert. So watch out here. 40, dude, you're at 4088. This is wild. Oh my gosh, you're really, again, I think people are tripping out on the FRC stuff. No, I don't think the fear is overdone. I think the fear is coming back. That's it. All your big banks are starting to dump again. This is a weird mix between not only do we have earnings, but you have everybody just dumping the big banks right now. Yeah, financials are giving up really, really hard off of that. And then regionals, bro, this is a new low for regionals. I don't think you guys, that's it. You're like a solid, like 2.5%, 3% below the low from the beginning of FRC. So that's it, bro. That was a fat flush right there. Yeah, PNC. PNC actually did good, but that my shares were coming back down. I'm almost break even on PNC. We're up on it for now. Meta, watch Google as well. I still need to go over the micro. Everything took a fat candle, but I think it's bank fear, slight bank fear coming back. Bro, you're getting another candle. You are really flushing right now. Chad, that's like 10 points in 3 minutes now. 40.83, that's it. Bro, if we don't stop at 40.73, you're going to 40.60. Like, this is actually wild. Yeah, again, 40.60 is the next one. Again, 40.73, 40.74 is a very, very soft level, and you're close to that, but that's it at this point. Bonds are pumping a little bit. Apple, Meta, all your big tech is into the low. Again, FRC still hold it. See what happens now. Watch for the unhaul. Even the 2 years coming down. FRC is sounding resilient. Oh, amen. Yeah, I think banks. I think it's FRC. That's the only before earnings. I think you're getting a chain reaction now, and then energy is down a lot too. Might I add? But you have this is a bad day for energy. Then the banks. There's FRC now down 46%. Bop. So I'm gonna bag hold FRC for the rest of my life. You could sell out now. I mean, you'll be down what? At this point, it's like $600. But I'm sure there's going to be a random bounce on it too eventually. But it needs to die until the CEO says something. But we'll find out. I wonder if FDIC's on the plane yet, right? 52-week low, 828. Now it's bouncing. That's 2% right there. Then even the SPY a little bit. Watch the big banks, though. That could tell you a lot. Again, XLF just knifed. Not hitting coin. It is just not. Coin is pretty low. Coin is around similar levels, I think. Yeah, coin is at the same price of when the whole banking thing started, but they ripped. Remember, Bitcoin went up on the whole banking situation. They got halted to the upside. Oh, business with 10, baby. Oh, showing mad love. God bless you. We need one of these. Let's go. Happy Tuesday. Business. What's up? No. CVS and Blackstone amongst bidders for German football media rights. And then Google prices in 4.8 move following earnings. Oh, yeah. Do you guys want Microsoft earnings preview? Let's see. Oh, shit. Where is the preview? Oh, there it is. FRC, again, we've recapped. Go watch the Watchlist video from last night, and I talk about the 5 takeaways. We've been repeating it a lot today. But recently, right here, the company said they're looking to sell $100 billion of assets, and it sent the stock down because now if they sell $100 billion of assets, they're going to have to realize a very, very big loss. But again, it's both good and bad because it'll give them liquidity, but then it'll force them to take a gigantic loss. And then the stock just started flushing, and then we have yet to hear from the CEO, and there is currently no plans to hear from him. But here is Microsoft's earning preview. Microsoft to report tepid growth on cloud slowdown. Microsoft is expected to report a second straight period of less than 5% sales growth on Tuesday during the fiscal third quarter results. Cloud computing, long software giant's reliable juggernaut, faces slowing demand from customers, paring costs in a weaker economy. Still, the company's shares have risen in the past quarter on enthusiasm about their new AI products and plans. They're expected to do $51 billion in revenue. Cloud is expected to do $21.89 in personal computing, $12.26 billion. Operating income estimate, $20.5, and gross margin, 69%. Azure analyst commentary, Mark Mordler, analyst at Bernstein. He says Azure has become a far bigger business and delivered better margins than many believed just a few years ago, but the past few quarters have been a cause of concern for some investors as Azure has seen significant deceleration. Let me see if there's another one. So they face third quarter results could indicate further slowdown in PCs along with weak infrastructure software results that could affect both Azure and on-premise sales. Azure could post 31% constant currency sales growth in third quarter, down 700 basis points sequentially, with fourth quarter at 2 to 3 below consensus of 28, reflecting a more pronounced slowdown. Another Clifford here after that little bounce there following this little FRC bank flush. I'd watch the big banks right here. Again, see if they're the ones that lead down. They're actually doing a lot better. Is this tech? I think that could be tech right now. FRC halted again. It was to the upside. That was a fat candle, bro. We're kind of tripping out. But they're saying constant currency server sales may decline in the low single digits in third quarter. First drop in 10 quarters after a second quarter increase, or 2% increase in second quarter. Microsoft has been aggressive in marketing AI enhancements over the past 2 months, but we don't expect these features to create a sizable contribution in near-term sales growth. However, we do expect management to indicate increased interest from advertisers and other vendors in their enhanced search capabilities. And Microsoft average price target is $304.83, 7% upside from the current price. 52 buys, 6 holds, and 1 sell. Implied one-day share move following earnings is 3.3%. Adjusted EPS has beaten 11 of the last 12 quarters. Shares are up 3.2% in the past year, while the SPX is down 3.4%. FRC unhalted and going to the downside now. We're tripping FRC. FRC gave an update on selling assets, and then the market started tweaking out. And then now even big banks started going down. Your tech was already down anywhere from 0.5% to 2%. And now we're still kind of holding down. But FRC is trying to bounce up a little. Is it halted again? No, it's not. POAI halted. Wait, POAI wasn't even moving. Why would it be halted? And then SPY about to flush again. Any little green is turning red. Yeah, so event possible sale of $100 billion in assets would be a steep retrenchment for First Republic, but logically one of the remaining options after a 41% drop in deposits. The size of a haircut to offload assets will be key for capital. A potential loss will be weighed versus the reduction in risk-weighted assets against the CET ratio that's at 9.3%. Oh, gold, huh? Gold was actually beaten down the last couple of days. So maybe gold could actually wake up a little bit here. It's weird. I mean, gold is doing almost equivalent to the bonds. So bonds are actually showing more pivot than gold over here, but gold is still holding its premium. FRC, I'd give it one more flush, and then if you'd want to, it's all gambling though. Just know that. Again, if you want to play I think FRC, if you just want something that's moving 10, 20%, you see what I'm saying? But I think it could go a little bit lower here, but I think you might, once it kind of finds a little bit of a range, we might start moving 10, 20% at a time like we were doing in the beginning. But again, hopefully you guys see it. You're kind of watching it unfold right in front of you. These little bank fears are coming back because now FRC is pretty much doing what SVB did. Do you guys realize that? That's why it's both good and bad. It's ironic. We're going to find out, but do you realize, I can't even put up SVB, huh? I can't load up SIVB chart if I wanted to. But do you realize what they just announced? So they just said, we're going to sell our assets that we have at a loss. We are going to sell bonds, some of our loans, so we could raise capital. That's one of our options. But do you realize that's what SVB announced in the beginning? Remember, SVB was like, hey, we're going to dilute our shares. We're offering this many million in stock to raise capital, but then we're also going to take a loss on our what's it called? Our held for maturity securities, the assets we had for sale. We're selling them off, and there you go. And then after that, everybody started taking their money out. So the question is, does everybody start pulling money out of FRC? This has nothing to do with FRC stock. Sadly, when it's all said and done, the real question now is overnight in the next 12 hours, does everybody pull money from FRC again? That's it. And guess who can't pull money out of there? It's going to be JP Morgan with $30 billion, or all of them. So, yeah, if you had unsecured, the question is, do we watch deposits outflow from FRC now? Because they're about to sell off these securities for a loss. Obviously, the shareholders, this kind of reduces the chances now of the company selling shares. But realistically, that's how SVB started. It was similar news, and then they came in, and then everybody pulled out money, and then that news with a money pull, that was at POAI. MTD on the low, 1,500, and SPY holding here at the low. There, they didn't even say sound and resilient. They just said we're committed to doing everything. Again, they didn't even make a presentation. That's why I'm saying FRC was crazy last night, because they didn't even make a presentation. They didn't even sit there and tell you it was sound and resilient. They just gave you the most generic headline they could and just said, hey, man, you know, what did they say? Quote, they said, the stabilization of our banks, we remain fully committed to serving our communities and are grateful for ongoing support. That's it. Then they gave one more update and said, we have moved swiftly. There has been a lot of unprecedented outflows. Here are all of our numbers, and this is what happened in March. That's it. No CEO, even right now. Again, this is like low-key disgusting. They even just said we're about to sell $100 billion of these assets, and you have not had any sort of clarity on this topic. You know, the CEO hasn't said anything. The CFO, the analyst you can't even ask a question about it. We don't know any of the details to what they're trying to do with this $100 billion also. And this is all following their earnings. That's crazy. All FRC had to do was say we are sound and resilient. They could have. That's all they had to say. That's all. But then again, it's like that one, the short-term numbers look decent on FRC. But everything and then the lack of questions and clarity around it doesn't look good when you look at the numbers. Well, if today's going to get ugly, it spills over to the big banks, and it already has a little bit. And then, like I said, I really think the big question now overnight is really does FRC actually see deposit outflows, and do we watch something actually get big? FRC, it's open back to 9:30. Our Republic, 9:30, down 41%. JP Morgan's coming down. I'd watch those. Again, like I'm saying, if big banks do react, that's not going to be pretty. Time for I forgot about that. JPM's flushing now. It's hitting the big banks. So SPY's not hitting a new low. Tesla's doing phenomenal. PNC starting to dump. Yeah, wall, pack, W. All right. That sucks. I'm going to sell out of PNC before it goes negative. $33. We had $400 on it, but if this spreads to any of them, this is going to be whack. But just as a precaution. Or if I sell out now, it bounces. But I still have the FRC. CXAI. If we break, we might flush. The markets, I mean, we went down really. I can't believe we hit 40.88. So this was your big day. Like, you know, again, every day people complaining about the up, the down, where we at. But, like, this was like a day for the Bears, bro. The Bears single-handedly one direction, dog. So we're at 40.88. I mean, it's going to take 15 points up just to get to 4,100. So this little freak out here was not pretty. Yeah, we hit 4081. Yeah, that's actually insane. 4088 as a level is just nuts. Mm. Did you know shorting regional banks is the fastest growing sport in America? Oh, man. That's pretty funny. Earnings is Microsoft, Google, Enphase, Visa, Chipotle, Western Alliance, and then a couple of others. No, I just looked at it. I still have Team. I'm down $1,000 on Team, bro. That was supposed to be a flip turn disastrous nightmare. Now I have another unprofitable tech company. But then again, I think after today's earnings, we'll probably get bigger reactions. Sons of Averaging, round 2. We'll see. This day, though, this was at, and if we get the random run up, what we get? Microsoft's not bad. I'm down $120 on that one from this morning. We were up a decent amount right when we got it, but Microsoft is not doing as bad. And then I think with the post earnings run, we'll see. But today, very bad vibes. Again, bonds were all over the place. Bonds even caught a bid. Again, after selling it off, and then this bank thing is going to be very, very wild. Regionals bounced a little bit. I love this vibe. Show my blood. Okay. Tesla, I think it's a good sign for now. They're at like a low level, but they're post earnings, and they're not really tied into any of the banking stuff going on, but I think it could just highlight the fact of what we're even watching here. There is a lot of earnings tied into this. And what I mean by that is like you still have names that are up. I think like even Procter & Gamble and a couple of others actually ended up doing good. They actually came down here. Where's Pepsi? Disney, I'm going to hold until probably day before. But I might be down to hold on the Bob Iger, or I think it's same price. This is literally where they were at last earnings. Pull out of banks and into tech. Well, that's the weird part because you don't know how tech is going to be just yet. So maybe. We'll find out, though. I think after Google and Microsoft, I mean, if that's the case, though, I wouldn't be surprised. So, like, if Google and Microsoft, whichever one's good out of them, or if they're both bad, we're fucked. But if there's a good one, I think everybody will pile into those. So Tesla calls. Give it a couple of days because I don't like this price and I don't like this slow move down. It reminds me of my last child support because that's what I started. This is where I made like my initial plays, and then I started like averaging in here, and then this is where it got disastrous. So that's the only thing I'd be worried about. What the? Bruh. Are my pipes bursting? Do you hear this? What is happening? Do you guys hear that? Sounds like someone swimming. FRC unhalted. I think someone's swimming in my house. I don't have a pool in my house. Citi and JP Morgan, they are back to the lows again. So big banks are starting to flush here. TXG. Nvidia's even down 2%, 2 to 2.5 seems to be the range. But watch out, those big banks are dropping. Amazon's hitting a new low now. Apple's about to go down. Even Microsoft wants to go down. Meta's holding up a little better. Google's at the low. So get ready. 407.25 on the SPY. This is 40.83, bro. So again, you have 40.73, 10 more points lower. There's a soft level. Otherwise, you go to 40.60. And if you go to 40.60, you go to 40.30. But then at that point, that'll be 100 points on the day. So I don't know. It's like you either bounce around. It's already a fat range. I mean, we are down 1.5, even SPY. 1.5 NASDAQ, 1.2 on the S&P. Bernard Karn. Oh, little Bernard Karn. What's going on with Bernard Karn? Oh, Bernard Karn shaving the day. Bernard Karn. I was getting worried, Bernard Karn. I was getting worried. Zim, long term, it's too volatile. That's kind of just my take on it. Even after trying to trade it that one time, we walked away with some profits, but I mean that shit was aggressive, dude. Shit was aggressive. And then FRC's kind of chilling out. You're not getting 10, 20% moves and getting halted again. So that's good for now. MP, didn't they just hit like a 52-week high or something? And you did not flush on that, even though it looked kind of close. Again, banks were going down. We got to see. It's 10:42. It's 11. Good timing. Good timing for now. Bitcoin pop. MSTR is running up, your fake Bitcoin ETF. Are we expecting shorts or buy? We don't know. I mean, we're going to find out after the bell. We will be here live with the earnings. But like it looks like Microsoft is looking to have bad guidance. Google is just going to come down to AI and then how that could relate to their search revenue. But, I mean, we're going to get the reports now. I think the estimates are pretty conservative. I think even then, people are expecting slowdowns as well as even slower guidance. Is that Boeing? Tesla? Just not going up. Tesla's coming down. Boeing hit 201. I believe there's a headline said First Republic exploring divesting 50 to 100 billion of long-dated mortgages and securities as part of broader rescue. according to people with knowledge of the matter. Any sales would help reduce the bank's asset liability mismatch. The people said, asking not to be identified. Potential buyers include large U.S. banks, might receive warrants or preferred equity as an incentive to buy assets above their market value. And one of the people said, Netflix big drop. I think everything had a big drop today. All across the board. I mean, nobody would, even utilities are negative. Staples were the only safety in the morning, but that all disappeared. I mean, I don't know. It's not loud. It's very subtle, but it's knocking at the door. But we might have to deal with some slight banking problems here. Again, or you might have that fear reemerge depending on what happens with FRC. Again, and how these banks trade out, and then really big tech earnings now. That's either going to make us focus on it or not. Anything besides 3M. I bought MPW yesterday. So I bought MPW yesterday. We added like 300 shares. And then, 350 shares at 811. And then today I grabbed 3M, 25 shares at 106. And now we have 50 total. And I'm proud to be an American. Where at least I know I'm free. And I still have 10% in bill getting dividend yields. And I'm sorry. Perceptive advisors not aware of talks regarding Cerevel causing a reaction. CERE. I have no idea. Apple. I'm very solid. Good guy. Good guy. I'm mad he came down, though, a little bit more. Again, they had good earnings today and sold off. Bonds are going up. SPY may begin the flush at 40.83. My goodness. Chatadonia. What a day, bro. So it's almost 11. Still got 2 hours. 2 hours, 15 minutes. But my goodness. Crypto just had Bitcoin just had a fat surge. And then chip stocks tumble ahead of Texas Instruments. I forgot about that. You have them in the morning, too. This is the direction we've been waiting for after 2 weeks. You're flushing a little lower here. Watch out. Yo, that is a new low. 40.81. Oh, my goodness. So now you're down 1.5. It feels a lot bigger, but it's honestly, it's a fat day, but I thought we were about to hit 2%. It's taken a long. Again, I'm still kind of surprised we're even this low, but new low, 40.81. So 40.73. Still the next level, just under 10 points now. That's about like what, 8 to 9 points? And then again, bonds are catching the bid here. I think that's a big story over the last couple days. Bond volatility is back. People are buying the bids all of a sudden after all of this data. And again, bad China, bad everything really, or just bad regionals. I think that's what it is here. Again, if the bonds come back up, if banking system reemerges, it could just be round 2 of the banking situation, low key. But I don't know if FRC will be enough. FRC's flushing again. And just FRC is again connected to all the big banks. Because, again, even the dollar's up and the yen is stronger, too. Damn, Enphase is pricing in 9% for earnings. Oh, Enphase is after the bell today, huh? Well, there you go. So I'm in that from old earnings. It's the next shoe to drop. No, it's the gray swan, but it's bringing everything again. It's just like that could be the domino, but I think it needs to drop a little bit more. But even then, you immediately are getting a reaction out of your bigger banks there. Again, Goldman, JP Morgan, Bank of America, they're all at the lows right now. They've been selling off. So ever since right after FRC did that like second move, they started going with it. Because remember, if FRC's in trouble, they have their money. It's still a couple billion, but then, too, the bond volatility is reemerging when I don't really think it should be. So if people do panic about a financial institution, that's why they're buying bonds, it seems like. So it's still, and then again, all of this is happening in context of two very big companies reporting in about 2 hours and 10 minutes. This all started with Fox firing Tucker. The 2 years back up. I'm negative now on that short. Again, everyone's buying up yields all of a sudden. That's it. Even after the banking, right when the bank started to drop and people kind of realized that, the bonds just caught a fat fear bid. That's what's happening today. Again, bonds are getting bid up with every single new low. Again, I mean, you don't have to look far. You kind of see what's going on here with the banks. So it's interesting how it's playing out in the middle of this earnings. But this could be your first negative earnings, negative market reaction of the season. Because at this point, I'm starting to think FRC is taking a lot more weight right now. Again, that's another low. Yeah, 40.80, 40.80.09. You're barely above it. So we're hitting another low right now. Wow, this is 4,100 on the futures. So this is a big level now because if we go below here, futures will be down to 4,100 flat. Gold going. You're getting a little bounce off of there, but good chance. It's good chance it's going to be one of those crazy candles. We'll see. Unless it could like really get vertical, but you hit 4,100. You're right above it on the ES. This is the bottom. We'll see. We see, man. We see every day. Every day. It's been a solid, like, 3-4 days, though, of decline. I guess even last week was weird. But you're getting to the low end of again, we're negative on the month now. So this is at least, again, we just spent a fucking month at this whole level. That's actually crazy. We spent a month doing nothing, borderline at the same levels of SVB. Like, right, this was the top end of when SVB started. So, ironically enough, the high of SVB day is the low of today, as FRC banking issues seem to be coming back. Can't make this one up. And I'm proud to be Chatterdonian, where at least my long-term years. And I won't forget the stars we bought. It won't change my mind for 10 years. It's a good one. I like that. Plus, you said Powell kicked the can. He should be, and all of them have been saying that. But again, the bond market, we were talking about it in the morning. I was telling you there's a bid on the bonds. The bonds are saying Powell is going to cut rates. And right now, they're saying it even more. So even though Powell is not expected, but said he would kick the can down the road, the market is expecting he is not. So again, you're coming back down. This is 4,100 on the futures, 4,080 on the SPX. So get ready. Again, you're like a half a point above the previous low we were just at. When I leave the house, I leave you on so my bad dogs will think someone's there and don't destroy my house. That's a good technology. I like it. I like it. I'll try not to say keywords like treat, or I won't say go potty, go potty, go pot. No, I got you, bro. I got you. Who's a good boy? Who's a good boy? Bro, bonds still going. 10-year, 2-year. They're buying all the bonds. All of a sudden, they bought all the bonds. Where's FRC? 914. Again, Nuggets on the high. Gold is still making that later move. I do need to go to the bathroom, but I'll give it like 4 more minutes at the hour. It's 11 now. Let's see. All day down. Not one hint of upside today. Maybe a little bit in the morning. But let's see here. We're about to hit up 11, and then you get 1 more hour, and then power hour. Isn't buying bonds why FRC is here? So are you saying that like FRC and the banks got into a problem because they bought bonds and we shouldn't buy bonds? I understand why you could assume that, but here's the difference. SVB, FRC, all of these banks who bought bonds and are losing money now, they all bought these bonds at less than like 2 to 3%. Some of them are like at 0.5%. So they bought the bonds at the very high. What we've been talking about is that this is the highest bond yield in like 20 years, and that's why we want to buy now. So they were buying at the highs. If you're just starting a bond position now, you're buying at one of the lowest points in 20, 25 years. So that's the difference. So yes, the bonds got them in trouble because they bought bonds when the bonds didn't yield a lot of money. But when the yields are higher, it's a different story. So like if they all bought these bonds when they were yielding triple the amount, they would be loving life right now. Bitcoin pop! And you know it came with it. Oh, Bradley Frizzle and the Peach, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, right as we enter into 11 a.m. Are you kidding me, Peach Nation? Get your ass up. Happy earnings season. Nah. Oh, yes. Let's go. Let's go. Wow. Could be a Peach reversal. I don't know. I think anything's possible. All I know is the peach is there. You know, there's a lot I don't know, but I know the peach has arrived. And that right there, I know it's filled with a lot of things. Nar. But it's beautiful. It's beautiful. Consistency, greatness, inspiring, inspiration, motivation, dedication. Hold on. We're getting a text. Spill the tea of the text. BlackRock external affairs. That's it. No, Lending Tips was just sending me a property. Qualsody approve. Ionis. I think they got the approval. They're just not moving. They went up a little bit, but then again, we have seen very, very bigly delayed reactions in biotech land. Oh, you want end phase preview? You got to pay me with love and affection. Honestly, never mind, because that's illegal in some states. What I just meant by that is like the video, so I hope you don't misinterpret it. Anyways, like the video. We love you. Good evening, good morning. Okay? So let me show you what we have here for end phase. Enphase will report first quarter earnings after the market on Tuesday, and analysts expect demand driven by California's net energy metering program will boost results in the near term. Shares in the solar energy equipment maker have dropped over 15% this year, while the solar ETF has gained some 6%. Adjusted EPS is expected to be $1.22. Revenue estimate $722.4. Adjusted net income 171.9, and then gross profit estimate 306.9. Total batteries shipped 109. Second quarter guidance is expected to be 758 million, adjusted margin of 42.8, and adjusted operating expense of 106. Analyst commentary, Citi. They have a buy target. Analyst Vikram Bagri opened a 90-day positive catalyst watch on Enphase last week ahead of the first quarter report. Anticipation of strong results and viewing expectations as relatively conservative. Quote, our analysts indicate that the company has gained healthy market share, which should put some fears about competition to rest, he wrote in a research note. In addition, strong backlog from California should address concerns about near-term growth. Guggenheim, their neutral analyst Joseph Osha, expects strong first quarter results and a solid second quarter outlook, but sees second half expectations as too high. He says California demand pull forward prior to net metering appears to have been robust, and we think that dealers positioning themselves accordingly likely ended up driving good shipment volumes and orders for Enphase during quarter one. He anticipates they will have a benefit in second quarter from shipping to demand that installers expect to be meeting as they work through their net energy monitoring 2.0 backlog. SPY, Chipotle after the little bounce. Voyager, Binance US said terminating asset purchase agreement. Yeah, let me get FRC up here. And then SPY dancing a little bit. And then they said the company's peak quarter for shipping the NEM 2.0 pull forward should be quarter two. He expects installations will fall off by 20 or 30% for the next 2 quarters before starting to recover. Bloomberg, they say Enphase is on track to continue growing their top line by double digits through 2025, and our scenario analysis indicates that despite such rapid growth, the company can continue to deliver a 40% plus gross margin, says analyst Rob Barnett. They have 29 buys, 9 holds, and 0 sells. Average price target is $284, which is what? That's like 30% higher than where it's at now. It's actually kind of crazy. Implied one-day move following earnings is 9.1%. Adjusted EPS has beaten 12 of the last 12 companies. And earnings are released today. The call is at 4:30. That is for Enphase. And now we're back. Every time I read an earnings preview, we hit a low. What the hell is happening? Literally, you guys know that, right? I think this was the Google earnings preview. And then this was the Microsoft earnings preview. And now this one right here was the Enphase preview. Bro, what's happening? I can't get through an earnings preview right when I think we have enough time to talk about it. 4,100, bro. This is huge. You're back to the keep rating. There it is. You broke it. 40.80. That's it. Futures gone. So you might dance a little. You either die. I honestly think we sell off 30 points from here, or we bounce, and then you dance around here. This is a huge level. So you either die and flush from it, or we dance and hold. So that's it. It's 11:04. I don't know. You guys didn't get an ad? I need to go pee. I'm going pee. So y'all wanted me to keep talking. I'm going pee, man. That's it. So follow me on Instagram, okay? At the Trading Fraternity. Will you guys follow? I'll post my lunch. I had lunch yesterday. Oh, I took a picture, but I didn't post it. Oh, whoa, bonds. IEF's at 100. Oh, shit. So, again, market at the low. Bonds are running up here. Very big level. We just entered 11. We got about 2 hours remaining, and I need to go to the potty. So I'll be right back, okay? I will be right back.
Like 28 S&P 5 companies report before the bell today. We're going to get about a dozen more a little bit later once we get to those closing bells. A lot of concerns here right now, not just about the numbers, but also about the guidance. David Kostin over at Goldman Sachs was on Bloomberg Television a little bit earlier saying that basically what we've gotten so far, just kind of modest. Take a listen as to what he had to say.
On the top line revenue growth, you've had some positive surprises, but they are less dramatic than you've had in the past several quarters, call it last 8 quarters. And the same thing on the bottom line. If you look at the earnings per share results, they are slightly ahead of expectations, but by a lesser amount, a narrower gap than they've typically been for the last 8 quarters or so. So I think it's a kind of modest earnings season in terms of the development.
David Kostin there basically urging investors to remain defensive. In fact, he said boredom actually might pay in this type of market here. And that really brings us back to the macro conditions a week away from the start of that big Fed meeting, a Fed meeting where the expectations are for, yes, another rate hike, but maybe potentially that could be it for the year. And a lot of folks still pricing in the potential for rate cuts as we get deeper into 2023. But it all comes down to where inflation expectations are. And believe it or not, they've actually been relatively well anchored here on a 2-year basis, a 5-year basis, and a 10-year basis. We're right around 2.2 to 2.3%. So if you take the Fed's word here that 2% target is more of a 2%-ish target, then I guess 2.2, 2.3, and 2.2 might just be good enough for them. Let's get straight to our first guest here as we kick you off to the close. Mark Howard, Senior Multi-Asset Strategist over at BNP Paribas, joining us right now. And Mark, I do want to start off there with the expectations in the market right now for where we end up with inflation. And, look, if you look at the break-evens, and I know break-evens don't tell the full story, but they certainly tell a big part of the story. And right now, that looks anchored to me.
Thanks, Romaine. It's great to be with you today. You're right. There's a kind of a dual narrative around inflation. As you said, the markets are, particularly the TIPS market, are discounting a decline going forward in terms of both realized and expected inflation. But the corporate sector, as we hear from companies like Pepsi and Coke and JetBlue and others, continue to see very robust consumer behavior and robust consumer spending, and is allowing them to pass through price hikes to achieve the revenue growth that many of these consumer-oriented companies are seeing. So we don't see inflation coming down to the Fed's target soon enough for them to cut this year. We think they're going to hike in May and then sit tight for a period of time. Inflation will start to moderate as growth comes down later this year, and we actually go into negative growth for a couple of quarters. Then you will see excesses get squeezed out, but not before then.
What's the opportunity, the investment opportunity, though, in that environment? Should that
squeeze the excess?
Well, one of the...
All right, we're coming back down, bro, all day. After a week of dealing with the market doing the opposite of open, we have now been... So yesterday you kind of had a little dance, but this is like your biggest one direction move in a while. I believe this is the biggest down day now of the month, especially if we hold. You're down 1.6. So very close to doing 2% on the NASDAQ. Again, the low is 40.7913. You're about to hit it right now, my guy. You are about to go. Oh, yeah, where's the VIX one day? That's hitting a new high. It's done this a couple. So that means there is more 0-day puts than anything. So there, I guess maybe, I wonder what the fear level is on the 1 day. This is going to be weird because, again, usually the fear level on the VIX is like 18, 19, or 19 or 20. Or I think 22, actually, from when 22 or 21. I just gave you like 5 different numbers. But the idea here, I mean, this thing is running today. It is up 62%. Wow. So major one-day fear. I really want to know. Again, it's hitting more lows. We're going to another low. That's crazy. So that works. The VIX is up 16%. When can we trade the VIX one day? I don't know if they're going to even let us trade it, but that actually works as protection. That's amazing. See, that's how it used to work. If you just sold off, gap down, went down, that's 62% on the one-day VIX on the day. 40, 78, 75. You hit another low. You could trade UVXY, but it doesn't. It's off of the VIX. The VIX does not move the same way. VIX is up a lot here still today, but I mean, I guess it's still below 20. Again, everybody was just saying VIX below 17, time to short. I think it only lasted for like 2 or 3 days. And then FRC, a little bounce. SPY into the low. Microsoft coming down. Let's see. Big banks. Some worse than others. Goldman, I guess, depending on how much money they gave to FRC. You could trade AM settled VIX. Yeah, but I want to trade the VIX one day. Again, they launched this about 2 days ago. This is like the second day of it. And it's a VIX for the one-day option. So you can't trade it now. I don't know if you will be able to in the future. Again, that's hitting a high. So that means either less calls are being held or more people are buying puts. And people are buying 1 days into the lows right now. They aren't making VIX one-day products. Boo. So again, you're dancing right within a point of the lows here. But you've been doing that for solid hour now, actually. And then where the is Euro close? Yeah, Euro close is right here, right above VWAP. Goldman, that's a pretty decent pop. Big banks kind of moving up there from the bottom. Fed swaps no longer fully price in a rate hike by mid-year. Again, the fear bid on bonds is back. FRC might, I think it could still go down a little, but at these prices, it's entering in that zone where, again, now it's 100% almost to $18. So again, like we were looking at 28, but it's down 40-50%. So it's gonna this is just gonna be a trading stock, is what I'll keep. But trading stock that if the music stops, you lose everything. But I think it can go a little bit lower, but it might start moving 20-30% at a time. Yeah, Tesla did good today, actually. And NVIDIA, I mean, NVIDIA just sold off 2% and then just stopped going down from the morning. But Tesla has been pretty solid. Even Apple, too, but they've joined almost 1% club. Microsoft starting to give back up. They weren't selling off earlier. And here I thought we weren't going to have much action. If federal agents arrive at FRC, it's over. Yeah. But I don't know. That depends on deposits going out. And then that's it. And no one's going to say anything like last time. Last time you had Peter, or what's his name? Not Peter Schiff, Peter Thiel. So it gets quite interesting, to be honest with you. Because we don't know if anyone's going to say anything, if it leads to it, but we won't know. But I doubt it. I feel like we would hear from the CEO before anything. I feel like the company would try to issue a statement before anybody shows up. And then FRC back below 9, though. It's still dancing around. And then again, watch the big banks, too. Microsoft keeps plummeting. So now I'm down 250 on those shares. That's pretty much the gain I took on it yesterday. Yeah, I got rid of PNC. That one, I was just getting spooked. Very nice bounce. Only like $1, though, but it was so good the other day. But all the regionals are smashed. Microsoft still going down. SPY at the low. NASDAQ down 1.7. SPY down 1.4. I'm still in the Bank of Americas, yeah. They're down like just around 15%, I think. Those ones haven't. It's been bad because it was a bigger one, but any big banks were good. Did not make any money on FRC. We made money before, but now I'm down I'm down $500 now on the shares. And then it went from $300 at the worst to $400 or $500 real quick after all of that. You're worried about wash sales? Should I worry about them when trading? I would talk to whoever does your taxes about that. FRC is it could be. It really could be. I mean, that's what it's the same logic. When SVB went to sell assets, everybody dumped it. But also at the same time, it really depends how depositors behave and how regulators behave in the next couple of hours. Because that's the part we don't know. Big volume. Let's see. Worst day in a month. April. We have 3 more days. So if the market goes lower, then April will be negative. And again, April is usually positive too. So believe it or not, even though we actually went up to like a higher level and the market seemed decent, we didn't do much. It was a boring April. April's usually green. So ending negative is quite the surpriser. Yeah, Microsoft's just flushing now. Amazon, where's Googly? He's doing better, but he's not getting love. Again, Microsoft's going to enter the 2% club. Only person not there is Google and Amazon. Or Google and Apple, excuse me. Bonds keep going up. Again, 2-year, 10-year, all of them are getting bought up, a.k.a. yields going down. And even end phase is negative now. They were green. They're pricing in 9%. Yeah, yen's at a high and the dollar. Ironically enough. Again, today's a trippy day. You have your VIX one-day surging. The bond volatility is surging. Bonds are coming back up. And then it's the banks. Really at the center of this now is FRC mixed in with earnings. So we got a weird vortex going on. So just keep that in mind. But there's a lot of wild movement. SPY going lower. 40.7806 now. That's a new low on the day. The normal VIX is hitting a high. There's Meta on the low now. SPY 406. Again, futures. ES futures are 1.5 now below 4,100. I still do have faith in McRib. Yeah. Ionis didn't really move much, but I think McRib will be a good one. 40.77.26. That's another new low. But Ionis got the approval. They just didn't move. Meta 208. SPY just keeps. You have to. I think you have to wait till the bonds stop getting bought, and we can't bounce without that. So I don't think we're gonna get a real bounce until this bond yield on the 10-year drops. We have conviction you keep buying UVXY. God bless you in that chat. Let's go, Brian. I know Brian was just telling us Thursday. He said, talk me out of this giant UVXY play. So there you go, baby. God bless you. Amen. My bill is up $4. Should I sell? If you're into that. I have $15 on bill in one account on the day. That's it. So I hope I get more gains on there. I'm trying to do like $10 a day off a bill, bro. $20 a day. That's $100 a week off a bill. Apple is planning AI-powered health coach service in Mood Tracker. Apple AI, Teladoc on the low. Watch Teladoc. Teladoc and anything medical. TMO, Apple readying first iPad version of healthcare app. They're working on features for users with vision problems as well. So Apple AI. No, pretty much Teladoc down, Apple no reaction. And then SPY still going down. Sent me the VIX one day. This is a historical chart of it. So you have more analysis. So then right now it's like right here at like 16, 17. So not bad, but I guess apparently beginning of the year that drop it was at 40. And then throughout March. That's crazy actually. Good info to have. Again, Teladoc getting volatile. Apple just had AI health news. Yep, Apple Healthcare. They said a new app to be launched with the iPad soon. And then 407.736, you're going into the low right now. The Qs are on the high. Even Walmart's on the high. Amazon, another low. Bro, everything mollywopped. Bitcoin, is it going up still? Why do I keep messaging you on Instagram? That's not me, bro. I'm sorry. You're probably talking to the imposter. Clap today, stay in bed. I'll catch you tomorrow. Like sick? You got it too? Everybody's been getting it. We'll keep you in the thoughts and prayers, my brother. Drink the water. Water, sleep. You're probably going to have boogers for a couple of days. I was messaging you too. Yeah, that's the imposter account. Don't fall for it. That bougie lunch. That was the one lunch from yesterday. My girlfriend made me spaghetti caviar. It actually was fire. With truffle. It was like some crazy shit, bro. So I loved it. I was 10 out of 10. 10 out of 10. We've been thoroughly warned. Well, let's see, man. After After these couple earnings, we'll find out. Again, we'll see if this frees up anything or changes the script. And you have Powell next week. What does it taste like? Caviar is like, it's just like a ball of salt. It literally just tastes like a ball of fish salt. That's it. It's weirdly satisfying with other things. That's other than that, just salty. If you like salty food, you'll like caviar. Apple bounced a little. Tesla almost doubled the losses from earlier. Still less than 1%. So if I hate olives, I hate caviar. You might. Is your girl Egyptian too, or are you in a multicultural relationship? Wow. No one's ever asked me it like that. And asked if I was in a multicultural relationship, but I guess I am in a multicultural relationship. I didn't even realize how progressive I was till right now. Meta stupid. Every tech stock just got a stupid pop, I feel like. Meta's a little bit bigger there. Microsoft's probably going to do the worst. And Microsoft is like the only name that's still in the green. So do you realize in the 12-month time period? Like, look at this. It came down today, but as of yesterday, Microsoft was actually up on the year. That's the nutty part. And then even from like 2021, they're still up while the market's still the same. So Microsoft has the most premium. And then they have the most kind of, people are worried about the cloud, but then they've gotten a very good jump start on AI. However, AI is not going to make them $1 billion, not yet at least, but that's the thing with Microsoft. And then Google, we got to see what they do. Yeah, MPW is long-term. We watched it too. There's a CBS, like if you go look at MPW, there's a CBS like investigation that's being done in the last 2 days on like Paradigm or whatever the guy was, or Prospect Medical, and it's like it's clapping them. But I liked it. It made me confirm that they're still getting paid, but we'll find out. Their earnings are on Thursday. I don't think they get any revenue from ChatGPT. They own equity, but that's about it. Market slipping. Meta to bring in Microsoft exec to lead chip efforts as they evaluate strategy. That's why it's getting a little bit more of a pop. Is this our pop? You haven't had one all day. I mean, it's 11:30, and even then, even start off the hour, I thought like that could have been your moment to really change the script, but you kept going down. So like until we get back up above here, you're maintaining a very, very solid downtrend on the day. The bonds are rocketing. So they're chilling out a little bit here, but again, it's like right as that bank fear stuff hit, it started to hit a little bit harder there, and everyone started to buy the bonds up again. We get Apple. I want to see if Meta actually goes up, and then Microsoft. We should be looking at Google too, but Apple is kind of rocketing off the bottom there. Is it annoying if I keep saying Benort corn? I mean, if it's moving, hopefully if it's a call out at the given moment, like usually when I see people spam Benort corn, I usually know it's making a big pop. Now I have proud to be an American stuck in my head. That's good. And I'm proud to be an American. That's good. You don't get that stuck in your head every day. So that's good, man. I'm glad you're patriotic today. My favorite cuisine, spy puts. No, I could dabble with spy calls too. Whichever. Just whichever. Love 10% too. I'm a big fan of 10% dining. Save 10%. That's all. That's it. It's a good enough meal for me. I feel that. Spy get. It's already 11:30. Okay. I'm going to go potty again. I love you. No bathroom breaks have resulted in drops today because we've just been dropping the whole time. So we'll see. I love you. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. I will be right back.
Now, keeping you up to date with news from around the world, here's the first word. I'm Simone Foxman. President Biden is asking voters to let him, quote, finish this job. The president has formally announced that he would seek re-election next year. In a video released today, he said there is still work to do to give Americans a fair shot. The president criticized what he called extremists in the Republican Party who want to cut government spending and curb abortion rights. House Speaker Kevin McCarthy is reacting to President Biden's re-election announcement. On Twitter, McCarthy posted the president should have announced that he's ready to negotiate an increase to the debt ceiling. He wrote, quote, President Biden might be focused on his own political future today, but he should be focused on the future of America. McCarthy's plan to raise the debt limit and cut spending goes to the House Rules Committee today. A fourth attempt at ceasefire in Sudan is being tested in the capital Khartoum and other cities. Smoke can still be seen rising near the presidential palace. Residents say there's been more fighting between army soldiers and paramilitary forces hours after their generals agreed to a 72-hour humanitarian truce. And Tokyo-based iSpace says it cannot confirm whether its spacecraft successfully landed on the moon. The company's chief executive says he assumes the landing has failed. It was poised to become the first commercial space attempt to place a lander on the moon intact. But the company says it lost communication with the craft at some point during its descent to the lunar surface. The company is not sure what caused the mishap. Global news, 24 hours a day, on air and on Bloomberg Originals, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Simone Foxman, and this is Bloomberg.
This is Bloomberg Markets Close. A little after 2:30 here in New York. Let's get you caught up on what's happening in the commodity space. Watching settlement right now very closely of NYMEX crude futures coming in right now at $77.07 a barrel on the settlement here on the day. At one point, we were actually below $77. Remember, we've pretty much retraced all of the gains that we had gotten off of that surprise OPEC Plus cut a few weeks ago here. We talked about consumer confidence.
All of the oil is back. Josh for president. No, thank you. Not yet. I still want to enjoy my life. I don't know. Maybe one day. Maybe one day. I would, if it's like President Camacho and I could be President Camacho, I would be. I think I would do a great job as President Camacho. Some of you don't even know who President Camacho is. So if you don't know, that's okay. But, definitely, I think once we enter into our President Camacho era, I will definitely be in the running for sure. President Kombucha. Nah, Camacho, bro. Camacho. I'm flexing my pecs right now. I'm already practicing. Josh for Fed chair. Nah, I'd be the worst Fed chair. I would put up the stock market as I'm talking. I would fuck with you guys. I would troll you so hard. See, I'd be like, that's why you should listen to the longer term guidance. And I'd be like, I'm cutting rates. And then I'd wait for the market to move. And I'd be like, in like 7 years, bro, calm down, okay? That's why you got to slow down. That's why you got to be careful, okay? I'm telling you the plan. Y'all stop trying to front run it, okay? I'll change plan. I don't care about credibility because you have no credibility. Why am I trying to be credible for a bunch of investors that lack credibility to begin with? Hold on. You want me to be credible to a system that has already shown how incredulous it is? Exactly. So we're going to do it this way. Okay, I'm going to channel the inner spirit of Volcker even though the markets went up during Volcker. But yeah, that's why. Maybe Fed chair. That'd be a fun activity. All right. Chad, how do you feel right now? I feel sound and resilient. That's hopefully. Honestly, though, FRC, they never said they were. Did they say sound and resilient? Binance US says regulatory climate hostile and uncertain in the US. Did they say resilient? I'm searching. I don't see anything that says. I don't think they did say it. I think they said stabilized. That's their word. FRC says the word stabilized, but they didn't. No, I don't think they said they were strong and resilient. Oh, Chad, this means nothing. Just don't forget. I'll never forget what happened today. This was such a pump fake. You don't remember this one? And then all of a sudden we were like, yeah, it doesn't look too bad. Like, no. Right back. So again, you're right here at the first flush. So honestly, until you get back up to 408.50 and like a little higher, that's where you got to watch out for it. Your wife never wanted to watch Idiocracy, then she watched it. Now she quotes it from time to time. It's best movie out there. Best movie out there. My UVXY is sound and resilient. Amen, man. Amen. Be humble with it. You know what I'm saying? Ride it out though. You got a nice hit. And now we have what I think we still got like 70 or 60% of the earnings. And then after the end of this week, pretty much this week and next week, and then pow. Shorts exiting tech. I don't know though, but then people are exiting banks, but then you don't want to go into tech until you get the report. But then they're not even buying Netflix and they're barely buying Tesla. Bears raiding the trash can in front of your house. That's an interesting visual. I usually picture like a possum. Now I got a possum bear that I'm imagining eating my trash. And then I'm like, good for him. I hope he finds something he likes. And then I picture the Fed coming in and then taking that trash can and supporting the trash can with a long-term trash can facility, where then the Fed just stands outside of everybody's house and offers them, okay, sorry, it's earnings, man. It's earnings. That's all. I get excited on earnings. This is the highest for FRC in like an hour or 2 hours. Epiphany, the long-term trash can facility opened your eyes. He said that's really what, oh my gosh. I never thought about said long-term trash can subsidies. So you'll take my trash at collateral? Dude, imagine. Like, that's kind of what the bank term funding facility is. It's like, go to the grocery store, buy whatever you want, right? Like, I want you to buy, like, all your groceries for the week, okay? So go buy, like, cereal, go buy, like, toothpaste, go buy, like, some toilet paper, go buy everything, right? I want you to then go spend all the money on the groceries. And then as you use all your groceries, you put all of it into a trash can, right? And then you take that trash can, and then the Fed will take your trash, and then they will give you what you paid on the value of your trash. They'll look at the sticker price on everything you ate. So even if there's just a box of cereal with no cereal, they'll give you the cash value of the cereal. But so you guys see, that's what they do. That's what they do with the bonds. They give you face value. So even though it's worthless, they give you the full value. But here's the caveat. Ready? So the Fed will you give them the garbage can with all your groceries, they will give you the full value. So if you had $100 in groceries, you ate it, threw all the trash away, gave them the trash, they'll give you $100. But there's a catch. There is a catch. You have to pay 5% interest on that money. Short term. That's the only catch. So you could get your $100, but you're paying 5% on it. Or you could get your $100 of the trash. So now you still have to pay them back $100 eventually. And you have to give them 5% interest. And then hopefully your trash regenerates. Oh, Microsoft flushing. Microsoft showing up on the low ticker again. I think end phase 2. Yeah, bro, you're getting... no. They're moved up. I saw something with EN. But Microsoft, big candle. I think Apple, too. Watch out, though. You might get your flush. FRC, that was their highest in like 2 or 3 hours. Apple's going down, but Microsoft's flushing more. 40s, dude, didn't I tell you, just watch out from here, man? I've been scaring the shit out of me all day. Texas Instruments, again, they have earnings after the bell. They're selling off. Fake pump. Well, see, I think you just hit a new low on that. No, you didn't, actually. So if you bounce from here, that'll be good. We still got 15 minutes till power hour. White House concern. It's still early. Honestly, I think if we didn't have earnings, it would be a lot more different of a vibe. But, dude, we have to see how tomorrow plays out for, like, FRC. And how if any of this banking fear actually reemerges. Again, we have PAC W today too. But we just have to see what happens. Because that's going to be like very, very big. PAC West. That pause. There you go. Were y'all not on stream before? Did that story get y'all? I said, why are y'all not on stream right now? It's good to see you. We have earnings after the bell. You may have missed the earnings preview, but you got a lot. Chipotle, Microsoft, Google, Enphase, Visa. Adobe is on the low right now. AXP got knocked. There's Microsoft. Nvidia's been borderline stable. Amazon's doing one of the worst. Even Netflix too, but they're still kind of holding 2%. Tesla's doing decent. EBS. All right, let me get that for you. Okay, let me get for you guys. Okay, everyone ask. We've gone over so many times, but I have for you. Don't worry. So, here it is. So, EBS should have been yesterday. So, did you not get EBS already? Let's see. EBS, we didn't get anything on them, actually. So unless they had it earlier. No, EBS was supposed to be the 24th. Nothing came out on that. All we saw was the update on the Narcan. And then DSNKY, they delayed for 3 months. The stock didn't really move on it. Ionis, they came out today with Biogen. They got the drug approval. Again, they already have 3 drugs approved, and they have a pipeline, so we'll see how that plays out. But they went up a little bit, and then McRib is tomorrow, and then BMY is Thursday, and then Friday is Vertex, and then Ascend. They still may be delayed. So EBS, we have to see what happens. We weren't in that play, thankfully, but we haven't gotten an update on that. SPY off the low, and then McRib tomorrow, and then Ionis got approval, and that's it. I think I'm going to hold Ionis, though, for a little bit. It might have a delayed reaction. Whirlpool on the low. Amazon doing bad because of manufacturing. Yes, and somebody said it here today, which I think makes a lot of sense. UPS, again, that was a bad earnings here in the morning, and UPS dropped 9.7% today. So they were down. Package volume dropped more than expected. So maybe some people are tying that into Amazon. We need more earnings previews. We did Enphase. Google, Microsoft. I don't know what we need. Chipotle. Do you guys want Chipotle? Pac W. I don't even care. Pac W, man. I want to see what's gonna happen with FRC overnight. CE's on the low. Like Pac W probably should do good, but unless it's full blown, they don't do a presentation. I don't think that's it. I think that's an easy one to follow. Just if they come out with earnings and they leave out a crucial part, I would watch them. That's what happened with Wall. That's what happened with FRC. Both companies reported, and then they left out a key piece of info, and then there was a big update that caused it to go up or down. Wall led it to go up. FRC, their update was, we're selling our assets at a tremendous loss, and then it started selling off another 20%. I've worked on and off in logistics. Amazon is using UPS less and less as they grow their fleet. I wouldn't tie them together too closely. And then SPY, new low and bound. You've done this many, many times, Habibi. Many, many times. You know. You know. So you guys want to preview Chipotle or what? Which one is? What other earnings? I give you one more. Chipotle or Texas Instrument? You want to know about the instrument or a plant? I could tell you about the violin industry, or I tell you about agriculture. Which one you like? You like agriculture, or you like the Texas Music? Texas Music Company. They're so good. I can't believe Texas Instrument. Very big for economy. You know how many people buy music equipment from Texas? So many people. I'm just kidding. I don't want... Somebody is really going to think Texas Instruments is a music company. It's not. That's a chip maker. Okay? Just in case. They probably made your calculator. You remember it. Oh, you want a Visa? Visa. Everybody have a Visa, but you know what I say about Visa? I say you pay cash. I say you pay cash, Habibi. No Visa. Visa, good to have, emergency, but you pay cash, Habibi. Why not? Do cash, Habibi. All cash. Just do cash. No Visa. Visa, emergency, cash. Always cash, Habibi. Always cash, Habibi. Come on. So, you guys want Chipotle? Okay, I give you Chipotle. Maybe Texas too again. So maybe I'll go over all of them just quick. Chipotle reports first. Actually, fuck, if I read this, we're going down. Hold on. Wait, hold on. Because every time I read one of these, we have had a massive dump after doing a little pop, damn it. Anyways. So Tuesday, the results will give investors another look at whether diners are still paying higher menu prices in the face of relentless inflation and economic uncertainty. Restaurant margin will be a key gauge to watch as higher labor and ingredient expenses erode profitability. They have 23 buys, 11 holds, and 0 sells. Average price target is $18.41, 2.5% upside from current price. Implied one-day move following earnings is 5.8%. Adjusted EPS has beaten 10 of the last 12 quarters. Shares are up 21% in the past year, while the S&P is down 3.4%. So their margin set to benefit from improving inflation dynamics, particularly with food costs, said Wedbush Security Nick Satan, Nick Satan, outperformed target 2080. Only exception to this is the beef, he said in a research note. What? So beef went up, or unless he wants beef. Bloomberg analyst Michael Halen said higher menu prices likely helped both first quarter sales and margin. Halen cautioned that underperformance of a new steak item in the prior quarter may indicate some pushback of higher prices. And that's it. That's Chipotle. So we didn't die off of that. That's good for now. You want the Visa? Visa, we already had AXP, so they should do good. Again, Visa reports they're going to see how inflation has been affecting customers with historic price rises. Then there's a new chief executive officer in Visa who took the reins. Their shares are up 12% this year compared to the S&P at 3.4, and they opened up a new office in Atlanta. So KeyBank overweight 260 on Visa. They said Josh Beck says they remain our key ideas with the processor group as we see them bolting on meaningfully new growth sectors tied to new flows. Macri outperformed 270 target. Analyst Paul Golding says he continues to see the card network as favored plays in an uncertain environment. They bring broad-based exposure across categories and have structural tailwinds from migration to digital and still have some reopening left. Bloomberg said the company could report a stronger quarter despite headwinds. They have 39 buy targets, 4 holds, 1 sell. Average price target $26.50 or $22.65.30. 14% upside from current price. Implied one-day move 3.1. EPS has beaten 12 of the last 12 quarters. Shares are up 11% in the last year versus the SPX, which is down 3.4. So there you go. That's Visa. I'm gonna read until we go down because there you go. This has been our only time of no action into the lows. PRST. Why does it sound like a chi or Presto? We've seen Presto. This is, I think, AI, Automation Inc. AI. Kidding, but all the AI ETFs have automation in them. Three people charged with North Korean tobacco scheme. Bro, apparently if you sell tobacco to North Korea, you can make bank. Apparently, some people got in trouble. I think Presto is automation, or it is AI. Why didn't FRC say AI? They should have. They said we're exploring strategic alternatives using AI. Or we're going to tell ChatGPT, hey, how can we get out of this situation? Bro, you're half a point from the lows right now. Again, NASDAQ down 1.72. 5 minutes till power hour, and you are flushing into a low. And that's without the bonds even going up. So you had a little bit of bond relief, but nah, bro. Nah, dude. Totally, dude. A little Fibonacci, dude. A little breakdown, dude. No way, dude. So was that another flush into the low? Almost. You've not hit your last low was set about 40 minutes ago, 30 minutes ago. So you still haven't hit one as of now, but we'll see what happens. A lot of bid support there. Still below. We were just above 4,100. And then again, bonds are trying to catch a bid. They're not near the highs, which is interesting about all of this. And then Spotify price target just got raised. What was the last one? Texas Music Company. They have earnings. They need a Texas Music. How many a saxophone do they sell? Wow. And watch out here. We're about to flush. So maybe I'll read it after we bounce. Banxico will discuss halting rates in May. Mexico just said they're going to pause. Banxico will discuss halting rate increases in May. I'm pretty sure Rodriguez, I think that's their Fed chair. Jeppy dying. No, Jeppy, not bad. He's fine. Okay, a little bit off the bottom. And then I was getting New Texas. Okay, little bounce. Oh, never mind. Hold on. We must wait. Again, right at 4,100 too. Hello. How are you? Welcome to the earning micro season. Microsoft. And then the Google. The one, the search engine. They do more than search. And now we hear about AI. You wanted to flush? FRC could flush more. I'm worried if we'll see if the fear returns. That's it. It's like pre-game bank fear today. It's not fully back, but it's creeping. It is definitely lurking. Big banks have reacted to. And then we'll see what happens right now with them. Studying for my Series 7. Let's go, baby. Another licensed Chad. We have many licensed Chads. Love to see it. Love to see it. Okay. Texas Instruments. They may set the tone for semis. They're scheduled to report first quarter. Bank of America writes that the report could set the tone for chip makers. The firm notes concerns about economic backdrop weighing demand. You're going we cannot read these without going lower. And while Oppenheimer expects this report will be in line with expectations, they see some downside risk to the company's outlook. They're expected like $3 billion in revenue. Estimate for next quarter, 4.4, EPS 1.8. Oppenheimer outperformed, price target 195. They expect results to be in line, but there's risk of modest downside for the outlook for second quarter. TXN's auto business will likely be a bright spot, but in the near term, we remain concerned about potential second half slowdown as supply chains normalize and pent-up demand wears. Bank of America, they're neutral. They say they'll likely set the tone for chips. Investors remain concerned about macro downturn inevitability and impacting demand. But while we acknowledge growth deceleration, we do believe fundamentals remain resilient. They have 9 buy targets, 22 holds, and 3 sells. Please hold while we connect. No low yet. No low yet. Hold on. If he could bounce, I'll be impressed. Come on, man. Don't set a new low. Oh, he set a new low. That's it. Every hour you've set a new low. That would have stopped you from like setting a low on the hour. So you're opening up power hour at a new low right now. It is power hour right now. Yeah, the VIX is loving it. The one-day VIX is surging. Again, this is power hour. You're well below 407, far from VWAP. And you are right below 60 million in volume. So it'll be a bigger volume day than not. And then again with the after-hours earnings. So get ready, an hour till then. We'll see how people finalize. But welcome to Power Hour, Chattadonia. Welcome to Power Hour. But they have 9 Texas Instruments, 9 buy targets, 22 holds, 3 sells. Average price target 183.64, 4% upside from current price. Implied one-day move is 3.7%. Gap earnings has beaten 12 of the last 12 quarters. Shares are up 1.5 in the past year, while the SPX is down 3.4. And we are at lows. The bonds are selling off, though, again, so that's good. Last time we had a bond sell-off, we benefited pretty decently up until the second half, and then we did start going down with it. So we'll see, though, but maybe we could get back up to 407.50. Can you read something that could make the market go up? Mexico. Banxico will discuss halting rate increases. That's another central bank pausing, so that's the best I could give you right now. If you could wait an hour, I don't know. I get 50-50 on Google Microsoft news. It's working, is it? I hope so for you, for your sake, if that's what you need. Be good for you. Sellers, I think creeping bank fear is my theme of the day. But then that could quickly change once we get our earnings. On UCorp. Bill, why you no go up? Bill is actually stalled for the. I think this might be the cap there for the rates. I'm proud to be an American. It's a good song, bro. It's a good song. Google could be good with shorts. It might be, but Google has been slipping the last couple of quarters. And that's it. If we get another downside on Google, people won't like it. In a weird way, though, people just want to make sure ad doesn't drop. And watch out for Meta. Again, whatever happens with ads could affect Meta and Snap. But people just, as long as YouTube does not decline, that's it. So I don't know about them doing better than expected. The worry, if they do, it'll be a pleasant surprise. But right now, it's just them not dying in terms of YouTube revenue. And then them not dying on other factors like, what's it called? The other general search, and then getting eaten by ads. And Meta, that's Netflix on the low. Target's on the low, too. Oh, yeah, Boeing. You guys want Boeing earnings? I forgot about that. SPY is coming down. Yeah, so Boeing is going to look for insights in how a recently discovered manufacturing defect will affect deliveries. The manufacturing will likely be clipped by distributions to 787 Dreamliners. The second quarter guidance is $992 million free cash flow. Seems to be what they're focused on. Again, you bounce there to 4080. Again, 4072, I believe, and then 4060. Those are our next levels, but you're about to flush into a low. Again, it's been about 5 minutes of power hour. You got bid support, but we're moving pretty erratic here and into the lows. But then full year revenue estimate for Boeing, $78 billion, operating cash flow, $5.2 billion, adjusted free cash, $3.9, and then core loss per share, 12 cents. Bloomberg, they say Boeing should extend their rebound in first quarter as aftermarket and service remains robust ahead of packed summer airline schedule. RBC sector perform price target 225. The latest 737 issues shouldn't change their annual outlook in MAX deliveries, although company now faces a slowdown in the pace of handovers of jet. Noted Ken Herbert, they expect Boeing to take charge of around $300 million for the tanker. They have 19 buys, 3 holds, 9 holds, and 1 sell. Average price target 233.39, 14% upside from current price. Implied one-day move is 4.3%. Adjusted EPS has beaten 9 of the last 12 quarters. Shares are up 15% in the past year, while the SPX is down 4.3. FTX debtors to sell Ledger X expected to get $50 million. And then another update on the Biogen ALS stuff. That's Ionis, but they're not moving. FRC. Tesla's still holding up. Again, market's making its move. FRC's dumping, but a lot of other names in tech are moving up now. So let's see if we get end of the day kind of final rotation there. And then watch the big banks, see if any money goes in or out of there. PNC came back up. PNC just needed me to sell. That's annoying. But FRC is coming down. Regionals are still kind of mollywopped. Microsoft coming up a little bit too. Volume's going to be higher than the last couple of days, believe it or not. Again, all of your big tech is catching a bid here slightly, but they're still kind of coming off at the lows. Like Microsoft doing decent now. And 407 again, 407.50 is your latest high before you sold off. Tomorrow matters about the banks. Yeah, if something happens with FRC, and then again, I mean, you got to realize Microsoft and Google, I mean, that's going to affect a lot of sympathies as well. And then you have Meta after the bell too. So that's something I'll tell you now. I think what's it called? Meta is that's like one of your better plays right here. I think the premiums are higher. But if you want to make a play, I mean, depending on what happens with Google, Meta is just the easiest setup because now you have the pre-earnings for tomorrow too. Meta puts jumped up 500% on the dailies. Oh, those earnings puts on Meta went insane. Oh, wait, no. That's FRC. What am I looking at? Oh, whew. I said, what? No, I'm tripping. They went up 26%. I said, what? No. I had my option chain was on FRC. I was like, that's phenomenal. Meta's mad expensive, though. But you got like 60% on the far out the monies on the puts. And your calls are a decent amount. Google starting to flush. Interesting. Again, Google was very, very strong the last couple of days. And then they report here after the bell. Apple even with the red. Microsoft too. They all took one. Yeah, PAC W is today. They could be a decent one. I don't know. If you're not fatigued by FRC, I mean, that's another 100 shares, $1,000. If they have a good regional update, they may hold up. But I'm kind of over the regionals now because they're all just trending lower. Lyft. Oh, I forgot about that Lyft Uber fiasco. That was this week, right? Was that yesterday? Or is that on Friday? McRib on the low. McRib selling off, actually. I just saw it print like 3 times on the low ticker. NBA. Okay, still holding up even after a couple of those cheek lays. Wow, big earnings list posted by Forever Young. All your earnings for tomorrow. Again, after hours. I think the main ones are after hours will be Meta and Roku and ServiceNow. Even Teladoc, even Align, United Rentals. There's actually a lot. And we're holding up the bounce so far. It's very, very fascinating. Very, very fascinating. Friday was the Uber drop? Okay. Yeah, it was either Friday or Monday. The days, you know, there's so many days in earnings. And then where's Spotify? Again, they got a price target increase to like 140 from 95, but they're already at 140. Would you still hold PNC? I sold it out like an hour or two ago. I didn't like it. I was about to go negative on it after having really good profit. So I just walked away with $30 on it instead of letting it go negative because I just don't want to get caught up in more regional shit. But I'm still holding FRC. I'm waiting to FRC. Hopefully we get more news. And then once FRC starts moving 20, 30% every day, I'm going to try to flip it like we were doing a couple weeks ago. When FRC was moving like that. Make earnings season great again. A mega earnings. Well, we'll see after these companies. Again, little by little, we're getting more data. Again, and then UPS, that's just like in the last couple of days, though, like there's been like 2 little silent deadly ones. AT&T and UPS, both of them pretty much had like 10-year drops. Like AT&T dropped the most since earnings 20 years ago, and then now this is the biggest drop on UPS since 2015. And then like we were saying, Google, I mean, if you think Google is going to beat, there could be a nice setup there with Meta. Because I'm sure people will get very, very excited off of that. Activision hitting a 52-week high. Activision. Whoa, big one. And then the Fed says, Microsoft preparing to close Activision deal despite FTC lawsuit. Isn't that deal? What's that deal at? Is it at $90? Or is it at like 120 or 117? How's Microsoft moving off of that? FRC lows. All right, bonds. We're going to swap you out for a little bit. Yeah, 884. Oh, 90. So it's almost there. There's only a couple dollars left. And then the risk. I thought it was higher than 90. I think 117 was VMware. UPS did very bad on earnings. Yes, they missed. And then what time? We got 45 minutes left. We're kind of trying to work a rally here, but, I mean, don't bet the farm on it. It is power hour. And then actually, since power hour, we have moved up more than down. But until we either get back up through this little range and then even 4088 and then test in 4100, I mean, this is really where we're setting our sights on for the close. Average down on Microsoft. I was thinking about it, but I might just close it right there at the bell. And then we'll see. But I'm thinking about it. But I don't think so. I'm leaning towards no. Unless if Ramp Capital takes over, we'll be good. As spring dawns in the northern hemisphere, bears begin to emerge from their long winter of hibernation, hungry for their first meal of the year. They set their sight on earnings and more bank fears. Lending slowdown after banking crisis is concerning, UBS says. Again, you had bad UBS earnings out of Europe this morning. And then Activision chilled out. Microsoft didn't do much. SPY is slowly working its way up. It sucks because, you want to believe in the rally, but this looks so weak comparative. Every single rally, it's fighting to go up, and then you just know there's just a baseball bat waiting. At least futures are above 4,100. The real question, does the SPX close above here? So this could be a little one. Maybe I'll draw it out. I think 4,100 has earned his... It's a solid level. We usually don't draw him out, but... I forgot. I haven't drawn out a chart in so long, I forgot how to do it. Bro, how do I do the lines again? Why did I blank? Oh, there it is. It's been a while. Again, we haven't had to add any levels in the last, 6 months. You know that, right? So again, this is where I say keep your eyes out for the close. 4,100 flat. I think it means a lot there. And then the futures are already above there. Power hour so far, 15 minutes. Very, very minimal upside, but you are at least working up. The question is, can you break out of this? APLM up 40. Oh, dude, a little bit of Fibonacci, dude, a little bit of MP, dude, a little APML, dude, a little AMPM, dude, Oplim, dude. Oh, dude, it's running, dude. Apolomics, dude, Apollomics, dude. Oh, it looks like a new name, dude. Moving around a lot, dude. This thing has APLM. Went to $40, now back to $5. Is this AI? They had a new buy rating at 25. What is this thing? Zhazing Bose. No. Bro, what is this? Oh, it's a new SPAC. There it is. And it's difficult to treat cancers. It's a biotech. They have a buy rating at 25, and they are a SPAC, a recent SPAC conversion for cancer drugs. Interesting. I mean, with the right hype, they're up 52% on the day. CCJ is running up. FRC. I have FRC in the bottom left, so you don't see the bonds. CCJ's moving up. Microsoft coming down. First Solar's running. I only bought 100 shares of FRC, and we're still in them. And we're down about $500 now. Oh, decent baby pop, but if it rejects here, you can make our life easy and just bat it down now so we don't get our hopes up. But that's your decent sized green candle here. Again, still continuing up. 40 minutes remaining. First 20 minutes of power hour have been green so far. Putin signs decree outlining Moscow's response if Russian assets abroad are seized. JPY cooling off. Let's see if the dollar stays up. Again, even the bonds too, and then even FRC, but I'm sure tomorrow we'll get a little bit more. Wow, you still go again. 407.50. This is the one we wait for, Habibi. Microsoft. Well, they just said there was I think it was Washington Journal or WSJ, Wall Street Journal, or Washington Post. They said it, that they're going to close the deal despite antitrust concerns. There's New York Post. The Post. IBM high all day. I know. They did good. And then but then 3M, no. You guys just hate 3M. Then fucking MPW is now getting put in a Dateline. NBC. Today on Dateline, we found out that these medical companies are making bank and they don't even do anything. They totally just threw MPW in there. They're like, the problem is Prospect Medical, but then their landlord makes a shit ton of money off of them. And even though they are closed, the landlord gets paid. New poll idea, sell off at close due to earnings worry. All right, let's do it. Let's do it. You know, we don't really update the polls middle of the day. But there's your other poll off of 5,000 votes. You guys said red. Most of you came in lower. So there you go. There you go. There you go. Thank you for the contribution. We went over every earnings already, actually. We've been on game with all of them. Do you really believe in MPW for the long term? No, man. I just did all. You got me, man. Nobody really asked me that question yet. So, yeah, bro. Fuck you, PNC. Now it's running up, dude. I feel very targeted. Very, very targeted. But no, I've just been adding it to the long term. Like, I just put in all the money, and I was just like, I don't really believe in it. I'm just like, fucking. I was like, let's just fucking buy this shit until some shit pops off. You know what I'm saying? And I was just like, I don't know. Nah, I do believe in it. Again, I mean, it's not as if, dude, PNC, I feel discriminated against. Uh-huh. I felt evil when you showed that video. I mean, there's a lot of evil in the world, man. You know that? And I think we could all be evil as humans. But, I mean, buying into a company, I mean, that's, you know what I'm saying? You're probably typing on a product that was created via child labor, okay? So I understand your moral guilt, but hopefully you feel guilty in other areas because we're all hypocrites. But don't listen to me. But what were we saying? I do believe in them for the long term. I mean, that's why I bought them. I mean, I'm acting as if I can't change my mind for 10 years. I think the company is going to have a lot of drama. I don't think it's new to the drama, but it's at a good price as long as the yield stays in there. The only problem I have is I'm going for value. You know, I'm going for deep value. I'm buying companies with high yields that are unfavorable right now that really need to turn around. So eventually we got to make sure we get a little bit more, higher quality. That's my only worry. It's a low quality company, and that's the problem. But other than that, I do believe in it. And I mean, it has been around for 20 years already. Again, if you hear any of the bad news that's been said on it, I mean, the bad news isn't that they own a lot of property. You know what I'm saying? It's some people worried about other things, but they are making money on these properties for now. The reason is if they stop making money, then people are worried about them, which I could understand, but I'm going for the value. I mean, I'm a buyer. I wasn't a buyer all these years. I mean, that's the thing. I feel like our risk as an MPW shareholder, if you put a lot of money into it, you increase your risk. But at the end of the day, I mean, you know, we're not caught up in this whole mess. You know what I'm saying? Like, we're kind of we're getting in at the later stage of the fiasco, so we'll take it. SPY is coming down. Microsoft flushing more. Hot dog. Yep. Everything, dude. So there you go. You have 15 minutes of up, 4 candles, already knocking it all down. I guess the correct question is if they cut dividend or lower, would you sell? Yes, and you already know the answer to that question. 1,000,000%. Why? It's just like, you know, that Biggie song where he's like, even your mama will set you up properly masked up, hoodie or gassed up, hoodied and masked up for that fast buck. She be laying in the kitchen to light that ass up. It's the same thing. Bro, if my mom cut her dividend, if my mom was paying a dividend and my own mother cut the dividend, I'd say, I'm sorry, Mom, I'm out. I can't do this. Again, I don't care who you are. Bro, like straight up, borderline, the only person would be Jesus Christ himself. I would consider I would listen to what he had. I would say, is this a parable, Lord? I say, Lord, is this a parable about what you're trying to explain to me? But other than that, that's it. That's all I care about. But if they cut the divvy, then it's gone. That's nobody. I have zero loyalty for anybody who cuts their dividend if they get rid of their dividend. That right there is it. And again, I'm under the impression that the dividend should only go down if actual net income goes down. So that's why this earnings will be so important. But if they for some reason, again, just like HBI, if they say, oh, you know, we're, again, like Disney, I stopped buying. The Disney I didn't sell. We only had one share when we bought it on the small account, but I just stopped buying it after they cut their dividend. So I'm not a fan of that at all. If I buy it for one reason and I'm basing my value off of that and then that materially changes, then I'm not, I'm not going to be a victim of that. I'm seeing this on Twitter now. Is that the Gasparino tweet? Bankers working with First Republic expect the government to seize the bank. Oh, no. Why not average down? Not yet. I want to wait. It's still early. And I'm only down $500. I mean, that's much, much smaller than a lot of other things, given the sizing of it and the size of the move. To position small on MPW. It's risky. That's the moral of the story. No matter what. Again, I have a decent sized position with it. Thankfully, it's not the biggest, but it's big there, and I need my dividend to come through. But, it's low quality. You need a lot of things to happen for the value. The only thing that makes it good is the dividend, and if that dividend does not come through, you're gone. That's a wild rumor for FRC. Mr. Energy Luis, welcome, baby. I got you on the Instagram post, huh? I need to start posting shameful Instagram posts every day that say, why aren't you on stream? And just shame y'all into saying what's up. It's good to see you, dog. Good evening. I hope you're ready for earnings. We only got 30 minutes till the bell. They can't cut dividend completely. I could be incorrect, but I don't think I am. But I'm under the impression that unless their net income drops, their dividend should remain the same. That's about it. There's unless, again, ways their net income could drop, either losing clients, either doing restructuring costs that lower capital substantially. That's about it. The only thing, there's something worse than that. This is the only other part that could really kill it. It's not the dividend cut. It would be dilution. That's how they could get around that, is that if they really wanted to, you pretty much dilute so you could pay out more money. So that you could have more money to pay your dividends. If you're worried about capital, if you're worried about this or that, if they need any problems and they dilute and issue more shares, they'd have to pay more dividends. But the idea is you'll be able to pay on that. But again, why dilute if your dividends are paying 16% when you could probably raise money at a lot lower price? But again, I think even on their last update, they may. I don't know. They may come out on Thursday, and I don't think they're gonna I don't think they have any refinancing to do. I think Prospect is a problem, but I think they're still getting paid on it, even though Prospect has closed those hospitals. And FRC still dancing around. There's Amazon coming up. Microsoft a little bit. Again, 28 minutes remaining. So let's see, though. So I think like BRMK, they cut dividends. That's a read. They've cut their dividends. So what I would check to see in November 2022, they're at the same price. But I don't think they cut it completely. I think they just lowered it. But then I want to see how it correlated with their net income. Yeah, they're still paying 8%. We thought the same with HBI, no, and that played out badly. HBI did not play out badly at all, unless all we did was we lost opportunity cost. We walked away with 38% on HBI in a month or in 2 months, which is great. The only thing that sucked is opportunity cost. We could have bought other things, and then we sold out. So literally, right when they said they're cutting dividend, we sold out. So if you didn't sell out of HBI when they cut the dividend, then you would have lost money in the next coming days. Even today, the stock is down. So HBI was good, but it was annoying because we wanted it for a different reason. I wanted the dividend. I actually liked HBI. So we were up 100%, but we walked away with 38% because it went down after that announcement. Let's see. So yeah, their earnings dropped like 20-30%. Google's flush, so they lowered their dividend. They didn't get rid of it fully, but they cut in November. But that's also because their net income dropped about 30% by that moment. So the only way that dividend goes lower is if what's it called? Is if their net income drops like dramatically. And these guys sucked. Holy shit. Yeah, these guys sucked for a while. But like they were making like 20 million a quarter. Their payout ratio was already high, and then now they got into negative income and then negative EBITDA. So again, they're earning. They went from making a little bit to now losing money. That's why their dividend cut. Google a little lower. So then like MPW. See, so MPW, again, you see theirs, they were a little bit, but MPW, again, it was their last quarter, that net income report. They had one, and O's done this too. This was because of the refinancing, and then again, people were worried on it, but this was their last bad quarter. Again, Q4 2024. So, but before that, their payout ratio had a couple quarters above 100. Otherwise, they were really good. This is MPW. So their net income was there. Again, they just had that one bad quarter that got everybody freaking out there, but it wasn't like they were already pushing it on the edge. And they actually have a good dividend score. But that's why this next earnings will be so crucial. Because if they lose money again, if it gets worse, then there you go. Bro, we're going lower, man. 22 minutes left. 15 minutes up, 15 minutes down. Chattadonia. This is a fat day. We're talking almost 50 points here, just under that or just above that. FRC, I'm going to wait until we get more headlines, but I want to wait till it starts moving 10, 15% intraday for no reason or off of like random headlines. But in the next day or so, possibly. Sell in May and go away starting early. We'll see. I mean, so far, though, we have finally gone negative on the month of April after being pretty much positive, for slightly positive. Microsoft again at the lows. Google's even dumping. 0 pre-earnings run up. Wall could be a better one too, honestly. Wall, you just wait for the earnings. That one's $1,000 too for 100 shares if you want it. FRC could go to zero again. There's just, I don't know how much weight it has, but there's a rumor saying that government's going to take them over. But if they go into FDIC receivership, that's it. Shares go to zero. So that is the risk. And then, is that a new low? I think it is, Chad. No, not yet. That was that first low at the beginning of Power Hour. So 40 minutes later, let's see. You're 1 point off of the lows. Service now, don't they have earnings tomorrow after hours? Where's the source? I said it's a rumor. It was on Twitter. Like I said, I wouldn't trust it too. I think it was Gasparino from Fox. And this guy, that guy he's the one who did the AMC rumor. I've seen a lot of Gasparino rumors, honestly, so we'll see. But we were talking about it earlier today, just how kind of now FRC, sadly, they're kind of walking right down the SVB path. Like they're walking in it like in lockstep of what SVB did, except now we just haven't seen any more deposit outflows or a run on the bank yet. New lows on FRC. Yeah, 811. Yikes. Where's JPM and all those other guys? They're showing a little bit more immunity to it, but XLF is still going down. Not all of them. Bank of America is coming down. Again, PNC went up, and now they're coming back down. But watch for this to hit the big banks. Like I said, that's the real worry. And then again, nobody's rotating into tech yet because you have these earnings. In a weird way, though, the tech earnings might get really, really juiced up, though. Because now if banks start selling off and then tech is good, that's a lot of money going to tech. But then if it's bad, I don't even know what you buy. I think you buy utilities. Is that actually? I think utilities are the best on the day. I think utilities are the only uncertain vehicle right now. Yeah, XLU. That's the only thing I could think of. It's very awkward. Do you guys understand? No, even Staples. Staples are up a little bit, though, actually. Maybe you could buy Staples. They're already kind of breaking out. I could see that. But I would go with utilities, 50-50. Actually, I don't know. Staples do look kind of good. But that seems to be, or you don't buy anything. Yes, I agree. But you do know there is hedge funds out there that have a fully invested mandate. So that's why sometimes when you see these crazy rotations, just keep in mind there's some big money out there, pension funds, mutual funds, and they have a mandate to always be invested. That's why people will buy Bill, because that's an investment. It's an ETF. But that is one factor of it. Where was March 6th? Because they could buy commodities, yeah. But that's why, so that mandate to buy, that's why we saw tech be a safe haven in the last 30 to 45 days. Because as everybody was selling bank stocks, what were they doing? They were selling bank stocks, and then since they needed to buy something, they would just go buy Apple, and then boom, the whole COVID logic emerged again. Tech's the safe haven, doesn't matter with rates, buy them, because if there's a problem, they still have profits. But, now we have earnings, so that's what makes it weird, because if you want to pull money out of banks, you could put it into earnings, but now you're about to suffer 5 to 10% in either direction. So after today, we might get some bigger earnings moves following these reports, and now what we've already gotten. Oh, man, bigger flush. FRC 795. Dude, we have to get a CEO comment. Now we're down 50%. So get ready for it. You're either going to have bad news or good news on FRC here. But now it's down 50. Now we might start watching it move 20, 30% at a time. But you just flushed here. I think it's big tech taking you down a little bit. You had one small flush on Apple. Energy's not. Materials are worse than energy. But, bro, you have financials 1.7, industrials 1.7, consumer down 1.8, tech down 1.9, energy 1.9, and then materials down 2%. Staples, utilities are the only things barely red, but everything is red. And then you got a green wick off of that. Tesla's still holding up, but making its way towards 1% now. Oh, man. Pins is green. Tell me, should I sell out of FRC? How much do you have? I mean, I don't have any recommendations towards it, but I really think your balance in that play should really determine what you do with it. Like, if you went big, it's very hard to play because now you might get tempted to go back and forth. You may want to average all of that. But if you're small, I mean, you ask yourself, is it worth the remaining 50% that's left or not? I mean, again, coming into this is the exact situation that we have talked about yesterday. I mean, you could watch the recap, but we talked about it. We said it's going to go down 50% if it's not good. Now it's down 50%, and we were expecting the same thing to the upside, but really, your total amount, I think, should drive that decision on whether or not you want to play it or not. Service and now getting pummeled still. Microsoft is optimistic they will get UK clearance to buy Activision. So I think that's just for the UK. If you are in an FRC, should I get in? I mean, if you're willing to lose $8.18 a share, it's the same exact trade as anybody else in it, but now your downside is a lot lower and your upside is a lot higher. However, like we're saying, as of right now, it looks like FRC is straight up mimicking SVB. And what I mean by that is SVB did the same thing. They came out with an announcement one day. They said we're selling bonds and selling shares or selling our assets at a loss. Then the market freaked out, and then everybody started pulling their money out of the bank. So the question is now, does FRC do the same thing? They just had this bad earnings. Deposits went down. Although something stabilized, we found out they don't have that much money in terms of compared to some of their loans. And now they want to sell assets at a gigantic loss to get liquidity. Last time that happened, it led to a bank run with SVB. So if that rumor is true, then you'll lose every single dollar. If, let's say, we wake up tomorrow and if that crazy rumor from Gasparino, if that's true, your stock goes to zero. Yes, exactly. Just like SVB, just like Signature Bank. You wake up, if they go into FDIC receivership, your shares are now immediately worth nothing. FRC puts. At this point, no. I hedged with my share amount. So on 100 shares of FRC, I mean, I'm down $500, but like even if we spent yesterday, like if I bought weeklies for $30, they would have only been up $150 right now. That's if you bought the $9, or let's say we got like the $10 ones, we would have to spend $50 or $80 for a $12 put. So honestly, my hedge with it was just playing it small. Because now I could buy back in with a lot if I really wanted to, but let's just see what happens. Remember, we flipped FRC like 4 times ahead of this play. Well, puts, your max gain is if it goes to 0. Bro, 406.20. And then remember what happened with SVB. Even if you bought puts and it goes into receivership, you may not be able to monetize it. 40.71. Dude, this is insane. Chad, this is about to be, I mean, 40.60 is the worst level, but bro, this was very close to a 100-point day. Bro, 2% almost on the NASDAQ. So if we really do flush here, you have 10 minutes. That was the 10-minute rigged. Where it goes from here could get wild. But this should be our final move. I have good news, bad news. I need to go to the bathroom. Okay, so follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. I love you. Let's see what happens. You just hit a new low right here, right now. Market's down almost 2%. Google and Microsoft here in 10 minutes. Wow. Okay, I'll be right back.
Back down towards those 4,000 levels, 1.6% drop here on the day here. And you take a look at the boxes in the red across your screen. Utilities, even the safety there, lower. Regional bank stocks lower. Chip stocks lower. Energy stocks lower. Emerging markets lower. Chinese stocks lower. A lot of earnings after the bell coming up, including Chipotle, Alphabet, Microsoft, Visa, Texas Instruments, and Boston Properties.
Yeah, and when it comes to Texas Instruments, Bank of America says the results will really set the tone for chip makers this earnings season. We're also looking at, of course, what Microsoft says when it comes to AI boosting its performance, but also the slowing demand in cloud computing contributing to a second straight quarter of sub 5% revenue growth. All right, let's bring in some more market analysis and check in with Sherry Paul. She's private wealth advisor and senior portfolio manager at Morgan Stanley Private Wealth Management. Sherry, great to see you.
Thank you.
In person, no less.
Yeah.
Of course, we had earnings that are a drag on the market today and really giving us some direction for the first time in what feels like a month. What is it about the regional banking story that remains unresolved? Because the regional bank results seem to be fairly encouraging, but then you hear something like from First Republic where deposits fell a lot more than expected, and it revives those fears.
Yeah, thank you for having me. I think the key here is transparency. In terms of informing investors on the current states of balance sheets. And so I think when we have a company reporting and then frankly maybe not reporting in full transparency, I think it becomes problematic for the sector. Yeah,
because they did take questions at the conference call, right?
Yeah, and I think that naturally investors are going to be thinking what else could be lurking within the sector, and that becomes problematic, and you're probably seeing some of that thread through the market today.
What about, I guess, the idea here that there's no contagion risk, at least that we know of right now, coming out of these particular banks, and that some of the results that we got out of the other regional banks weren't awful. I mean, they certainly saw a pullback in deposits, but it wasn't nearly that cliff that we may be seeing with First Republic or SVB.
Yeah, earnings are an opportunity for companies to show transparency and build trust with their investors. And that is key. So contagion with a capital C sort of should come from unexpected outliers, not to be expected.
No contagion. Honestly, it's a pretty smart idea. Like, realistically, the best short on FRC right now would be take out a loan from FRC. I don't know, but then they could sell it off. I don't know how you could structure it where it is, but like low-key, the best short on FRC, if you think they're going to fail, I mean, maybe if go take out a loan from FRC, you'll get like 0 interest for like 6 months, but then they'll assess it on the back end because they'll sell the loan. They're getting into the business to sell it. They're trying to sell off their loans. Yeah, bro. There's no such thing as an earnings run up today. This was an earnings meltdown brought to you by bank fears. Look at these candles here too, man. 1 minute till final 5, you're just dancing, bro. Correct me if I'm wrong. That's a 5-minute, 8-point candle. In the last 5 minutes, you've moved 8 points top to bottom. Schwab puts on JP Morgan for FRC. Low key, all the big banks could be at risk, and they now have cushion. They're now back up to the earlier prices. Man, Man, Chad, embrace this day. Bulls or Bears, take it in. Because, this was a day. Because remember, you guys would be like, it never just goes straight down. I've heard that before. It went straight down today. So take that one in. Just so now for your memory bank, Don't ever say never. So next time the market gaps down and then gets bought up, Oh, whoa. Final five with the flush. Oh, Texas Instruments, Meta, Apple, everything. Apple actually had a little candle upwards. Microsoft held on a little bit, but, bro, your low ticker velocity just went crazy. And then options market is implying banking fears are overdone. The unrest in banking is overdone, judging by what's happening with options. KRE lost as much as 4.5 on Friday, dragged lower by First Republic, whose losses approach 50%. But options aren't flinching. The price to hedge, as measured by the spread between implied volatility and calls, is in fact stalling. So while the banking turmoil is mostly subsided, First Republic's earnings has gotten investors concerned that the sector isn't out of the woods yet. As disclosed, customer deposits dropped more than expected, but the bank says deposit flows have since stabilized. Moreover, other rivals, including KeyBank, East West Bancorp, and Bank of Ozarks, all reported deposits that met or exceeded. There's plenty of other factors which leave room for bank stocks to rally. Bop. Well, there it is, Chad. And another one goes, and another one goes, and another one bites the dust. Alrighty. Chad, it's time. It's time. So please, if you have a sensitive soul or sensitive ears, you might want to mute your microphone. Why do I say mute your mic? I meant your speakers, okay? I'm just speaking in front of a microphone. But here it is, Chad. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're making our final approach. As we make our final approach, you guys are holding on to any bags. Please stow them in the overhead bins above or firmly beneath your seats. We'll be coming through the aisles with the trash bag if you'd like to dispose of those bags. But as we make this final approach, we're going to be landing here into the second link terminal. Second link terminal in description. That's going to be your nightly watch list and main channel layover around 4 p.m. Pacific time. Then we're going to be taking off promptly around 6 a.m. out of sunny San Diego, California. So we make this final approach into San Diego International Airport. It's about 66 degrees, mostly cloudy, looking like a good day unless you bought a spy call. Then you totally got wrecked, but shout out to the one-day VIX. Fortunately, we are no longer under COVID guidelines, so no masks are required, but we do ask that you exit one row at a time and drop a GG on your way out. As always, we appreciate your guys' business. If you're interested in your Cold Rapid Awards program card, please flag down our flight attendant, and we'll get you that as soon as possible. As always, thank you for flying with the coat, and hopefully have a wonderful evening. Oh, Chattadonia. Bring it home. Oh, you have Enphase after hours, too. So that's the pre-earnings as well. Oh, man. The earnings are everywhere, Chad. The earnings are everywhere. Ay. What are you going to do? So wrap it up. Let's get Google up here. I will prepare it. Oh, my goodness. You got to get googly. Googly woogly. We'll get extended hours up. FRC, he's already dead. We need the bonds. 1 minute. Go. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's time to bring it home. You made it this far. The earnings are after the bell, okay? This is it. Selling Microsoft at close. Not a reco. Do not trade. All right. Hold on. I'm about to sell. I'm taking a 350 loss on the Microsoft. They scammed me, bro. Okay. I'm out. 360. So I made 2 something on it yesterday, but they robbed me. Pre-earnings, bro. We're like 0 for 4 on them so far right now. Earnings season has been merciless so far. Ding 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 ding. Oh, nah, let's go. Oh, Chattadonia, we did it. We made it. Is it out yet? Hold on. I don't have any of the music yet. I'm waiting. We're waiting. Let's see with Microsoft. Please hold. Again, you remember how it is. No big movements yet. Just a lot of volume. I have after hours on. Hold on. Wait for it. Can I get some GGs? Let's get the GGs. There's no music, but good game, baby. Let's see. Microsoft preparing to close Activision. Good game, baby. Let's go. Shout out to Twitch, too. Shout out to members, the non-members. Again, you're doing this without music. Usually you get more of the hype music, but good game, baby. Let's go. Welcome to earnings, too. This one's big. This one is big, and today was a 2% day, man. So you are dealing with a lot already. So let's see what we have, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, Microsoft. Oh, $3. Oh, no. It's not out. Oh, wait, there it is. Revenue, 52.9. Estimate, 51. Of course, the one that I actually sell, I get clapped on. Let's go. Third quarter productivity, 17.5. Estimate, 17.1. Personal computing beat. That was a strong beat right there. So, again, EPS was 245. Revenue beat, personal computing beat, and productivity. I'm waiting for cloud numbers. That's all you need right now, cloud. But Microsoft seems good so far. Definitely not as bad. There it is, 285. Again, they already have the premium, but they are running it. So they beat on revenue. They returned $9 billion in form of purchases, repurchases, and dividends. More personal computing, 13.2. Estimate, 12.1. Again, I'm waiting for the other. We don't have Google yet either. Hold on. Google's moving now. So watch any of the chip makers. Google's out. Yeah, Alphabet. Wait. 69.7 billion, 68.9. Google beat on revenue. So hold on, I'm getting it. Excluding TAC, 58 billion. Estimate was 56. Other revenue beat by 200 million. Operating income beat by 1.3 billion. So Google beat. Ad revenue beat by almost $1 billion. And then YouTube came in 4 million higher. YouTube pretty much came in line. Overall ad revenue beat. Watch Meta too. They're going to react to that. Google seems decent, but YouTube is kind of soft. And then ad revenue they beat by 1 billion. They're going back and forth, even Meta. And then Microsoft, the computing was the good part so far. And then Azure, 27%. I thought it was supposed to come in at 30. So hold on. Cloud revenue came in 28.5. Estimate was 28.1. That's for Microsoft Azure. I don't know. Let's see if we get guidance too. But that's, again, actually Microsoft doesn't give guidance till the call. And then Google is bouncing back and forth. They beat on everything by a decent amount. Ad revenue was good. Only thing that came in barely in line, slight beat, was YouTube. Otherwise, they beat. So far, they both kind of have beats. Is that the SPY after hours? Am I tripping? Oh, yeah. There's Microsoft now. Again, Azure came in. The Azure beat by 400 million, but the growth rate was a little bit lower. And again, none of this includes guidance. I don't know if Amazon. Meta's going up on Google ad revenue beating. So Meta, or who'd you say, Amazon? Yeah, Amazon, they're all going up. Even the whole market. I mean, the market has jumped up a point so far off of these earnings. There's Meta now. Google's hitting the high of 108. Google's probably running on cloud. Microsoft Azure did slightly better. So Microsoft Azure just didn't do bad. Cloud didn't go bad. So again, if you want to play the could have been worse card, that's what happened with cloud. That's why Amazon could be going up. And then Google ad revenue actually beat by $1 billion. Again, the only thing bad on Google was was YouTube, but YouTube didn't get worse. It actually had a slight beat, kind of stabilized a little bit, and then Meta is just running as a sympathy. We could have used. I should have gambled on the Microsoft ones, but I just didn't like they had the premium. But that's it. Microsoft killed it. Low key, it says it's only up 3%, but top to bottom, that's already like a 5 to 6% move on Microsoft. Oh, Alphabet to buy back $70 billion of shares. Class A and Class C. So Google, $70 billion buyback. I don't know how that compares, but that seems pretty big. Again, Amazon got pretty hooked up on it. Google doesn't really have cloud plays. Not too much. Their Google is just more advertising revenue. And then AI and search. Then Enphase red, of course. We are now Enphase. Let me get you that. Wait. Hold on. Enphase revenue beat by $3 million. Adjusted margin beat by 3%. 45.7 versus 42. And then EPS was 1.23. But they're down 9%. I think the revenue, people were expecting a bigger beat. Damn, they're down 11% on that. My goodness. Yeah, Google, that buyback news could be good. But they beat on margin and EPS and on revenue. But I just think the beat wasn't good enough. But wait till you get guidance for their next, because they might have really bad guidance. Enphase, they were supposed to do good and then bad on the next quarter. So we'll see. Is Texas coming out? The Texas music. And then again, Microsoft could have been worse, but they had bigger beats. And then advertising on Google did not do bad. And then buyback $70 billion. Texas Instruments, they guide lower to higher. Second quarter, 4.17. Estimate was 4.17 to 4.5. Their estimate was 4.4. So Texas is back and forth. Their revenue barely beat. CapEx went down by $20 million. Then they guided lower, but raised up above. They gave the range. Same thing with EPS. And then their EPS was 185 versus 235 a year ago. I don't know how that compares to estimates. How low did they? Well, you're really, again, you're at the same price from the last earnings. So whether the earnings bars were low or not, Google, Microsoft, pretty much all of them except Microsoft were trading at the same price. Microsoft set the bar lower and they beat it. But we still haven't got their guidance. That's the thing. Microsoft, you don't know their guidance till the conference call starts. But then Google, they're pretty much at the same price. Oh, Visa, I forgot about them. And then Enphase is still down. Let me get you Visa. Visa EPS was 209. Estimate was 199. Processed transactions 50.1 billion. Estimate was 49.7. Net revenue, $8 billion. Estimate was 7.79. Honestly, seems good. Where is it? 7.9. AMC launches a Visa card. And that's it. And then revenue beats. And then EPS beats. I don't see guidance. Or no, guidance is expected. No, that's the same one, 209. So they slight beat. Kind of like AXP. Yeah, AXP even went up on Visa. They all did good. Again, I think Google and Microsoft are it, but those are good. But now, low key, you got a place to put your bank fears now after this. Unless Google could end up being bad, but Microsoft, that one depends on the guidance. So Alphabet CFO analyst is on the phone. She is reiterating the company remains committed to long-term growth with particular emphasis on artificial intelligence and how it could boost search. So Google EPS 117, Estimate was 109. Operating income 17.4. Estimate was 16.1. Google ad revenue 54.5. Estimate was 53.79. Other bets was 288. Estimate or revenue. Estimate was 299. Other revenue came in 7.4 billion. Estimate 7.22. The ad revenue came in 6.69. Estimate was 6.66. And then cloud revenue came in 7.45. Estimate was 7.6. End phase, oh my God, 17. Yeah, so they're back to the previous lows. Let me see more on that one. Again, they beat, actually. So I don't know if the guidance came out, but they actually beat top and bottom line and margin. I think, Chipotle's coming out right now, too. They shipped 7 less batteries. And then energy beats estimate. And then sales. Some people had a higher sales number. Some people said 732 sales instead of 726. And then who else did I just say? Chipotle. Oh, they're running 3.5. My percents are weird because it's including how much they moved intraday. Oh, Pac West deposits are coming out. Dude, there's so many. Pac West 28.1 billion. Estimate was 28.5. So PacWest came in, and then assets closer to 35 billion within next few months. Chipotle's ripping. Never bet against the burrito. So Chipotle operating margin 15.5. Estimate was 14. Revenue was 2.4 billion. Estimate was 2.3. Comp sales 10.9. Estimate was 8.5. Adjusted EPS 1050. Estimate 8.9. And then EPS is 1050 versus 550 a year ago. So PacWest is running up. PacWest is doing the FRC upside move. There's your gamble play. 7% on that. And Chipotle killed it, bro. Chipotle killed it. They still see new restaurants, 255 to 285. Estimate was 273. Bro, Chipotle did amazing. Again, PacWest came in line compared to fucking FRC. They look amazing. And then Getty is dropping. They say no evidence that Trillium offer warrants engagement. Again, PacWest, everything's coming in line. In their loans dropped by $3 billion, $1 billion impairment charge. Still have a loss per share of $10. And then return on average asset was 11.3. Estimate was 0.75. So they're doing very good. Chipotle very well did good. I think Texas Instruments was in line. Google and Microsoft, slight beats. We don't have guidance yet. Enphase, they beat, but then sales was just barely off, and they're getting murdered for it. We don't have any guidance on that one yet. Oh, wait, here it is. Oh, yeah, Enphase lowered guidance. They lowered margin and guidance for next quarter. People estimated 758 million. Revenue is 700 to 750. But SPY is loving this. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, a recession. But again, people are going to feel pretty good about, what's it called? Like, now you're going to feel good about Amazon, unless Meta destroys this. But, I mean, that was a good set of earnings so far. Again, Visa was good. Enphase was the worst one. And who was the other one? TXN. Those weren't good, but everything else was, again, your two big dogs. They're doing good, but you have to wait till the conference call. And then 70 billion in buybacks for Google. It's small moves, though. They were down 2%, and they're up 2%. So it's like a 4 to 5% move. But now, I mean, so far, unless that guidance comes in bad, nothing too bad. But here it is for Google. YouTube revenue declined once again, now for the third straight quarter as they grapple with digital advertising slowdown. Alphabet reported 6.7 for YouTube, a 3% decrease compared to the same period a year ago. And that's after playing all the ads. Let's see. Anything else going crazy? And then TXN and Enphase, those were your bad ones. Again, PacWest. Let's throw that one up here. Could have been worse. Pac West is chilling out now, so watch out for them. Then Chipotle was a fire. I'm honestly like, it makes sense why Chipotle does keep killing it, but that earnings was fantastic, like fantastic, dude. Even from a year ago, their EPS is up 100%, and then dude, their margins, their store growth, everything, their revenue still beating. It don't matter the price of avocados or guacamole. So they did very, very good. Everyone beats when the bar is low. Yeah, even then, year over year, though, they did good. Wait, Fed says review of Silicon Bank to be released 11 a.m. April 28th. Oh. 11 a.m. April 28th. Fed will be releasing the what's it called? Maybe the thing. So it's before the Fed. I thought they were releasing it in May. No. This is a separate meeting. They're saying by the April 28th, they're releasing the Fed Supervisory Board. You know how they did that review of the whole situation? They said they're going to be releasing that on April 28th at 11 a.m. Open up Chipotle. Well, Chipotle's up here. Oh, you want them in Europe? The Chipotle burrito is $2 more expensive than last year. I mean, they did good. I'm mad. I want that in the long term. That seems like I guess it's kind of like McDonald's, but like that makes a lot. That's an impressive growth. Chipotle's like low key, like a tech stock. These avocados and burritos, bro. That's really good money they make. Again, all across the board, they killed it. Yeah, Enphase guided lower. So their earnings barely beat this quarter, and then they guided lower. They're down 17% now on the day. It's pretty much their previous low, and I think from their last earnings, but they got a long way down now because, again, people were worried about the growth rate in general. Enphase beat, but then they guided lower. Fresh ingredient monopoly. Bro, they monopolized the name Chipotle chicken. You can't even sell anything called the Chipotle burrito. There's Chipotle just going up. There it is. Why no split? I think they want people to invest. They want long-term investors. You got to be really committed. Another big day. For the most part, we have I mean, honestly, though, where the second half of the move is going to occur in a little bit, but we're waiting for the conference calls. Hold on. The conference calls, no, I will not be sticking around. And then CMG's taking off. That's another 2%. Mm-hmm. 75. That's up $75. Whew. SPR and Maxin. I'd even watch Tan too. Sent reasons on Instagram last night why Getty had massive downside. Did they drop off of that? The news just came out. They said they don't think the offer is serious. It's funny because they were talking about it on Bloomberg yesterday. They were talking about it like it was a real offer. There it is. Chipotle's gone, bro. $75, 4%. Microsoft still holding up. It says only 1.8. But again, that's an overall like 4 or 5% move from the bottom. And then Google still holding. Again, people noticed the YouTube. So they reported first quarter that exceeded estimates, demonstrating search advertising is so far weathering the economic downturn and increased competitive threats. The only soft spot was YouTube, but still everything is still stabilizing. Some ends were at the low end. Most everything did good. And then Azure, cloud was just slightly better. ES greedy long, maybe. I think what's the data tomorrow? But we still have a lot. I think Meta, I think tomorrow you have wholesale inventories and durable goods. We might move. That's going to be in the morning. Honestly, I think maybe we'll see what happens in China. They've been getting murdered every single day. If you want to go greedy long, I'd probably wait till an hour before the bell tomorrow. I think that's a good time to look at it. Atlas Holdings to buy U.S. Ferrethane. What the hell is that? USF? I have no idea what that is. I don't know if it's a SPAC. Damn, UPS is... Why is UPS dumping after hours still? Yeah, that's their worst day since 2015. And then what was the other one? PACW. They came down, surprisingly. Visa's going back up. They're holding. AXP came up with them too. Who else was there? Then we had Texas. They're down 5%. Enphase still down 15%. Where is Enphase? That's still the previous low. And then we had one more. Who was it? Chipotle, Google. We saw TXN. I think there's one there, one more. Visa. No, I think that's it. There's like Juniper and the other ones. That's all of them. All right. Not bad. Not bad. Yeah, Chipotle is right next to all-time. It might hit that too. And all we're doing is pretty much waiting for the conference calls now on our boys. You have Boeing in the morning. That's about it. UPS could be foreshadowing Amazon. We talked about that today. Yeah, MCRB. Ionis reported today, and they did nothing. But I think that's it. I think we're wrapping up. Visa's doing good. Google and everything is just conference calls. So I think they start in a little bit. I think they start in like 30 minutes. We're not going to wait for it. I'm sorry. I love you. Remember, I think we flipped last Microsoft. I flipped at the conference call. Remember, I think last Microsoft, they were up, and then they sold off on the guidance. So keep that in mind. But Google as well. We really want to hear what they say. But again, Google, the good search and ad revenue defends them a lot more against the whole AI threat. Yeah, PACW is going down. That's it. Just do we get bank fears, more bad news out of China and Europe tomorrow? That's probably going to be the bigger focus. That is all, folks. That is all. I think so. Yeah, watch PACW. We'll just wait for the conference calls, and then that's it, Chattadonia. That is it. Those are your earnings. Wow. Wow, you need some uncle? You need some uncle before I got you, bro. I'll hit you with some uncle. What should we get? Viral, earnings season, 2020 election, pregame. I was listening to that. I'll get you some. Let's run some pregame. Let's go.
20, baby. Yeah. got a call, I gotta put. I can make the money both ways, always. I can buy the whole chain, go away. Got a lot of love and throwing no shit, no games, small change. I just made my own band. Probably trading stats where you still at the snoring. Morning, scoring, I'm just bringing more in. Hissing the DeLorean, sourcing. You could throw your own in. Drop it like a ball when you holding. I'm shorting. Skinny motherfucker, but I'm eating, seeking, scheming. I get paid for sleeping, dreaming. Hating for no reason, you a demon. Leeching, heating. Wishing you could be me, ain't easy. I told you I'ma do this, don't forget this shit a marathon. You make a move, but stay in the same place, or West of Peloton. Make $100 off a phone call, now that's a telethon. Benjamin's, Jefferson, YOLO to a ghetto spread. Yeah, you know I invented that. Who's been like a Trinidad? I'm moving like a president, can kill me like a Kennedy. I'm trying to be a better me, but they just keep on tempting me. Release the demon, set him free, he come back, bring me 50 G's. Nowadays it's hella smoke, a game like I'm from Babylon. My capital got stamina, I wrap it up in lamina. Talking in new blabbering, but I'm not understanding, bro. You hating and complaining, but you still watching the channel, bro. I do this for the real ones, but the hate is still involved. I just closed another building, I'ma give it to my bros. It just took a little patience and it took a little hope. Yeah, the faith is never wasted if you reaching for a goal. Do this for the real ones, but the hate is still involved. I just closed another building, I'ma give it to my bros. It just took a little patience and it took a little hope. Yeah, the faith is never wasted if you reaching for a goal.
Oh,
That's it, man.
bro, I was listening to these yesterday in the gym. I was getting hyped, man. I was getting very, very hyped, man. I don't know. Chad. I don't know. Chad, that's the day, bro. So I didn't even tell y'all to like the video, did I? Did I tell you thank you for being here? Did I tell you how much I love you, Chad? Did I have that opportunity today? I don't think I did. I don't think I got to any of this. We got the earnings. I mean, listen, be an explorer, okay? Be an explorer. Don't be afraid to explore. Check out all the links. You know, you can follow me on Instagram, all of that. Make sure you fill out the prayer request wall or pray for me or I'm going to pray for you. And we going to pray for everybody, man. You know what I'm saying? That's what we going to do. But listen. God bless you and thank you for being here. I hope you had a good day. And if you contributed, that's a double for you, man. Thank you for giving back to the community. Thank you for holding it down. You know what I'm saying? So for real, you gave me this opportunity. You showed love in the chat. You wishing blessings for the chat too. I know we got some prayer warriors. You know what I'm saying? Just God bless you and thank you, okay? And we'll see you. This earnings season's been wild right now, man. It's already, man. The one I sold too, so we're already watching moves, but the market might like this tomorrow. We just got to wait till the guidance, but we made it through another day. We got to spend it till tomorrow, with each other and until tomorrow, man. Until tomorrow. We will find out very, very shortly, but that is the day, ladies and gentlemen. But this is what I'm debating on. I don't know if we should have a PHILO or not. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if we should have a PHILO or not. Like, that's my only dilemma, because, like, I got to go, kind of, but I could push one out. But, like, oh, what do you think, Chad? What do you think? You want PHILO or no? I don't know, man. I don't know. What do we do? Oh, I'll give it to you. I'll give you a little one. It's gonna be short. I'll give you a little one. A little one. Wait till they get their stream alert. Well, we could push it. I like to push it. Microsoft says the company is seeing good signs on demand for AI products. Oh yeah, little AI, bro. Little AI, dude. Oh, he said PHILO or car. What? That's a crazy demand. What? Oh. Chad. I don't know if I told you this one already. I think I told you hints of this recently. But there's two parts of this PHILO. There's two different parts. I mean, I started with the baby PHILO that I told you today. And I don't know. Do you guys know the difference between a check and a wire? Remember I gave you that PHILO? Just don't forget about that one. That one showed up the other day. And I was looking over it and I said, wow, that's an interesting PHILO. And it really had me thinking about a lot of things in the world and interpretation and digestion and how sometimes some things are wired instantly and sometimes you get a check. And sometimes checks need to settle. Even moving money for bill, you deal with settlement. And I know it may sound weird, but there's a lot you could learn about life from checks and wires, and how things take time to develop, and how some things happen instantly, and the dynamic between the two are, wow, just mind-boggling. I don't know if they feel me. So, Chad, that's the first part. Are you ready for number 2 now? Are you ready? I don't know if I told you this. Again, another encouraging PHILO, dude. Another encouraging PHILO. And what I'm here to tell you is that you are never too bad to get good. Oh! Let me tell you that one more time, Chad. You are never too bad to get good. I don't know if you feel me on that. Uh-huh. It's a story. I told you I heard this the other day, and it was very, very fascinating. It was a very interesting concept. Do you realize, like, it is an offensive thought? It is offensive to think that you are too bad for God. You know, again, I'm sorry, I had to take it to the spiritual realm. I know my spiritual brethren and sisters feel me on this one. But serious, like, that's the whole point. You realize that, like, the guy who died on the cross, you know, the whole concept of Jesus, the Trinity, dying for your sins, the whole relationship, you know what I'm saying? And, like, it was this guy who, like, all of the stories, he was rebuking all the people who thought they were too good, you know what I mean? But the whole story, the prodigal son, like, all these little parables, the whole concept. Do you realize how offensive it is to be fearful of God into the idea of, oh man, I'm too bad to be good? So that's a concept biblically, but I hope you could apply it to your normal life. And like I'm saying, I don't think anybody's ever too bad to start getting good. That thought is actually offensive. And if you believe it on a spiritual level, it's offensive. That would be offensive. Like, the one thing, like, God, like, if you going to go up to God, you going to go up again, the world, karma, I don't know what you believe. And you going to be like, yeah, man, nah, I've done a lot of bad things, and I've been messing up too much lately. So I don't think, I don't want to approach that dude. The whole idea, it's pretty crazy. So that's like the whole story of the Bible is like the whole concept, you know, like the story of Jesus was him being there for the people who need him. And the people who usually need to get better. But then sometimes you kind of fall into this idea that the fact that you're not better means that you should never get better, but that's not really true. Oh, I hope you feel me on that. But Chad, that's the thing. Are you ready? Are you ready though? I'll tell you the final thing with it. Do you remember what I told you the other day? Because this is what it relates to. This is what this PHILO is about. Do you know, like, what would you, if you could boil what I just said to you in one phrase, 2 words, what do you think you would boil it down to? Because I mentioned something the other day to you, and I hope this brings it full circle, how offensive it is to think you cannot do better. Or maybe some of you too scared to pick up a Bible because y'all been, you know what I'm saying? But no, that's offensive. God's like, I got you, homie. Oh, they don't feel me. But how would you describe it? No, 2 words, 2 practical words, or a phrase that I could practically give you in this PHILO. There is one thing you should know at the end of this. There is one thing that could be said right now. No, not forgive me. Oh, amen, though. Not stay focused. Nah. God did. No, that's a good one, though. Ooh, amor fati. That's not it, though. I like that. Hey, I love what you're saying, though. Bliss, amor fati. Those aren't it, but I love it. You are loved. No, that's not it, but that's a great one. I love the chat. You got great answers. Be positive. Oh, I'm glad. I love your answers, but I'm glad that nobody said this so I could give it to you. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Oh! Bro, all this boils down to is no fear. That's the words I was looking for. You know that, right? Maybe 3 words. Have no fear. Oh, I don't know if you feel me. This whole PHILO is related to fear, dog. You know that? It's related to fear. That's why I told you the other day. I said, bro, if you don't know what to do in life, even if you have no idea what to do in life right now, you confused, there's a lot of up, there's a lot of down, you did this, you don't know what to do. You are scared of the future. You are scared of the past. Maybe you're not even scared. You don't even, but like, you see what I'm saying? You don't know about the future. You don't know what to do. Guess what? Even if you don't know what to do, don't know what to do, that's fine with me. But just don't be afraid. Oh, I'm gonna clap. I don't know if y'all feel me. Even if you have no idea what to do, that means do not choose to be afraid. Isn't that funny? That's a crazy concept. That sometimes, like, how many times have you not known what to do, and by default, you have chosen to be afraid? You've actually chosen to be afraid. You said, I don't know what I'm going to do right now, so I'm going to be afraid. And then that leads into the ball of yarn and everything else, right? Oh, come on, Chad. So that's what this PHILO's saying, because like I told you, it's offensive to think you're too bad to get good at something. That's an offensive thought, especially if you're a believer. But the whole concept is usually it's because we're afraid, or usually you're being afraid of something. Usually it's fear. It's fear that of looking at the situation. People are afraid of God. People are afraid of the path forward, the work it'll take. There's a lot, but that's why I'm mixing it in here. But I think this PHILO boils down to have no fear, Chad. Are you with me? I hope you are, but Chad, have no fear and let's go. You good, man, okay? And I'll throw a little cherry on top for some people out there. This was a nice prayer. I had this even prayer in the morning too. God hears your prayers. Remember I told you, you should pray as if God hears your prayers. And you should pray. But God hears your prayers because of him, not because of you. Oh, amen, amen. And that's all I'm saying. So have no fear. Not because of you, because of him. Oh, my goodness. Oh, Chad, you could do anything in this world. You don't know what to do. Just don't be afraid. God bless you, Chad. That is your philosophy. Take that one to the bank. That is the day. I love you all. God bless you. And enjoy. That's it, though. That's it. We're done. Earnings wrapped up. No conference calls yet. Everything in the middle, but we did it, man. We did it. God bless all of you. Woo! Little mini PHILO. Little mini PHILO. You know what I'm saying? Little mini PHILO for the people. But, Chad, I love you. So God bless you. I hope you enjoyed it. Go read the books, Richest Man of Babylon, Proverbs, New Living Translation, and The Strangest Secret in the World. And don't forget why we're here, baby. Why we keep going. Why that faith, hope, love ain't never going out of style. And why we have no fear. And why we could always get better. And there's no such thing as too bad to never start getting better or getting good. And yeah, if we don't know what to do, we ain't going to be afraid at the very least, baby. Why? Finger to the sky, baby. To God be the glory. And through the grace of God alone. Amen. Amen. Woo! So, Chadadonia, that's the day. I love you all. God bless you. I hope you enjoyed it. I hope you liked it. I will see you in the morning, and I will see you on the watch list tonight. Peace out. Yeah, don't forget about me. Thought you were going to get away from me today, huh? Nah, come here. I told you we're going to build a better. You see the earnings, you know, the earnings are still, they're coming back out there. Look at the Google it, woogly it over Microsoft, huh? Come on, I told you, seriously, I mean it. We're going to take it seriously. Have no fear, mother what? I'm tired. I'm gonna get going, you guys. I got to get going. Have a wonderful evening, morning. I'm leaving.